What's going on, everybody? RJ Ochoa here from SB Nation's bloggingtheboys.com. Hope all is well wherever you are. We hope you're happy, safe, healthy, and that you're excited for rounds 2 and 3 of the 2022 NFL Draft. The Dallas Cowboys, of course, on Thursday night, last night, getting a brand new offensive lineman, Tulsa offensive tackle. We expect him to be left guard for the Dallas Cowboys, Tyler Smith. Tyler had his introductory press conference today on Friday, but the Cowboys have work to do. They have 2 selections as it stands tonight as we begin our coverage here on the Blog of the Boys YouTube channel, the Blog of the Boys Facebook page, and the Blog of the Boys Twitch channel. We encourage you to be with us all throughout the night. We're going to have some fun, have a panel here of experts as we hopefully find some new members of this team that we can all root for and support. I say our fantastic panelists. Let's get to them. Joining me here tonight, we've got an ever-growing crew. We're going to have people kind of bouncing in and out as the night unfolds. Right now, in the top right corner, you know him as the author of Connor Livesey's 2022 NFL Draft Guide. It is, of course, Connor Livesey. He is president of the Tyler Smith fan club. We'll, of course, get to that selection a little bit as we prepare for the Cowboys to get on the clock here tonight. In the bottom right corner right now is Tom Ryle. You hear him on the Blog of the Boys podcast network. You read him at bloggingtheboys.com. You probably see him at your local gym lifting all those weights because that's how championships are made here in the NFL. And right now at the bottom left position, the southeastern quadrant, right? No, southwestern, excuse me, up in the northwestern part of the country, it is, of course, Danny Phantom on Twitter at DannyPhantom24. Coming in now, we have all the way across the pond, Paul Stewart, of course, from UK Cowboys. Paul's got a lot of responsibilities to juggle tonight. Like I said, we'll have people coming in and around as the night unfolds. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are up first tonight, Tom. Are you excited for night 2, day 2? Do you feel like this is going to be a lot better for the Cowboys compared to last night?
Well, I hope we come out feeling better. I do want to say, we don't know that we're disappointed in day 1 because we don't know how it's going to work out. To me, the worst part was seeing the Giants and the Eagles make some real improvements to their roster. But as the stuff is coming out about Tyler Smith, I'm not too sure we can't have a little hope this is going to work out, and I'm feeling a little better about it today. But now, they've got a lot of other places they can help the roster. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. I've got kind of list of some things I'm looking for, the positions I think they'll be going for, and of course they'll do something totally off the wall and surprise me.
Paul, quick question: what time is it in Scotland right now?
It is 7 minutes past midnight.
7 minutes past midnight. Well, happy Saturday to you. Rick Pat 247 says, "Good evening from Germany." Can you do the time conversion for us, Paul? What time is it in Germany?
It'd be probably about 2 a.m. Oh my.
Okay, all right. So we've got some night owls here. Speaking of the dead of night, Brandon Martinez, Connor, on our YouTube feed says, after sleeping on it, I'm okay with the Tyler Smith pick. We've all had a chance to get some rest, get some food in us. I was actually asking you guys right before we started streaming who had eaten dinner tonight, and the answer is basically nobody except for maybe Paul, I would presume.
No.
But so Connor, we've all had some time. We've all had some, ability to relax and whatnot. Have your thoughts changed or softened, or are you maybe ready to mold them a little bit differently when it comes to Tyler Smith as opposed to in the moment last night?
No, I mean, that's one thing I try to avoid doing. Like before, if I have an opinion on a guy, that's why I do all this stuff and I put my guide out, a couple weeks before the draft, because I don't want the guy that the Cowboys draft or the guy that the Eagles draft or the guy that the Giants draft to influence my opinion on that player. So that's why I do all my evaluations before the draft. So there's no bias. There's no hating going on. It's just, hey, what did I think of this player coming out of college with his athletic traits, his physical traits, his tape? I put that all together and I put an evaluation out, and nothing that would have happened over the last 24 hours would have changed my opinion on that. Like I said, we heard him talk today. He's the character was never an issue with him. He's got a great mind on, a head on his shoulders, great mentality. He's an aggressive player. He's a nasty player. We like that. But as far as the selection and where they did it and where I had him ranked, that's obviously not going to change. I'm not going to change the way I thought about the player just because he's got a star on his helmet now.
Yeah, I tweeted out something about I really enjoyed it. We're going to get a clip, really fantastic clip from it here in a little bit. But I tweeted I was enjoying it, and somebody responded to me, was like, well, there you go, flip-flopping. It's like, wait a minute, like, he could still be a great person. And I
got one of the "you're backtracking now" tweets. I'm like, no, I just said he sounded like a good dude.
He's a great person, but the process of how we got here is still suspect. Dan, you actually wrote something for our site. In true, let's kind of sniff the flowers and smell them and try to enjoy them as much as possible fashion. The title of the article is 5 Reasons to be Optimistic About the Cowboys' Selection of Tulsa offensive tackle Tyler Smith. Have you just committed to feeling optimistic then? Is that the point you're at? Like, okay, he's a Cowboy now. Let's do the work in this capacity?
Well, no. I mean, I still don't like the pick, but what I'm trying to do is get my mind around the Cowboys organization, what they're seeing, how they're feeling. So I want to keep an open mind with everything I do. And so I'm trying to focus in on the positives, because certainly they view him as a good player. He was 16th on their board. So all these picks are all subjective. They're just what we think of them. So the real story won't be, we won't know until later. So I'm just trying to better educate myself and learn about, who this player is. No, I'm not trying to conform myself. And I've said this again and again. It's not lipsticking the pig. I'm not just forcing myself to like him because he's, the Cowboys' top pick. But at the same time, I just want to understand everything that he has to offer and just, basically just stay in the know with this guy.
Johnny Boy RN says on our YouTube feed, by the way, we are on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. We will also podcast this after the fact if anybody wants to listen to like a 4.5 hour long podcast. That's up to you. But Johnny Boy RN says, if Tyler Smith is a great person, then that is awesome, but he wasn't worth more than, say, Devin Lloyd or Karlaftis, which was kind of the discussion that we had last night. Let's take a look at what the Cowboys are working with as night 2 begins. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers officially on the clock, by the way. The 33rd pick should be in shortly. So everyone knows we're going off of Twitter. We're here to have fun. We're going to talk about picks as we see them unfold, and we'll, of course, keep you updated. So apologies if you're really stuck to your broadcast and you really want that to be the purity of this whole exercise, but that's not what we're here to do. But anyway, the Cowboys sit with picks 56 and 88 tonight, and again, they've already taken Tyler Smith, the offensive tackle, offensive guard, however you want to put it, out of Tulsa. That leaves, Connor, their positional needs. They've got a guard, technically, right? Like that was, their top need. We all talked about that. So, okay, you've got a plug and play. In all likelihood, you better have a plug and play, as we said, day 1 starter in Tyler Smith. You still need a wide receiver. You still need a tight end. You still need tackle depth because, Tyler Smith, we're already talking about playing him at tackle in the future. That's how fragile the state of the tackle position is with the Cowboys. Still need some help at linebacker. Defensive end is a huge priority. We could see one come off the board for the Cowboys tonight. Where are you looking, Connor? If you have to put together, assuming the Cowboys stick at 56 and 88, if you could just cast a wide net positionally, where do they have to come away with players tonight?
Yeah, in my opinion, they have to come out of day 2 with a wide receiver. Again, we people look at the depth chart. They see CeeDee Lamb, they see Michael Gallup, they see James Washington, but we just have to understand that there's a good chance that Michael Gallup misses. They've said 3 to 4 games. They're normally on the optimistic side, so it could be 5 to 6 games. But you have to account for Michael Gallup not being available at the start of the season. So a receiving core of CeeDee Lamb, James Washington, and Simi Fehoko doesn't sound like a lot of fun to me. So I think you need to add a guy with one of these first 2 picks on day 2 that can step in and maybe not be as good as Michael Gallup is right now, but a guy that you feel comfortable with and go, okay, for the first 4 or 5 weeks, we can have these 3 or 4 dudes and not feel like we're one of the worst receiving units in the league. Because I think if it is Lamb, Fehoko, and Washington, you're looking pretty rough compared to the rest of the league.
I want to come back to Connor in a second, but Tom, very quickly, last night we saw the Washington Commanders draft Jahan Dotson out of Penn State. They're pairing him with Terry McLaurin, obviously, and we saw the Philadelphia Eagles not draft a receiver, but instead trade for A.J. Brown to pair with Devontae Smith. The Cowboys' top duo, even when healthy, and to Connor's point a moment ago, that isn't necessarily the case come week 1 of the season, is CeeDee Lamb and Michael Gallup. Are they the top duo in the NFC East? Because you at least have to make an argument. It didn't used to be an argument for a long time when Amari Cooper was on this team. But who is the top wide receiver duo in this division right now?
I might have to lean to the Commanders right now.
I would lean Philly personally, and I think AJ Brown's the best receiver in the division.
AJ Brown now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
But,
I think it's.
Tom's right.
Go what?
I was gonna say Tom's right. McLaurin's great, and they added Dotson last night. Like that's not a receiving core you're like not impressed by anymore.
Yeah, but you got AJ Brown, and also with Devontae Smith year 2, where Dotson's a rookie too. I mean, I think we have to give the Eagles the edge in that one.
Absolutely, I agree.
Okay, so we agree that Philly, we're chasing Philly now is the point. They've got the top duo, maybe not the top overall room, because that's the whole point here is the Cowboys have to establish depth. So, Connor, right now you're talking about, okay, you've got to come away with a wide receiver tonight. Everyone's saying Sky Moore, George Pickens, those are the names. But again, we're sitting at pick 33, the Buccaneers about to turn in the card for. We've got a long way to go until the Cowboys pick at 56. It's very unlikely those are the players that they're picking from here. Who are some names that are in all likelihood going to be available when Dallas is on the clock in about an hour and a half or so?
Well, first, I'll say the Bucs have picked, and the pick is Logan Hall, the Houston defensive lineman. He is the pick for the Bucs, and it looks like the Packers have traded up with the Vikings, according to Twitter.
Wide receiver.
That's got to be Sky Moore.
So I would assume that that's going to be a Sky Moore, George. You would think Sky Moore, but the way they draft it, very well could be George Pickens. They like the big physical style receivers. He fits their prototype. So I think Sky Moore, George Pickens is going to go off the board here to Green Bay, which doesn't bode well for a good receiver falling to you at 56. But you're looking at Sky Moore, George Pickens, John Mechie, Christian Watson, Jalen Tolbert, and we saw them go small school with their first round pick and Tyler Smith. So maybe they would consider a Jalen Tolbert. Maybe they would consider a Christian Watson. One of those smaller school wide receivers we thought they might shy away from at first.
Interesting that Minnesota has now traded back with Detroit and Green Bay. Like, do the Vikings want to pick anybody? Like, do they know what the purpose of this exercise is?
And with divisional rivals as well.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a very. I think we're all in agreement here. As we all, let's see here. The Packers traded. Alex Bregman hit a home run, if anybody cares, just a moment ago.
And that pick is in.
The Packers traded 53 and 59. So 2 seconds to come up. I mean, obviously the second and quite the first second, but so an additional second to come up 20 or 19 spots rather. Do we feel like that was worth it for Green Bay, especially since they didn't come away with a receiver on night one?
They just got their receiver.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so is this worth it? Like, this is definitely worth it if you're a Packers fan.
Oh, absolutely. If you're absolutely, I agree.
I don't agree with the guy they took, but
well, who was it, Connor? Go ahead and tell us. I mean, that's the whole purpose of us being here.
Christian Watson out of North Dakota State is now a Green Bay Packer. That's an interesting one because, again, he fits more of their prototype for size, which I think is something that they got their prototypes that they look for from a size, weight, length perspective at that position, and Christian Watson fits it, but he is kind of the project version of what we talked about with Tyler Smith last night, where you thought Green Bay might need a more immediate impact guy with losing Davante Adams. And Watson can do that to a certain extent, but I think he's still got a lot to do, a lot to grow on before he can be a constant, instant contributor.
Are we starting? Is anybody nervous that the receiver run continues right away here?
Yes.
Dan, you're so Connor, you say yes. Dan, you're shaking your head.
I'm not nervous. No, I mean, I would like to have a receiver today, but if it doesn't happen and the Cowboys just pick good players rather than reaching for and just taking somebody. I mean, there's a couple of receivers tomorrow that I'm perfectly okay with. I know everyone's worried about Gallup not being ready, and yeah, that's a legit concern. But with Gallup and Lamb,
I would add, Dan, like speaking for myself, like my concern isn't just that Gallup won't be ready; it's that CD can't effectively be a true number one receiver because we haven't seen that in the NFL. It's certainly possible, but like the Cowboys are banking on a lot of specific things happening, and they're not really hedging their bets. And so I would like to see them hedge the CD Lamb bet just a little bit tonight, at least.
Honestly, RJ, I think that the Cowboys have committed to Lamb in the sense of they do think he's the guy when they decided to trade away Cooper because.
Well, yeah, I mean they obviously think he's the guy. But that's like we haven't seen him display the abilities to be the guy without Amari Cooper. That's an unknown quality right now.
Yeah, no, that's true. I guess it's just not something I'm too worried about. I have confidence in Lamb, and I think he will be that guy. I don't think the Cowboys need to go out and find a true number one guy. I really think that they have a really good core. And if they don't get a receiver today, I think that they could still find a quality receiver that fits in this group, and they're going to be just fine. And so I'm just less worried than a lot of people with getting a receiver.
Titans pick is now in.
So Connor, you clearly feel the Cowboys have to come away with a receiver tonight. I feel that same way. Tom, do you feel like it is essential, generally speaking, again, the way the board falls will dictate a lot of things, but in a general sense, do you feel like it is a must for Dallas to take a receiver tonight?
Not if they get the right person that falls at one of the other positions. They need an edge. They still need a linebacker, and the tight end class is awful slim. They might go for a tight end because they still think they got a shot in the fourth round of getting a receiver that can help. So I don't think it's as essential. I think it's preferable. My choices are wide receiver, edge tonight. But I'm not going to panic if they wait until tomorrow to go for the wide receivers.
Paul, will you panic?
No, I'm not panicking yet.
Will you be even mildly upset, though?
Yeah. It just really depends. Really depends. I'm pretty sure there will be some guys in the third room we can probably use as well, but I'm just sorry. I'm just trying to look up the Twitter feed as things are coming in right now. So because
the Jets have traded up.
The Titans pick, they drafted
Right.
Roger McCreary out of Auburn, cornerback, smaller guy that I don't think the Cowboys would have been interested in. But my biggest thing with the receivers is they had struggles, getting open, designing plays that could get those guys open last year when you had three really good ones, and they had to commit guys to the receiver. So my worry is if they don't have to commit those extra guys to the receiver, can still cover them up, and they can stop the run more than they did last year, then that could get real ugly for the offense, because they were committing 7-8 guys to the receivers because they had to cover Dalton Schultz. They had to double Amari Cooper, CeeDee Lamb. They had to put a guy on Cedric Wilson or Michael Gallup. And now if you take those guys out, defense might look at that. Okay, we can single up Lamb or shade the safety his way. We can definitely single up James Washington. We need to have another threat because we know Dalton Schultz isn't a guy who's going to just dominate even if he's double coverage. He's a guy that's going to gets what there, and that's about it. So they need a guy that just is more of a threat, I think, for defenses to respect their passing game and play them kind of a similar way that they did last year. Or if not, it could be a bumpy ride.
So McCreary goes to the Titans, not to just ignore your point, Connor, just to get us organized here. And the Jets have traded up with the Giants. So the Jets are on the clock.
Interested to see what they do.
The Jets are frisky. There's no doubt about that.
to find this could be Ebikeku from Penn State.
Oh, it is
They
Brees
drafted
Hall.
Johnson.
The New York Jets have drafted Brees Hall.
Yeah, I was going to say it could be. They just drafted Michael Carter last year, and he had a good rookie season.
Won me my fantasy league of record. Shout out to Michael Carter. Now he won't be a keeper in my league, but I mean, everybody obviously cares about that. Wow.
I mean, he was my best. He was the best running back in this class, but I don't get that. You drafted a running back in the mid rounds last year. He did a lot of good things for you. I mean, I don't know. That one doesn't make a whole lot of sense, especially to trade up, even if you had to give just a couple picks or whatever it was to move up. I don't get that one at all. That was kind of a head scratcher.
That sounds kind of like the thinking of the old regime. It's like maybe they haven't purged themselves of all their bad habits.
Gosh, and they had a great day one too. I mean, they landed the best corner, Garrett Wilson, who I think was the best receiver, and then Jermaine Johnson, who saw a free fall happen, and they came back in and got him. So they're being aggressive for sure. It's just I don't like the one move to move up and get a quarterback. I mean a running back. Excuse me.
Okay, so that means Houston's on the clock right now. Houston could go any direction.
Kenyon Green last night, and
right. Derek Stingley at the top of the draft.
And Derek Stingley.
Wow.
Would they consider Malik Willis here?
I don't think so. I don't think that's I don't think you're in that position if you're the Texans. You know what I mean? I'd like to see another season of Davis Mills. You know what I mean? Like, especially now you fortify that offensive line. Like, you know, I don't think that's not the dice roll I want to make if I'm the Texans at this point. Nobody agrees with that. Okay.
It'd be interesting for them. I think it'd be interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking for the Seahawks to take the next quarterback, which is hopefully going to start a little mini run, and we'll get 2 or 3 gone before the Cowboys, because obviously they don't care about quarterbacks, and that'll give them a little help, I hope.
I think there was some hope for Texans fans that Breece Hall was going to be there. That would have made some sense.
Yeah, I just seen that tweet. It's like they were trying to
Jalen Petrie. Sorry, Paul. That's
Love
the
that
pick
for
for
them.
the Houston Texans.
I love that for them.
Why?
Ooh.
Just because I think he's Tyrann Mathieu. I mean, you can move him all around. He can cover in the slot. He can play down in the box. He can play single high. He's a good athlete. He's super fit. I mean, he checks every. He was my 27th ranked overall player. So I was a huge fan of Petrie.
He would have been. If there was an out of the box pick for the Cowboys, somebody like him would have been it. But of course, now he's gone way too early for them to even think about.
And they lost Jordan Reed in free agency, who was a fine player for them. I mean, I think was he a 3rd round pick? I mean, all things considered. Okay, so that means the Giants are now on the clock. So with the selection that they received from the Jets, they picked up an extra 5th round pick as a result of moving back 2 spots. The Giants, of course, last night took Kayvon Thibodeau with the 5th overall pick, and then got Evan Neal, who many people had as the 1st overall player on their boards, including you too, Connor, with the 7th overall pick. What are we thinking for the Giants here?
I think they might go wide receiver here, actually.
Well, they are potentially out on Kadarius Toney.
I mean, that would make sense to go more Pickens for them.
They would shy away from
Pickens just because of the stuff that kind of went wrong with. Not to say that Pickens is Kadarius Toney, but there's been a lot of discussions on him just immaturity wise and stuff like that. So I think they would shy away from Pickens, but maybe they would go Sky Moore. Which again, I like Sky Moore, but I don't think he's a guy that's ever going to be a dominant. But at the second round, he's a good player.
So let's play this game because the receiver run could be happening, and we're waiting to see what the Giants do. Big Blue View, SB Nation's New York Giants blog, is wondering whether this is Andrew Booth, by the way.
Yeah, I think
the cornerback from Clemson.
Could be a corner too.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think we're nervous, right? Like one more receiver goes, and we're all, again, those who want one of these top receivers that are left. That's the match that lights the run, maybe, if we get one more to go right here already tonight. Does anybody have any interest right now in trading 88 to move up for a receiver?
No.
Dan shakes his head no. Connor, no. Paul, no. Tom?
No.
Okay, so we're all just willing to live with the results here.
I think we're going to
It says I don't know how far behind they are, but it says another trade, Falcons on the clock. So that might be after the Giants, I'm assuming.
Well, the Giants pick has not been turned in yet, according to Twitter. Twitter is already very, very far ahead of the broadcast. The broadcast is just now celebrating Breece Hall, whereas according to Real Time, the Giants are on the clock. Again, that could be the pick in question that the Falcons have traded up or to get. Who could the Falcons be coming up for? Took Drake London last night.
Malik Willis.
That would be interesting. That would be fun. And we would all love that, obviously. And that would make back-to-back. And the broadcast is now updated. It is the Giants pick that the Falcons have traded up. So the Giants have now traded back twice tonight.
They're going to have 1 million picks tomorrow.
But that's smart, man, in this draft to move back and just keep
trade terms.
Up picks
and apologies to those of you watching. There's just too many things happening tonight to get everything up on the screen. The Giants moved back from 38 to 43 and picked up 114 in the process. So the Giants have moved back a total of 7 spots and picked up, what is that, a 4th and a 5th?
That seems like a quarterback tax to me.
You think? What about Nakobe Dean here
for the Falcons? Dan?
Yeah,
maybe.
I just don't think anybody would. For me, it was for what the stuff that's coming out about his injury history and all that. I mean, I think you could see Dean fall a little bit, which Well, in the second round, if Nakobe Dean's there at 56, the Falcons take Penn State DN Arnold Ebiketie. So it wasn't the quarterback, and it wasn't Nakobe Dean. But there goes one of your edge rushers that we might have liked to have seen at 56.
Damn.
Yeah, he was on.
Damn.
So the possible spots, barring any sort of trade, that we could see the quarterbacks go, which is what we're rooting for here tonight. Seattle is a quarterback option. I don't think Indianapolis is not a quarterback option. The Giants are still a quarterback option technically. The Lions still. I mean, the Commanders. I don't know if they want to do it to Wentz. Let's see here. Watsamata, thank you for the super chat. Says, "How the heck are you guys? I'm different. I want another top 100 offensive lineman. Nothing is fixed until the O-line is fixed." Anybody down to double down on the line tonight?
I would be down for that, but I still think we still need to I still think you can probably get an good offensive lineman in the third round.
If they got a stud tackle that fell to them, yeah, I would not be distraught. If they went that direction.
Would you take Raymond if he was there?
I would.
Yeah.
What is happening? Somebody using a forklift?
Sound like a fire alarm.
My wife is cooking. That's what's happening.
Really?
I wish I was kidding.
Wow. What's she making, Dan?
I have no idea, but I hope it's good.
It sounds like it's gonna be a
Doesn't sound like it. So Mina Kimes thinks that Atlanta trading up with the Giants was to jump Seattle. So that makes sense. So we could expect an edge rusher to go to Seattle potentially with one of their two picks coming up. Thank you, Bear.
Dude, there's so many good players still available, man. Andrew Booth, Christian Harris.
Well, we got Chicago first, right?
Connor, let's get your big board up on the screen. So go ahead and list through us. I know it's difficult with the font size, but of your top, right now you were looking at your top 75. Who is still available and within range, within practical range for the Cowboys specifically?
Seeing how far Nakobe Dean falls, that's a Reds, a Blue Star special where might have some injuries there, some size concerns, but if he's there at 56, I just don't see how you can pass it up. Mm-hmm. Andrew Booth is a corner option that I think that they would have some interest in. He's a good corner for sure. I mean, he was my cornerback 4, so I like him quite a bit. Christian Harris out of Alabama is a top 30 player for me. He's a heat-seeking missile. Bernard Raymond out of Central Michigan. That could be a tackle that if he's there at 56, maybe they go, hey, this is too good to pass up on.
Connor, I want to stop you there. Your 32nd player, Lewis Sign, Todd Archer has floated that name out as somebody who he thought the Cowboys might have taken had they not taken Tyler Smith last night at 24, had Tyler
15th.
been off the board.
15th.
Dan, you were saying something?
Yeah, he was 15th on the board. He was their top-rated, second-round graded pick.
So he
got picked yesterday, right?
Yeah, 32nd.
He did. I'm sorry. That's my bad. Okay. It's a crazy time. Okay, keep going, Connor. Then who else we're looking at here?
Bernard Raymond, 31. Perion Winfrey, I got him ranked 33. Dan Jago and Boye Mafe are 35, 36. Those are two interesting names to keep an eye on. Ajabo wouldn't be around if he didn't tear his Achilles, but he tore his Achilles. So that's another Blue Star special like Nakobe Dean. George
I would love that pick.
Connor, you have a question from Johnny Boy RN here on the YouTube side of things.
Injured Dean or Leo Chenal. For me, it would be Dean just because I don't think he's injured. I think he's had some injuries throughout his career. He's played a lot of football. He's as tough as they come. I just think Nakobe Dean is tough. He's physical. He's fast. He can cover. He can rush the passer. He can do everything that you want a linebacker to do at a high level. And in the second round, especially the back end of the second round, I'm not as worried about the medicals or the off the field as much. At that point, because again, I don't want to draft a guy like with long-term knee issues like Jalen Smith or something like that, but taking a risk on a guy who might just have some ankles or some shoulders or something like that, late in the second round, I'm all for it.
Connor, the Chicago Bears pick is in there, taking Washington corner Kyler Gordon, your 65th overall player. So that's another corner off the board.
That was a wide receiver spot too that one didn't go.
Yeah, we dodged one there.
Dallas is still not on the graphic on the broadcast as far as upcoming teams. Let's see
So
here.
I have
Dan,
a question for you guys real quick.
Well, Dan, very quickly, the Texas Spartan has been our loyal Twitch viewer. We are venturing into the land of Twitch. Says, how much do y'all like Mechie? Definitely an option for the Cowboys tonight. So, Dan, I'll throw it to you first.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I'm okay with Mechie at 56. I think he's one of the guys that, falls right in that group. If you're looking at wide receiver, I mean, you're looking at what, Moore, Pickens, and Mechie, really. I think with Watkins being gone, I think that's probably where it ends. I don't know if you agree or not, but yeah, Mechie certainly is. He's one of the guys that I would be okay with at 56.
Tom.
Yeah, I like the list that Dan just gave off of, Pickens, Mechie, and Moore are probably a good trio to pick from if you have a shot.
All right, Dan, you had a question for us.
Well, I just wanted to ask you guys right now, if we ended up with a player like Nakobe Dean or David Ajabu at 56, and they took the injury special.
Here it comes, Dan.
Would it make you feel better or worse about what they did yesterday? I mean, how would you feel with that start to the draft?
Personally, for me, if it was Ojabo, and this is just me being patriotic here because he's my fellow countryman, I'll be over the moon with that. So,
Paul, can you say? I mean, like, I really don't know. Can you use the word patriotic to describe like a feeling of uniformity in it if it's not the United States? Like, that's the only way I've ever heard it used. Maybe that's just my lack of being a citizen of the world.
Patriotic is when you're the way we would define patriotic is you're passionate about your heritage, where you're from.
Interesting. Okay, so it's a universal term. It's not just
absolutely.
We need to tell Bill Belichick and company because they're hogging it. They're the ones assimilating it within the United States culture, Paul. So you have to fight that fight against them. So you're fine with that though, Paul.
Yeah,
you like that.
I'll be fine with that. Yeah.
But does that make you feel better? To Dan's point about last night.
Yeah. I mean, I get the point. Obviously, I would rather prefer to get someone is not an injury special. I mean, I'm looking like Boya Maffei or Nick Bonito and stuff like that as potential edge rushers there. But in terms of wide receiver, I mean, I'm just trying to look down the list that's available right now. Let me see. I mean, Stimo's there, Pickens, Tolbert, Mechie. I mean, if it was me, if Sky Moore's there, then great, fantastic. We cannot miss that opportunity with that guy. But yeah, I mean,
let me rephrase Dan's question, Dan, if you don't mind, Connor. Who would make you feel better about last night at 56?
I mean, for me, it would be Nakobe Dean. I view him as a top 15 player. Christian Harris at that point. I mean, there's guys I like, there's plenty. I still have a ton of guys, we got, where are we at, 40? I still have plenty of top 30 guys still available. So if you could grab one of those, I'd be thrilled. I mean, I want to know more about George Pickens and, because people talk about the off the field or, hey, he's not mature enough. I don't think George Pickens' issue is a Kelvin Joseph thing or a Kadarius Toney thing or whatever. I think he's been really good his whole life. And I think I heard it today on a podcast, but like the entitlement factor of it might have been an issue at Georgia where you step on the field as a, true freshman and you're the best player on the team pretty much right away. And then you're touted, you have these great years, you get banged up, whatever it is. But if George Pickens is available at 56, that is a slam dunk no-brainer for me because I think that if you don't have more questions outside of the maturity level, which I think a lot of receivers have that diva immaturity about them. We saw it with Dez Bryant. We've seen it with guys in the past. That would be a slam dunk for me. I would be thrilled with George Pickens at 56, and I feel like you have a player similar to Dez Bryant when he was coming out of Oklahoma State.
Dan, it was your question. So before we throw it to Tom, who is the answer for you?
Oh, I would be thrilled with Ajabu, honestly. I mean, Let's just think of this scenario right here. Just imagine with me. Let's just assume the NFC East is winnable. Okay, it's not a big stretch. Okay, let's just say slow start, no problem. Week 10 comes along and you're getting a healthy Ajabu. Gallup's healthy. Tyler Smith is starting to figure things out, and he's contributing. So all of a sudden you have some players that there were some risky players, but they have kind of built in, got healthy, developed into now where they're playing towards their upside. I can see that scenario as okay. That can make them ready for a strong push. So I would be thrilled. Both Nakobe Dean and Ajabu would be, just to me, great values at 56.
Tom.
Yeah.
Pickens and Ajabu are probably my top two for that category. Both those would make me feel pretty good because those are my two positions that I would love to see them fill tonight. So yeah, all those would make me a lot happier.
Okay.
Do we have either one of the Seahawks picks yet?
We don't.
No, not yet.
Still waiting.
They're
They're
on the
take a
clock.
quarterback with one of these.
One of these picks has to be Malik Willis, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's just.
You would think so.
I think we're, by the way, up to 18 trades. I think Tom Pelissero just tweeted out in the first 39 picks or 30.
It's gotta be a record.
That's crazy.
Also,
And none of them have been for a quarterback, which is really insane when you think about it.
Can I ask all you guys a question real quick?
No.
And I'd like to get the people listening's thoughts on it too. A lot of the concerns with Pickens, I think, is, like I said, the immaturity. Like, he got suspended because he got in a fight against Georgia Tech. He, is a loud – I mean, he sound like – think of Des Bryant, and that's kind of what the issues are. Like, he's very passionate. He's emotional. He's gotten in fights on the field and stuff like that. Don't you think that receiver room needs a little bit of that? Like, don't you think that for a while it's been too quiet, too – I miss Des Bryant's. Like, no, I don't want you to tell me that we're a receiver by committee and that we're just going to throw – I want the football in the biggest time of the game. And I just feel like we've lacked that for about 3 years now. And I think it showed up a lot of the time. I think if you had some more of that alpha male mentality in that room, it would be better for the room as a whole.
Yeah, that'd be kind of the anti-Amari Cooper, Mr.
Right.
Laid back, cool and calm. And
Even Lamb's kind of like that though too. He's kind of like, they're playing coverage, so we're not going to get the ball as much. And it's like walk into the room and go, Coach, you can design ways for us to get open. I want the football on 3rd and 10.
I would only push back at Tom's point. And Christopher Lafayette's point here in the chat that says Amari changed the culture too timid. I agree that generally Amari is a timid receiver, and he's very quiet. He's not demonstrative from like a just disposition standpoint. But Amari did ask for the ball, at least early on, and I think that version of himself faded. I vividly remember I was at this game working it for ESPN San Antonio when the Cowboys beat the Eagles in his first season with the team at home, the overtime game. He had a 75-yard touchdown that game, and he talked about when they broke the huddle that he was like, man, I'm running another curl route. Like, this is ridiculous. This is stupid. I don't have the exact quote. And that Dak told him, hey, just run it. Like, just this kind of surrender of like, we're all trapped by Scott Linehan. Just do it. And then at the line of scrimmage, Dak checked out of it, and that was a 75-yard touchdown. So I do think that Amari unlocked, this like, hey, like we don't have to do this stupid way all the time. But then he did kind of fade back into his personality.
Because then you got the play at the end of the Philadelphia game where they needed to get into the playoffs, and he's on the sideline on 3rd and 7. And it's like there's no way that George Pickens rushed back from an ACL tear to play at the end of the year for Georgia. Like, I just think they lack some of that dog mentality. And I think Christopher Lafayette said C will bring a dog culture. I haven't seen that from CeeDee Lamb yet. I'm not saying he doesn't have it in him, but I don't think anybody can say that we've seen this alpha male mentality from CeeDee Lamb yet. It's been a lot of, hey, he'll get his and I'll get mine. And I just want somebody to step up. Even Michael Gallup's kind of soft-spoken, will spread it around type of guy. And I kind of want somebody to be like, no, I'm tired of that. We're going to feed me on, even if it's for a show, I just want a different mentality in that room because I think they're so finesse in the way they run route, the way they talk, and all that.
Quickly, Paul, just to sandwich us in. Seattle's taking Boy Mafe with their first pick. So he's off the board.
Yeah.
Hey, I was going to quickly say is like it sounds as though like some Gallup and Cooper were trying to be like ultra professional more than anything. Like I kind of agree what Johnny Boy's saying there. I wouldn't say they're timid. It's like they're trying to act like professional football players, not to be like in the scenes for the wrong reasons. You know,
I would say, to kind of encapsulate your point, I think, Connor, the Cowboys have had Leighton Vander Esch in the wide receiver room. They need Micah Parsons. Like Micah changed the whole temperature of Leighton Vander Esch, fantastic player, but just this kind of like cool dude. You know what I mean? Micah is this assassin. Like, and this, I'm not a linebacker. I'm a lion type of stuff. Like, and that stuff is lame and cheesy if you're not winning. But Micah is producing at such a high rate that it's awesome. Well, okay, so some people, I don't think any of us are doing this, would lump this quality up to a character concern, right? Like there were some people that, you know, in dumb ways. Well, some people didn't like Dez being that way. And again, none of us think that that's a proper line of thought. But on the subject of character concerns, because we are here in the second round, here is the Cowboys' recent history in the second round. And this is important because the Cowboys love to get this sort of value player here in this round. They love to feel like they got a first rounder, if not for certain qualities. If we go all the way back to 2013, we're just looking at the last decade. Gavin Escobar, there was really nothing wrong with that pick, except for the pick itself. DeMarcus Lawrence, somebody can correct me, I believe had issues at Boise. Thank you, Bear. Maybe Bear's confirming, but I know that he had something going on at Boise that led him to fall, but the Cowboys did trade up to get him at 34. Randy Gregory, obviously everybody knows what happened to him in the lead up to the draft. Jalen Smith, again, a very obvious sort of situation. Cheeto and Connor didn't really have, things that were like plaguing them, and neither did Tristan Hill. Trayvon Diggs, the Cowboys considered in the first round, we all know, in 2020. And last year, Kelvin Joseph fell. We all know why. We all know Kelvin Joseph's situation right now. Tom, does this, just looking at this list, this recent activity by the Cowboys in the second round, make you feel better or worse about the next hour of our lives?
Well, what is it, about a 50% hit rate? I think you ought to do a little bit
Do we
better.
think that who are the hits on this list? Trayvon Diggs and DeMarcus Lawrence.
And I would not say that Connor Williams was a miss. I would not say Uche was a miss.
Right.
So yeah.
But okay, but so there's a difference between not being a miss, which is where we would lump Connor and Cheeto, and being a hit. And I would say that Trayvon's a hit, Tank's a hit. Randy is a very unique situation. I don't think you can, categorize them in any one of these specific ways. But there are more misses, especially the chances that they've taken have blown up in their faces.
What?
Well, I think it's definitely. What was the what?
Love the Seahawks selecting Kenneth Walker with their second round.
Okay,
got to get the running game going for old Pistol Pete.
Oh Lord!
Wow. Oh wow!
They got 5 running backs on their roster. 3 of them are starting caliber, and they just drafted one in the top 50 again.
Did they pay Rashad Penny by chance? Didn't he? Isn't he?
They paid. Was it Penny? They paid somebody this year. I mean, not a lot.
They've always had. I mean, it's been Rashad Penny and Chris Carson. I mean, it's just. It's a big reason for the lone playoff win on Dak Prescott's career resume. We could just leave it at that.
RJ, what was it you were saying about this list here?
I was just saying, who were the hits? Trayvon and Tank, right?
Well, I went back and looked at it. The Cowboys draft better in the third than they do in the second.
Absolutely. If you want to say something about the second round, it seems to be an absolute circus of a round for the Cowboys. Like, you've picked players where they may have, like Randy Gregory had issue, injuries to players and trade ups and players that don't work out. Like Tristan Hill was, technically were a first round, not a first round pick, but you know what I mean? It was our first actual pick of that year. It just seems to be a mixed bag of emotions when it comes to the second round.
Yeah, they're always trying to extract value. This is a round where they want to extract value. They want to get a first rounder. All these players, they have different things going on, whether it's injury, character. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if we see it again this year. I mean, if you look at these players, we've been talking about 3 players, with a couple injuries, and then Pickens with character. So either one of these players could slide, and that could be the Cowboys, risk pick.
Yeah, they want the flash in the second round. I think they might reach a little bit too hard for it sometimes.
Jerry does love a bit of controversial with a player.
Well, when he hits, he looks so smart. He loves to look smart. So this is just a great opportunity for him to just out draft all the other teams and come away with a talent that slid because of the other teams didn't want to take that chance.
I can't believe that the Seahawks just picked another running back. I mean, I know we all are taking my mind is I'm like, I have the monkey that they're in the movie where the monkey's banging the tambourines. That's what's going on in my mind right now. Just
the simple thing in my
dying laugh. They don't. Drew Lock is their quarterback, and they don't have a better option.
To that point, though,
apparently Geno Smith has that better.
Christopher Lafayette says, "I bet Baker goes to Seattle." And if you're a Baker Mayfield stan, and I think those exist. I don't know any of them personally. The 2 situations for him still look very feasible, right? Carolina hasn't found an answer. I mean, we're very early on, but they haven't found an answer. Seattle hasn't found an answer. But to that point, all the quarterbacks effectively are still on the board. So Seattle could take one later.
Hey, Connor, where do you have Booth on your rankings?
25th.
So
again, he just had the again, you got to remember he just had the the sports hernia surgery or whatever it was right towards the end of the year. So, I mean, I don't think that would be a huge issue. But I mean, again,
I'm just wondering, do you think the Giants might maybe go after him here? How would you feel if they need a corner?
I mean, I know you didn't love the picks yesterday, Dan, but if they end up with O'Neal, Andrew Booth, that would be quite a haul for them.
The Vikings are on the clock according to Twitter.
I just saw it. Yeah, it just popped up.
So the Vikings have moved up. Indianapolis.
They picked Scene at 32, right?
Yeah, that they picked last night because they moved back with Detroit first, and then Green Bay tonight. So, but it looks like they traded up with Indianapolis, who obviously needs more picks.
This could be for Booth, Dan.
Let's see here. We've got, by the way, Tony Catalina has joined us here tonight. Tony, your thoughts on Kenneth Walker being drafted by Pete Carroll's Seattle Seahawks?
I enjoy the fact that running backs are going off the board a little bit here.
Yeah.
Let them let it drive up, get somebody closer to where we want to be.
Okay, Tony, Mark asks on the YouTube side of things, any chance we move up here, guys? We're starting to get into that territory where it's possible. I don't think anything is causing us concern or panic. Tony, I know you were off having dinner, which is why you were late joining us here. But we've kind of kicked this can around. Do you want to go up? And if so, for who?
Well, that's the question, right? I mean, what's available? What are we looking for? Is it Sky Moore? Is it a linebacker? They addressed the offensive line, regardless how we feel about it. It just depends on where they see. And right now, honestly, the way the board falls, and Jerry telling us that he had Tyler Smith above Kenyon Green and Zion Johnson. So I don't know where their board lays. So I guess it would be, how does their board stack? What kind of tags do they have touching? But they have the ammo to move up, and I think this year more than any other year could be that year they do that.
Tom, are you owing at something?
Yeah,
that wasn't me.
Andrew Booth for the Vikings.
Booth.
Well, there goes one option.
Who?
Andrew
Booth.
That's what I mean. They were linked to Derek Stingley and Sauce. They were linked to a corner in round 1. So when they traded out, I figured they'd take one at 32, but maybe they got the safety. The value is too good, but they come back and get a guy. Andrew Booth here at 42. That's good value there.
That's really good.
I'd rather him go to Minnesota than the Giants.
That's true. Okay. All right.
Dean is my only player left in my top 25.
And
somebody is going to be very happy here.
It might be the Giants.
God,
It
can
could
you
very well. I
imagine?
know they're looking at linebackers now. It could be Harris too. I think they're going to. I think they'll draft a linebacker here, unless they do go with one of these receivers. I think it's receiver or linebacker though. It would be my guess.
I don't know if any
corner, but
I don't know if any of you guys touched on it or if anybody saw it, but did you
Right,
see
you weren't even watching. Wow.
Albert Breer's tweet when he said that there's some medical concerns with Nakobe Dean, his size and stuff, so that kind of speaks to the why he's fell a little bit. So I don't know. I mean, maybe the teams do feel like that.
Tony, what did you have for dinner, by the way, while you were tardy?
I had a steak and some loaded mashed potatoes.
And real quick to touch on what Tony just said. I'm trying to pull it up real quick. You said it was Breer, right, Tony?
Yeah, Albert Breer. It was before the draft started, probably a couple minutes before it.
Yep. Yeah, there's also Dolph Kellerman as well.
Okay, here it is. Also, lots of questions on Georgia linebacker Nakobe Dean. It's straightforward. He had a laundry list of injuries in college: ankle, foot, shoulder, wrist, pec, groin hurt before pro day, may need pec surgery post rookie year, knee has wear and tear, and being smaller magnifies all that, which we got proof to say that last point isn't true. We kind of have enough evidence out there now that says just because you're smaller doesn't mean you're going to get hurt more in the NFL. But again, you could that same tweet, I hate to say it, but that same tweet, how many guys have dealt with foot, ankle, knee, as long as it's not something reoccurring and it's, a major issue that's going to impact his career, I'm not that concerned.
The Giants pick is in, and it is Juan Robinson.
Ooh,
so they have taken a wide receiver.
I'm sorry, but that's a bit of a reach, is it not?
You're sorry, Paul. Yeah. Don't be sorry.
Yeah.
I'm actually really happy about that.
He's just being polite.
Yeah,
I'm just shocked.
I would have liked Wandell at 88, but yeah, that's around early for me.
I am pleased with that pick.
Yeah.
There's Mr. Sky Moore, Pickens. My God. Is gentleman back?
John Mechie.
So, okay. We're getting close. This is the boat we were in last night. We were starting to bargain with ourselves and say, look, there's going to be options. Jermaine Johnson, like we had the conversation only to have the rug completely pulled out from under us when the Cowboys actually made their pick. It's happening a little bit here. The board is shaping up somewhat nicely for the Cowboys in all likelihood. Again, there's still a long ways to go. Tom, do you feel like things have gone rather well so far tonight?
Well, yeah, I love seeing the defensive backs going. A whole bunch of them have gone. I still keep thinking somebody needs to take a quarterback too. That would be nice, but I'm hoping the numbers line up. Then the question is, do the Cowboys make the right pick for what they've got available? That's what we really should be sweating.
They won't. Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself.
Okay, I want to throw out a question. And we'll just go around the horn. We'll start with you, Tony. Say Nakobe Dean falls and Dallas passes. How do you feel?
I don't love it because I would have loved him in the first round. Even hearing, like Connor said, with all the Albert Breer stuff, I'm still
okay. So this is a one-word question. So give me one word.
Yes.
Your word is yes. That's your emotion that you would feel.
I think misunderstood that.
The emotion is take him. Period.
That's 2 words. Again, this is a one-word question. How you would feel if they passed on him?
Upset.
Okay. Can't repeat words. Connor.
Just one word.
Just one word. It can't be a curse word.
Fire.
I'm sorry. Your internet was coming. Did you say fire or fight?
Well, both, but fire.
Okay.
I want to fight somebody because I'll be so excited because they just landed a fire linebacker.
Okay. Tom.
Can we please answer Christopher Lafayette's question that he's asked like 10 times?
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Connor. It's for you specifically.
Nakobe Dean does fit Dan Quinn's scheme. I think he is your prototypical inside linebacker. I think what he had with Deion Jones and would just be recreated with what he could get with Nakobe Dean as a middle linebacker that can blitz, that can cover, that can run sideline to sideline, and can affect all 3 levels.
Okay. So thank you. So let's get back.
Very much so.
Tom, your one word. If they passed on him.
Sad.
Sad. Okay. By the way, Christopher Lafayette says thank you, Connor. Connor's on Twitter at Connor NFL Draft. Christopher, if you want to thank him, his draft guide is available for only $5. You can see his entire top 225. Is that your entire? Yeah, exactly. So we're looking at the top 75 right here, right now. Dan, your one word if the Cowboys pass on a Kobe Dean.
Disappointed.
Paul.
Confused.
Might be the best.
Also,
answer.
my answer
Yeah.
of fire was to the question of what would happen if they drafted Nakobe Dean. That's why I said fire.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I guess what you thought I said in fight would be how I'd feel if they passed on.
I
Nakobe
thought you
Dean.
meant to like fire them. That's what, like fire somebody. Like that was
No, I
my
was like, hell
interpretation.
yeah. Like,
What's
fire,
your
great.
word, RJ? RJ, what's your word?
I would say par, like but like for the course, like it's
Only
par
one word,
for-
RJ.
Yeah, I know. The word is par. The word is par.
But you don't get to explain it then.
You all got a chance to explain it. Okay, so
All
the
right, the
Giants
Giants are
pick
about
is in.
to
We're
pick.
waiting. What's that, Connor?
I said the Giants are about to pick.
Right, we know.
They took Wandale Robinson.
Right, we've known that. We're waiting on the Browns pick. Apparently, there was a huge show for the Vikings pick on the broadcast. I know we're not watching it. By the way, Connor, Billy wants you to know that your internet is bad, but that your draft opinions are fine. So
They're showing Kentucky
Let
highlights.
me hop
of
off
Wandale
and fix that
Robinson.
real quick.
okay, we'll see you in a minute, Connor. What's that, Dan?
They were showing highlights of Wandale. I think he was in Pee Wee, but
Yeah.
Yeah, that Vikings thing was a bit of a weird one. I think it's the first time it's ever happened where the actual staff has actually told the guy to read the actual card.
I think it was Ed Marino who made the pick. And you're right, Paul. They apparently literally had to go on stage. O'Connor, you're back. No, he's fixing his internet. Okay. So apparently they had to literally go on stage. If we get video of this, we'll throw it up here. But apparently it was rather long. Everybody just wants to be Drew Pearson, Tom.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do, but they're not going to. Ain't gonna happen.
Speaking of RJ, you ever watch Blue Mountain State?
I mean, I watched the first season. I
Yeah.
think everybody did.
Mm-hmm.
Is that like your show, Tony?
No, that's the only thing I knew him from.
Okay. Connor's back, but he's not on camera. Okay, we'll get Connor back soon. Let's see here. No, nothing new yet. And Connor's still not back.
No, we've got a trade. The Browns are trading.
The
44th
Browns are trading with the Texans. The Texans coming up. Who's this for, Paul?
Oh God. I'm just gonna guess it might be quarterback. I'm just gonna say it. It might be the first quarterback off the board because they
Tonight.
need help. Yeah.
well, where were
Aside
they?
tonight.
They moved a good ways, didn't they? Where were they?
Oh, it is John
Yep.
Mechie
Good pick.
going.
Oh wow.
Welcome back, Connor. John Mechie just went to the Houston Texans, who traded up with the Cleveland Browns.
Hey,
What did
I
they-
knew
what did-
Cleveland was going to move out of that pick. I traded with them like every time in a mock draft because, I mean, people were like, no, they're going to stand there and pick a wide receiver. But I heard that they were looking to move back and just pick up more capital.
What did the Browns get back in the trade? Do we know?
Still waiting. Wow.
I
The
hope that
Texas
this
Spartan
team-
with a special. Twitch has different emojis, people. This is a little bit different.
Yeah. Twitches is on a different animal.
Is my internet any better, fellas?
I think so.
Yep.
Try stream a movie in 4K so we can check. Yeah, still waiting on compensation for the Browns. Yeah.
Browns get the 68th, 108th, and 124th picks. Texans get the 44th pick.
Wow.
Maybe you should try streaming a movie and you'd get the details quicker.
Woo!
Um.
Fire indeed.
Wow.
Got
You know,
him.
Connor, the whole show is hanging on by my computer. Oh, by the way, we have a second Twitch viewer. Our Twitch audience is growing. Swanee Boy says internet's much better. So Swanee Boy, a fan of yours, Connor. So welcome those of you on Twitch. We're working on upping our Twitch game. We'll be doing some more stuff there. We obviously got the party started with the draft. Okay, so wow, there goes John Mechie. All right, I mean, that's a slight little bummer, right? Like, just, that sucks, but not the end of the world.
Yeah, I mean, I wish we knew that they would take a Western Michigan receiver. I wish we knew that they weren't worried about George Pickens' maturity levels, because that wish of maybe getting one of those guys is kind of working itself to come true.
Well, what if Moore is their risky pick this year? What if he's let's take a small school guy to extract value?
That would be fantastic if that was their risky pick.
I mean, I think we're all thrilled with him. We're thrilled with Jalen Tolbert. Obviously thrilled with Nakobe Dean. Okay, let's not in the. Oh, we have Gelmore17 says had to switch from YouTube to Twitch. LOL. Okay, and Bizarre Sniper 14 with the hand emoji on Twitch, guys. The party, the Texas Spartan, though, did just say, I enjoyed being alone over here, LOL. So sorry that you now have company. But we appreciate those of you tuning in over there. Okay, again, not to be negative, but just in the purposes of like being able to measure ourselves against ourselves. Because last night, to your point, and actually, in case anybody cares, although, watch us please somewhere. Swanee Boy, just so everybody knows this, I switched from YouTube to Twitch. I can scroll other apps on my phone from here, at least. Big fan of exploring Twitch. So look at that. Big moment for Twitch. But so that we can hold ourselves accountable, like we did last night with Tyler Smith, what is the doomsday scenario here, Connor? Give me one name that you do not want to see that is within the realm of possibility for the Cowboys, the way Tyler Smith was last night.
Ooh, good question.
Although, also, Connor just tweeted a really vulgar thing about Nakobe Dean. Goodness gracious. We don't want to see that, Connor, by the way.
I would say Troy Anderson would be my – I mean, there's no way they're going to draft a Montana State linebacker too, but that would probably be my doomsday one. I mean, dude, I don't hate any of the options here. I mean, I don't think they're going to go offensive line here. Yeah, I mean, I would say Troy. I'm not as high on Drake Jackson as a lot of people just because I think there's a lot of projection with what he's going to do. I mean, he was 240 pounds at USC his junior and sophomore year. His freshman year, he looked great when he played at 265, and then they made him lose a bunch of weight and try to play as, more of a specified role where he wasn't set to rush the passer. So it's tough to kind of project what he's going to do at either position because we saw him play well as a pure defensive end, but not play well as a, chess piece. So Drake Jackson might be it for me, but I could see them liking him as a pure defensive end.
Dan, a lot of the commenters, I'll just put up Justin's comment here, says, or a tight end would be doomsday. If the Cowboys want, for example, say Trey McBride, it has to be here, right? Like they're not getting Trey McBride at 88. So say they are in love. They feel like we need to draft Trey McBride. Is that doomsday for you? Or doomsday-ish? Is that in the neighborhood of doomsday? The same zip code, perhaps?
I would feel very unsettled about it. I think that's way too early. I like the choices later. I guess that would qualify. There's a lot of players that fall into the doomsday category. To me, I don't want them to go Sam Williams here. That's the guy I'm worried about. There's so many good players on this board still. So, it's definitely setting us up for disappointment because, like I said, there's a large group to choose from. I definitely hope it's not Sam Williams. If that happens, I'm not as flexible as Connor is, but I would probably kiss my cat if that was Sam Williams.
Lions have traded up.
Yeah, Lions traded up. God, that's got to be for Willis.
Has to
That's
be.
a good point.
Got to be for Willis,
Has to
man.
be.
They talked about taking him at 2.
The Ravens, by the way, have made their pick before the Lions traded up, and it is for David Ojabo.
God, they always pick the good players.
I'm starting to think they're pretty good at drafting.
Oh, no Scotland for
We need
Cowboys.
to get
Damn it.
freaking somebody over there to flash us their big board like
I
Jerry
was
did
prepared
yesterday.
to,
And we
I was
just steal
prepared to
it.
fly my flag.
So the Ravens, to date, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, have Kyle Hamilton, have Tyler Linderbaum, and David Ojabo.
That's a great.
Sweet.
That's
Why don't you just draft? Why don't you just draft 3 of my top 10 players before Ojabo tore his Achilles? He was my 10th overall player before he tore his Achilles. So they would have gotten my 10th overall player, my 9th overall player, and my 4th overall player.
They're probably going to get into Kobe Dean next.
Yeah.
Way to go, Dan. Way to keep us excited. Wow.
I mean, my wife's a Ravens fan. I can kind of claim that, right?
You're in that neck of the woods. I mean, you know what I mean? Like
Baltimore?
I mean, how far is Baltimore? Was it M&T Bank Stadium? How far is that from you?
3 hours.
That's not far. That's a day. Like you can do
I
it.
could be from North Carolina. I could be from South Carolina. I could be from Tennessee.
I know, Connor, but I'm from Texas, where like what part of the state is like 10 hours away. So like I know it's weird up there where you can just cruise through 7 or 8 states in a day. All right. I mean, I don't know how that works, but anyway, let's.
B. Willis.
Swanee Boy on our very popular Twitch feed says, at this point, I'm kind of just hoping we take BPA. We decided to use our first for a positional player, so let's just take best available. Honestly, Tom, are you feeling like, you know what? Just do the simple thing. Just don't make it complicated. Just be water right now, Cowboys. Just be water.
Oh yeah, just trying to. Are you trying to make me go to the bathroom? Talk like anyway.
Whoa.
Yeah, we just need to let's just see what comes to us at this point. The edge bunch is getting pretty washed out right now, so it looks less likely they're going to go that.
But that makes the Sam Williams pick feel a little bit more likely, right?
Oh, that's my nightmare.
No, but I'm just like, again, if we're forecasting, because the Cowboys could feel what Tom's saying, like we got to go to the bathroom, and Sam Williams is about to go. Like if we want him, we'll get our tight end later, we'll get our receiver later. Now is the time for Sam Williams, 56 overall.
I like Sam Williams a lot. I know I'm alone on that island.
Yeah, I think 56 is a little early for him, but it depends on what they're looking at. Like I said, right now the pickings look better in the wide receiver group at the moment, but we've still got too many picks to get through.
What do you guys think about Bernard Raymond? I mean, I wasn't expecting to see him still available. I mean, with the Cowboys, they got to fix their line. Wouldn't that just quiet some people up to guard, and you guys, would you be happy with him at 56?
I just don't think you can afford to. I mean, he would be a backup.
Lions have selected Josh Pastro, defensive end.
Oh wow, that's early. I had him
not a quarterback.
Yeah.
I love Pascal's one of those guys that I love. I say I love, and then I'm like, oh, he's ranked 74th, but like.
That's early.
His grade was a lot.
It's just that. It's not even Willis yet.
That's jeez. That's a Sam Williams pick
Kansas
right
City's
there.
going to land Sky Moore here, aren't they? Coming up.
It seems very
brother,
possible.
are you serious?
Imagine that. Jeez.
So we've got Detroit has picked. So now we're waiting on Washington.
I just can't believe. I mean, I like Josh Pascal, but I can't believe they traded up for Josh Pascal.
Yeah.
That was kind of interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Did New Orleans take up wide receiver yesterday?
They traded up for Chris Olave.
Okay, all right.
Kansas City's going to get George Pickens or Sky Moore here, and then we're going to be like, why is Kansas City good every year? And it's
and also New Orleans picked Trevor Penning as well, did they not?
They did.
No, was it New Orleans?
Yeah, it was their second one. Their second first round pick.
I was going to say the Chargers, but they took Zion.
They sure did.
There's
Kevin forecasting says Washington is going to take Dean.
Anybody just see Todd Archer's said that Josh Pascal who just went at 46 was a prime target of the Cowboys in round 2.
Oh, thank you for taking him.
I want to throw this part. So the second half of that tweet, Tony, again, this is Todd Archer's tweet, says he won the Jason Witten Collegiate Man of the Year award. This is going to sound like a joke. I'm completely serious. how much do we feel that really matters in the evaluation for the Cowboys?
Oh, I
That he
hope
won
not.
that specific award.
Oh,
I hope none. I really hope none.
They're
Yeah.
they're smarter than that.
Josh Pascal plays exactly like DeMarcus Lawrence does. Like they're identical to me.
Mm.
I mean, obviously Josh Pascal isn't 2022 DeMarcus Lawrence, but like if you narrowed down DeMarcus Lawrence and the way he wins and the way he plays, it looks a lot like Josh Pascal. He's just a good. I mean, he had like cancer. He overcame cancer.
Yeah,
He's a great
high character
dude.
guy.
Like, the story's awesome. He's a high effort dude. I mean, he just. Like I said, I
Washington's-
hate that I have him at 74 because the way his report reads and the way I view him, I'm like, oh, this guy's a top 50 guy. But then
Washington has taken. I might need a little bit of help here. Fedarian Mathis.
ooh, that is early.
Wow.
That's a one pick. They love their big defensive lineman.
That's a corner, right?
No,
Defensive
interior
tackle.
defensive tackle out of Alabama. He's a one technique that can play the 3, can even reduce down and play the 5. Really good run defender. He's one of those guys that I think he reminds me a little bit of like Osa coming out, where he's a bigger version of Osa, where you could play him at the nose, you could play him at the 3. He was a ton of fun at Alabama. He was a prime. Like if he'd have been there at 88, I would have loved for them to add him to help improve that run defense. But I mean, it whatever 40, whatever that's early for him in my opinion.
So we've got remaining before the Cowboys currently Chicago, New Orleans, Kansas City, Philly, Pittsburgh, Indy, New England, Arizona. And Arizona has yet to pick. Obviously, they traded for Hollywood Brown last night, so they're not a threat to take a receiver. But Chicago is a threat to take a receiver. Dan, you were asking about New Orleans. They're not. Kansas City is a threat. I don't think Philadelphia is after having traded for A.J. Brown. Indianapolis is strange. There are at least 2 threats lurking at wide receiver, or 4 wide receivers in front of the Cowboys.
Yeah, so I think that there are. I don't know who the Cowboys would target, but they definitely have choices there. Chicago could go, Kansas City could go. There's 2 teams I think that could take a receiver before the Cowboys.
So there's 8 picks before the Cowboys, and just looking at best available, there's probably 5 guys that I'd be okay taking. So
who
I'd
are your
like
5 that you would take, right?
I would take Nakobe Dean, Sky Moore. I'd be okay with Trey McBride and George Pickens. Maybe Alec Pierce too. Like there's some guys there that I might, my point is there are guys there that they should not be able to bungle this again.
Right, yeah.
And again, I might be on an island if they do draft Sam Williams, but he would be included in my – if I exclude the offensive linemen, like Bernard Raymond and Sean Ryan, just because they already took a guy in round 1, if I took them out, my list would go Nakobe Dean, Christian Harris, Perion Winfrey, George Pickens, Sky Moore, Jaquan Brisker, Sam Williams, DeMarvin Leal. I mean, that's a good group of guys to pick from. If they land any of those guys, I'm thrilled.
So you like
I'd almost consider moving back if you could move back.
Christopher has a question here as I move one of my dog's toys that is behind my chair, and I don't want to have an accident here. Christopher's question is, does anyone want to trade up or trade back? I think we're all fine waiting, right? Like, no, I don't think any of us want to move. Just pick.
I mean, Travis Jones is still available. I mean, that's a guy that we heard first round talk on. Nick Bonito's still hanging around, really good player. We haven't talked about the tight ends, Trey McBride. I mean, there's a ton of Chad Muma still around. We thought he could go early. I mean, they've got plenty of good players still available. Again, we said it last night, but this is lining up where it's going to be really, really hard to mess it up. You're going to have to – and again, some people will consider Sam Williams a mess up. I wouldn't, but, I mean, I like a lot of these options here.
So based on what you just said, with all those players, all those, good choices there, to RJ's point, should the Cowboys consider going back?
Yeah. I mean, if you could pick up a top 120 pick to move back 5 or 6 spots, I'd be all about that.
On the flip side, if they have someone that they really are targeting, it's getting down to the point where it might just take one of those 5th round picks to move up, and that would
I agree. If they have a blinking light, I would.
Yeah.
I would like to save that to move up from 88 if they could, because I really think there's going to be some good players in this group, where they won't have to do that. But I totally would like to see them bump up from 88 to get, to find that player they want in that area. But I don't know. But there's still a lot of good players right now to where I maybe moving back might be the way to go.
Christopher Connor wants to know where Sky Moore is on your board. Let's get your board up on the screen here. Again, Connor's draft guide is available. Go to his Twitter at Connor NFL Draft. Is it still your pinned tweet, Connor?
Still is, yes.
Thank you. You can get the information that you need there to get it. It's $5. Very, very, very well worth it. Sky Moore is where? I'm scanning myself just
40.
to double check.
40.
Yep. Okay, 40.
So he'd be good value.
George Pickens ahead of him at 38, though, so both options still available for the Cowboys right now, and everybody, obviously.
Everything that George Pickens would bring would be so much fun. I mean, he's got size, he's got ball skills, he's got tracking skills, he's got great hands. I mean, we've complained about drops for how many years now? He's got the best hands in the class, in my opinion. He's got the dog mentality that we talked about, where it's just like, no nonsense, feed me the ball, I'll block, I'll hit, I'll do whatever I need to do. It's just, yeah. I mean, he's not as big as Dez Bryant, but a lot of his traits and a lot of what he brings to a locker room, I think, is Dez Bryant-like.
That's what I was going to ask you. Is that your comp? Is Dez Bryant your comp for him?
I mean, no, just because he's not 225 pounds. He's only 195 pounds, so he's slender. But I don't know. I mean, I hate doing comps. If I had to give a comp, I don't know, how big is a Marvin Jones?
Hang on, Connor. The Bears have just taken Jaquan Brisker with the 48th pick. So New Orleans now on the clock.
He's somebody that I like. I don't know if the Cowboys would have taken him because you know how they value safety. That's rich for the Cowboys. But, I mean, a solid, good football player.
Looks like pretty good value at the spot, too.
We're getting close enough now that I'm going to put all of you guys in an uncomfortable spot. Maybe it's not uncomfortable. I hope it is, because I just want to see all of you squirm. I want a name from each of you, your fever dream pick right now. And so if it happens, we get to celebrate you. You can't repeat anybody else's choice, and that's fine. You can say, like, hey, Connor took my pick, Dan took my pick, whatever. So only one person gets into Kobe Dean. Tom, you get to go first. Who is your fever dream pick, your perfect scenario for the Cowboys, where we sit right now with New Orleans on the clock at 49 at 56 overall?
Pickens.
Okay, that's Tom's. Dan.
I'm going to go Christian Harris.
Okay, Connor?
Nakobe Dean.
Wow, we went chalk. All right, Tony.
With those picks taken, I would say Sky Moore.
Okay.
All those would be fantastic.
What about you, RJ?
Well, I'm looking at Connor's board now. I mean, again, I was really noble and let all of you guys go first. Man,
You don't know, do you? That's why.
Well, no, I'm thinking. I mean, because you all I have to pick my fifth option here.
Benito would be fun. Travis Jones would be fun. The Marvin Leal would be fun.
Well, they didn't get my Aggie early on.
I still like Sam Williams. I mean, I know I'm alone there.
Are you talking Leal?
Yeah, I mean,
Here's an interesting point on.
He was a 30
Some
visit
people
too.
are looking at him as a defensive end, which would fill the edge rusher spot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's an end just because he's 284 pounds. So I mean, I think he's got to bulk up more to play with more play strength and play as a 3 technique. But he's a guy who could bounce around a little bit. He could play.
They like those guys that can move around on the defensive line.
So we picked our favorites, but who is our we absolutely don't want? You guys got one of those?
I mean, for me, it would still be. I mean, it would be Myjai Sanders, who's a guy I think they like. I hope it's not at 56. I hope it's more of an 88 target. Myjai Sanders would be early for me.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, again, it's going to be hard to mess it up.
I think – so this is a different take on the answer, but for me, it's Trey McBride. I like Trey McBride, but I would be upset with the direction that they went. Similar to last night. Like, I mean, I'm rooting for Tyler Smith, obviously, be awesome, but again, like relative to what their options were, it would just. I would hate that it would dampen the selection for me. I would have a little bit more difficult time getting behind the selection than I would if they landed him in a more organic way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. I wouldn't want McBride here.
Like, it'd be awesome in a vacuum, but then I would feel like, well, I mean, you know, it would be the like the Avengers meme of like, we got Trey McBride at what cost, everything, like sort of thing. I mean,
the tight end class is just too deep too, I think, to take one here with these players still available. I mean, I just don't. Christian Harris is another guy that if they're scared off of Nakobe Dean's injuries or size or whatever it is, Christian Harris is still undersized, but I mean that dude's a ton of fun. He's kind of similar heat-seeking missile, physical downhill presence, great speed, great physicality. I mean, he could be if they go, hey, we want a linebacker here, but we're worried about the injuries. Another guy that we haven't discussed, and I think he was a 30 visit too, if I'm not mistaken, is Perion Winfrey, the Oklahoma defensive tackle.
Yeah.
That could be the surprise pick because
I had if the right interior defensive lineman was there, I had him as someone that they might go for.
I mean, again, like we've said a few times, I just feel like they got to do something silly to mess it up here.
Johnny Boy RN just asked about Muma.
I like Muma. I don't like him as much as some people. As he's my 66th overall player. He kind of reminds you a lot of what Logan Wilson did coming out of Wyoming, where he can cover a little bit, run sideline to sideline. I don't think he's the most physical linebacker, and I think they need that. If they're going to play two linebacker sets a lot and Jaron Kearse mixed in, that's one of the reasons I just don't know how excited they are to draft linebacker early because they play nickel a ton. There's only two linebackers on the field a ton, and that's going to be probably a lot of Michael Parsons, some Leighton Vander Esch, and then some Jabril Cox, and then Jaron Kearse is going to fit in that role too. So,
well, Todd Archer just tweeted Connor and said, closing in on 56, would think receiver, tight end, maybe defensive end, linebacker. So definitely in play.
Yeah. I mean, I would love Nick Bonito here too. I mean, that's a guy that I got graded as my 56th overall player. They haven't gone edge yet.
I like Bonito.
Yeah, Bonito would be fun because he could play linebacker some for you too. He could play that traditional linebacker role, but he's also a really good pass rusher.
The Saints are in. I don't know if anybody saw it.
Is it
I
bad?
haven't seen what it is.
Wow.
Alante Taylor from
Holy moly.
cornerback Alante Taylor.
Wow, I love Taylor, but that's just way too early.
Yeah, I liked him on day 3 too, but Jesus, man.
You were talking about Bonita, and the Cowboys probably are a little more familiar with him than they are with most players, since it's just up the road from Dallas.
Well, and Connor, didn't you had him on talking the draft? And
no, that was Asamoah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, then never mind.
But real quick, Bonito, he had 9 sacks in 2020, 7 sacks in 2021. He's 6'3", 248 pounds, so a little different frame than you're used to as your traditional edge, but he played a lot of inside linebacker. He played a lot of outside linebacker. He played kind of a unique role for Oklahoma. But I think you could bulk him up. You could get him to 250, 255 and play him as a right defensive end.
Yeah, I like that.
His arms are a little short for Dan Quinn, 32.5-inch arms. He normally likes 33 plus, but I mean, if he's my 56 overall player. He's got a 9.35 relative athletic score. Explosive dude, runs well. I mean, that'd be a good pick. Again, it's gonna be hard to mess it up. I would consider trading back here too. I mean, if you can get somebody to come up and give you 119, 120, I'd be all over that. I hope. Let me say this too. One of those doomsday picks would be Tariq Woolen.
Oh.
I mean, I have him graded as my 62nd overall player, so it's not a huge reach, but he's 6'4". He runs a 4.3. That sounds like a better version of Nahshon Wright from last year, and with the Kelvin Joseph stuff, I wonder if they're eyeing that and Dan Quinn's foaming at the mouth.
I know that we talked about Andrew Booth, but would that lead us to believe? I think it would naturally cause people to wonder whether they have doubts about Kelvin Joseph's availability. Talking just about football. I mean, again, not that corner is I'm not saying it's not a need, it's totally taken care of, but that would, I think, fuel that discussion if they went that direction again, especially with the way the board looks at the moment. Thank you all for silently agreeing with me. Appreciate it.
I still can't believe Alontae Taylor went in the top 50. That's if I thought if a guy like that went in the top 50, it'd been Tariq Woolen just because of the traits. That's very interesting.
Is there anybody that, I mean, this is to the panel here.
Micah Parsons just tweeted, crazy, I haven't seen Dean go yet. So
yeah, he's still out there. I mean, if
and
he's
message.
sitting there,
Oh, is that who he wants?
Message.
At this point, I mean, I just don't. Unless
Micah
you
wants to
have him
pin his ears
completely
back.
off the board for medicals, how do you? I can't believe he has it. I mean, Philly's probably going to take him here or something, and we'll just throw a pin across the room. But Baltimore's not coming up here, are they? No,
Kansas City's going to take Sky Moore, right?
I think so.
Take a receiver.
The Saints have traded for the 50th pick. Wow, so they traded with Kansas City.
They got
Looks
the
like.
Chiefs.
The
Yep.
Saints?
what?
Wait, I don't know.
Yep.
This says Patriots,
Yes.
and then I got Saints.
yes, it is for the Chiefs pick, Connor.
Who traded? Patriots or Saints?
No, the Saints. The Saints have traded for this pick.
So Saints
So-
are going back to back?
Now we got conflicting reports here.
Yeah,
2 have
it
said
says
Patriots and 1 says Saints.
Yeah, Mike Garafolo just tweeted that the Patriots are on the clock.
I think it's the Patriots. Tom Pelissero and Dove Kleeman both said.
Yeah, we got
Patriots.
3 people
So
confirming
this-
the Patriots.
They
yeah.
might want Sky Moore.
They might. Who did they?
That would
Who
work.
did they take last? Who did they take last night?
Chris Olave.
They took-
Oh no, the
they took
Patriots. No,
Cam
Cole
Jordan.
Strange.
Cole Strange.
Yeah,
I wonder if this is for Nakobe Dean. I mean,
Could be.
that's a Bill Belichick. You know, he don't care about injury stuff. He don't care about. I mean, he took Cole Strange in the first round.
It was the Patriots that the Chiefs traded up with last night, was it not? To take
Patriots didn't trade up last night.
no, the Chiefs traded up with the Patriots. That's what I'm saying. Last night, and so right now,
So the Patriots have picked. Their pick is in. Who did they get?
I mean, I love that
Cole,
I guess Kansas,
Mike Tenier tweeted the Patriots select Cole Stranger. That was awesome.
it cost them the 158th to move up.
that's nothing.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. I might look at trade. You know, if you got a guy that you're just blinking light, I'd move up here.
Tyquan Thornton.
God,
Tyquan
what?
Thornton.
Yep.
What did Sky Moore and George Pickens do to these people?
That's a wide receiver, right?
Yeah, I mean,
He's
again,
like outside the top 100.
I don't.
I
I was going to say
say
I was looking at just working off of a couple of things, looking at second and third round graded. He didn't even show up.
I mean,
Show Micah's tweet on NFL Network, by the way.
He is rough around the edges. I will tell you that much.
That's crazy. Or do they just only have their day 3 players?
This is why I love the second round, though, because you can draw it out. You know, it's nothing like the first round, like where you can draw it out and get somewhat close. No, my 154th player just went at 50.
Arif Hassan from The Athletic notes that he is on the consensus board. Wait, what was he for you, Connor?
154.
He was 155 on the consensus
He
board.
is Cole Stranger.
Yeah.
Dude, that is wow.
Helpful.
I heard that the
That's
Patriots
helpful.
only have like a sheet of paper for the draft board that has a list of 7 names. I'm starting to believe that might be
There's
true.
on the broadcast they're showing like every team's like additions and subtractions. They showed Terrence Mitchell as an addition for the Patriots this offseason. It was a good time for the Cowboys.
I mean, this as bad as the first round went for Dallas, as far as people going that they're probably interested in, I don't think the second round has gone any better. Like you think they probably have some sort of interest in Nakobe Dean if he's on their board. You think they'd have some sort of interest in Christian Harris. We know they're interested in Bernard Raymond. I think they visited with Perrion Winfrey. Sky, I mean, I don't think they're interested in Sky Moore, but who knows? You got 2 top receivers still there.
Philly's going to get Nakobe. I just feel it. I feel it's happening. They're going to take a linebacker.
And say, look what we stole from the Cowboys.
Yeah, it'd be Harris or Nakobe.
I just saw Micah Parsons tweet and scratched off the pick that they were going to do and just like, let's piss them off tonight.
Yeah. We're up in like 5 picks, aren't we? Like,
Please pick George. I mean, George Pickens is like the CeeDee Lamb of this draft would be for me. I just think that dude, I don't know. I think some people take his immaturity and turn it into something it's not when it's just, again, how many people called Dez immature and just a lot of the same stuff that it was passion. It was, I don't know.
I do think if Harris, Dean get past Philly, I think one of them makes it. I don't see other teams going linebacker before us. I really want Philly to whiff here. Who do we want Philly to take? What would be a complete whiff? Is there another type?
What did they do? They did Jordan Davis, AJ Brown yesterday. Do they have another pick?
No, that's it.
I know
so they might be looking at defensive. They might be looking at edges here. I mean, they could go Nick Bonito. That wouldn't be fun. Nick Bonito. I mean, I know they were looking at edge in the first round. So Nick Bonito. Cameron Thomas is a guy that
Cam Jurgens to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice. Replace Kelsey. That's, to me, I think, I don't know, that's a little early maybe.
Still early for me. I know people love Jurgens, but I just.
Yeah, I'm happy with that pick.
It makes sense. I mean,
good player. It's a good player.
Yeah.
But it's definitely worse than their first 2 picks they made. So I'm pleased with. So
I would be such a bad. I mean, maybe I don't know if it'd be bad or good, but me running a draft right now, I'd be like, if we don't take Nakobe Dean, I'm quitting. You know?
Yeah.
It's like there's one name on the board still that's just like a blinking light. Like even if you have never watched the player, most of America knows who Nakobe Dean is because of how good he is. He played for Georgia. Just like, how do you not? I don't know.
But so many teams there's something going on. There's something going on.
I'm sure it's medicals for him, but we have seen that they are not afraid of the medicals, especially in the second round.
Is this like a Maurice Hurst type situation where just like.
See, but I get that. Like, that's a heart condition where it's like, oh, he banged up his ankle. He's got a shoulder injury. It's like, yeah, so does everyone else in the NFL.
Okay, so we are now 5 picks away. We've got Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, Kansas City, and Arizona to go. Only real top receiver threat here is Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe Malik Willis is still hanging around. Feel bad for that kid. He's a good dude. And I think he's probably...
Did everybody just hype him up too much? I mean, that was crazy. It's like they project him top 10, and it's like now everyone's just completely forgotten about him.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's I don't know. I don't understand it. I think if I were to draft, he was my quarterback one. Like if I was to draft the quarterback and I didn't need a guy to play right away, he would have been the guy I want. But I will say, based on my board, one of the reasons I wanted to go a different position in round 1 is because I'm still staring at Sean Ryan. I'm still staring at a Jamari Sawyer. I'm still staring at a Darian Kennard.
Mm-hmm.
Still staring at a Ed Ingram. There's plenty of guard options here that I do like. So that was one of the reasons I was kind of considering, going wide receiver before they all went, but going edge, going
right.
So
Connor, RK, great name, has a question. Says, do you think a team might trade up to grab him? Talking about Malik Willis. I mean, we're all talking about the Cowboys maybe trading down. I mean, I don't know that any team would be like desperate for a quarterback at this point.
George Pickens is a Steeler.
Oh no. Yep. So there goes one. Wow. So Pittsburgh now has Kenny Pickett and George Pickens. But they're missing James Washington. So who are the real losers?
Let's be real. Who drafts? Who picks the best receivers?
Pittsburgh.
Who picks
No,
the
you're right.
divas? Who picks the divas?
No, Dan. Again, Pittsburgh
That's
has.
true, but they're good players.
I know they are, but
We're talking like, and this goes back a long time now. Mike Wallace, Antonio Brown,
I know, yeah.
Juju Smith-Schuster,
Claypool.
Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool. I mean,
Oh,
listen.
Deontay Johnson. Why did he get lumped in that group?
I mean, like he's got potential. Like I'm not like he's.
I thought you were saying he was a diva.
Oh no! I'm
he
talking
just-
just like solid receivers.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just saying like yeah,
Deontay Johnson might be a top 10 receiver that nobody talks about.
right.
Like he's playing with a terrible quarterback, no protection. Like he's a stud. I'm surprised Bernard Raymond's still here. I hope they don't, but I wonder if that's their blinking light where they're like,
he was
I
a visit.
can't pass.
Okay. Look, that one hurts. That's the first like that hurts.
That one does hurt.
Right.
That one's a gut punch.
Nothing else really hurt so far. All right, tonight, obviously. There are still a lot of ways that this can work out very nicely.
So we got Indy, Kansas City, Arizona, and then we are on the clock. Kansas City, they could take your Sky Moore guy right in front of you. I think that is a consideration. I mean, they have not gone receiver yet, right?
Arizona don't need one because they got Marquise Brown now, right?
And they picked up his fifth-year option today. Benjamin Albright tweeted out, just kind of pondering whether or not maybe Indianapolis takes Trey McBride. We have not seen a tight end go. That could happen. And that say that does happen. Like play that out or waiting on that pick. But though, by the way,
wait, say that one more time, RJ.
I said that Benjamin Albright tweet. Oh, the Colts just took Alec Pierce. So there's another. Hey, it's a fine prospect. I mean, like maybe you weren't wanting him right now, but Alec Pierce. So like the receiver run is starting. So we've seen George Pickens go now at 52 to Pittsburgh. We've seen Alec Pierce go at 53 to Indianapolis. We still have Kansas City. So we already expected Kansas City to take. I mean, it has to be Sky Moore.
Right.
I mean, are you saying it is officially Sky Moore?
No.
Tony?
I'm just saying like it makes too much sense.
Yeah, like Kansas City was already going to take the receiver. We were already saying it's going to be Sky Moore for the Chiefs. They've already traded back, etc. I mean, does anybody disagree that the Chiefs are taking Sky Moore right here, right now?
What did the Chiefs do in the first round?
Trent McDuffie they traded up for. That was the trade with the Patriots I was talking about, and then George Karlaftis with the second pick.
Yeah, I mean they got a corner. They got a corner and an edge. That was kind of the other positions they were hunting. So I just don't see how they don't go Sky Moore here. Unless they like Jalen Tolbert, which I got those guys graded pretty similarly, so they might see that and like him.
KT, Kevin Turner from the Eagle tweeted out a moment ago that the Cowboys have liked Jalen Tolbert for a while. That would, it would be a big deviation. Their first two picks, get some small school guys. I think we'd be fine with that though, right? Like we'd all be happy with that pick.
I'd like Jalen. I mean, I'm not saying KT's lying. I love KT, but
right.
Last time I talked to Jalen Tolbert, he straight up told me off the record that they hadn't really had any discussions. So maybe he's talked to somebody in the Cowboys.
No, I think his tweet was that the Cowboys loved him. So like that, not necessarily a conversation happening, but just maybe fans of him.
Right.
But I mean, so if we assume Sky Moore goes to the Chiefs, actually, let me ask this question first. If the Chiefs do not take Sky Moore, are we all in? That has to be the pick, especially given the way that, so Tony says yes, Connor says no, Dan says no. Tom?
No, it doesn't have to be.
No, so Tony, you're the only one who says yes.
No, I had to amend myself.
Oh, no, the whole group said no, and you wanted to be part. You wanted to sit at the cool kids table.
I was the first one. You ever seen that meme when you're like, yeah. I mean, I'll take Nakobe Dean or Sky Moore, and I'd be happy. I'd be a happy camper.
That would be a great pair to choose from.
I mean, it's just you got Nakobe Dean, you got Christian Harris. Would be thrilled with Christian Harris here at 56. Perion Winfrey, Sky Moore. I still like Sam Williams, DeMarvin Leal, Travis Jones. I mean, Travis Jones should be in consideration here.
Mm-hmm. Travis
Jones is a stud.
Yeah, I like him over Winfrey in the sense of that would give us a.
This has nothing to do with the Cowboys. Just interesting. Connor, who was it that you said last night was in a car accident a week ago? Wasn't it Trayvon Walker? Well, Ian Rappaport just noted that did we know that George Pickens was in that car accident?
Guy Moore is a Kansas City Chief.
Yeah.
Was Nakobe Dean driving?
He was not, but his head hit the windshield apparently. So apparently he's all right. But I mean, man, that's really scary stuff. Did we know that he was in the car with Trayvon Walker or something? I feel like we knew that.
No,
I didn't hear that.
So Sky Moore just went. You say?
Yep.
Yeah.
He's a Chief.
Perfect fit. It's a perfect fit.
Yep. And again, that's why the Chiefs are good every year, because they pick good players in the draft. They add players in free agency and trade value. They do smart things most of the time.
Tell you what, if he's as good as Kavanaugh thinks he is, I mean, they just they lost Tyreek Hill and now bring in Sky Moore. So,
well, and you think about they added Juju Smith-Schuster and Marquez Valdes-Scantling. I mean, like, they don't have nothing there, and they still have Mecole Hardman. I mean, like, okay. So Sky Moore's gone. We all have to make our peace with that. Who is the pick? The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. We are one pick away from the Dallas Cowboys being on the clock. Who does everybody want? Shout it out loud. Scream it.
I want a linebacker.
Nakobe Dean.
Nakobe Dean.
Now it's a value thing.
I want Nakobe Dean. I think it's still probably a good chance it's Sam Williams.
Oh, I don't want that.
If Nakobe Dean is on the board and they take Sam Williams, I would take Sam Williams at 88 all day and feel good about it. 56 with Nakobe Dean sitting there it's a tough pill to swallow.
I think I've come to terms that there's something going on with Nakobe Dean for all these good teams passing up on him. So I'm worried that maybe that would be too risky. So I would rather play it safe and take Christian Harris at this point. But I don't have any information. I'm just I'm concerned.
This team takes chances in the second round, though.
Oh yeah, but
and his talent is undeniable.
The chat really wants Nakobe Dean.
Yep.
Peter Schrager just tweeted that the Cardinals are getting Kyler Murray yet another weapon. Is this Trey McBride? Maybe.
Could be.
I know they have Zach Ertz, but I mean, there's
Trey McBride. It is. That's who it is.
Confirmed.
Okay.
Confirmed.
Trey McBride of the Arizona Cardinals. So I kind of saved the Cowboys from themselves just a little bit there. But the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. Wherever you are watching, if you're on YouTube, if you're on Facebook, if you're on Twitch, special shout out to our Twitch audience, our growing nucleus there. Comment who you would like to see the Dallas Cowboys draft right here, right now at 56 overall. Tom, go. Names. Any name you want, anybody can repeat. Go. Tom, hurry up. Let's go. We're on the clock, baby.
All right. Just one name is B. Dean.
All right. Tony.
Nakobe Dean.
Dan.
Harris.
And Connor.
I'd like it to be Nakobe Dean, but let's do what we think it's going to be, because those are two totally different conversations.
Yeah,
I think it's Raymond.
I think it's Sam Williams.
I think it's Sam Williams too.
Yeah, I think so.
We're going to be disappointed 2 days in a row, or I am.
I'm not. We've seen we had 12.5 sacks last year at Ole Miss. He played reduced down, like head up against the tackle, even inside the tackle a lot of times. So I just think if you put his speed and
does he bend enough for you, Connor?
Huh?
Does he bend enough for you?
Well, see, and that's something that he's not going to run a 6.7 cone, but I think people correlate him lining up head up on a tackle as he doesn't have the ability to flatten. But that just makes it hard to flatten when you have to go around a guy and then to the quarterback. I think if you put him in a wide 9 roll, even just playing outside the tackles, outside shoulder, I think that'll allow him to do that more than having to run through a guy and then bend it. There's no arc with him. It's a lot of just straight ahead and that 3-man front Ole Miss scheme. So,
but what would you rather have a linebacker here? There's still some good edges, and maybe like trade up from 88 and get. Because there's Benito still available.
Oh yeah. Like I said, I have Dean, Harris. I got guys graded above Williams. It wouldn't be a absolutely freak out pick for me that I know a lot of people are saying they'd be freaked out about. We've seen the traitsy guy, like the guys who have the length, the explosiveness, the speed. Rashawn Gary's a perfect example where people are like, yeah, he's rough. He can't play.
Yeah.
Took a year, and now he's a stud. I think that those explosive traits develop at that position better than any other position in the NFL. But I would 100% go Nakobe Dean here.
Anybody by chance watching the Cowboys War Room? Is that showing anywhere?
It's not. But our entire chat is filled with Nakobe Dean's name. I don't. I think we're more nervous than last night. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, because they could really
so much of this pick makes us feel differently about last night, right? Like that's what's about to happen, right? Like our whole
RJ, we did a ton of mock drafts together. And how many times did I tell you that there weren't going to be good receivers there in the second round?
1,000. We talked about it in the third. That was why we traded up to take Jahan Dotson in our final one because we said there's no way it's going to happen in the third, and you said it's probably not going to happen in the second. But I mean that happened. So.
A couple of weeks ago on the Star Seminar, I had Tony Thompson on, and he actually predicted not only did Tyler Smith, but Nakobe makes it to 56. So that would be super crazy if that scenario happens.
I mean, the only thing I wouldn't want here is, like you said earlier, I know McBride's off the board, but I'd hate to see them reach for a Jelani Woods or a Jeremy Ruckert here.
Don't say that.
I mean,
I'd love the prospects of Jabril Cox, Nakobe Dean, the two linebackers with Micah Parsons coming down, being a pass rusher. Like, the way Nakobe Dean plays, man, if this isn't the pick, I honestly would be disappointed.
I think it's going to be Sam Williams. That's just my opinion on it.
I hope it's Harris.
They are not trading.
The pick is in.
Calvin Watkins just said, "Do you want Nakobe Dean, Travis Jones, Daniel Bellinger, whoever that is?" But he did not include Sam Williams' name in that.
That's good.
We're all waiting. This is.
Yeah, Bellinger's a tight end
from San Diego State, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why his name was in that conversation.
You said it was Calvin, didn't you?
Yeah.
Cowboy fans are going to be
ecstatic. Never forget where Calvin said that Jalen Weidemeyer could be an option at 24 about 2 months ago.
Okay, so remember, I'm telling you guys here, not our loyal audience, don't say the pick out loud until we triple confirm this. We had a whoops-a-daisy last night. We won't name names who happened to say the name out loud. By the way, there's some Joel Embiid news happening right now. But
did I slip up last night?
I don't think it was UConn. I don't even remember. I'm just kind of making that up right now. I'm nervous.
What name did he slip up on? Should we have tried to force that into the existence?
No. Right now, we're all trying to manifest Nakobe Dean into existence. That's where I want all of our energy in this particular moment.
Who did Arizona take? I've got
Trey McBride.
Okay, that's right. I lost that. That was 3 minutes ago.
And control your emotions too. We don't want to hear like, oh.
The Trey McBride pick feels like 3 hours ago already. I mean, like, it's just.
I was just gonna ask: are we taking long, or is it just anticipation here?
We're taking long.
It slows down at weird times.
They milk it.
It's just more time to think about how the Chiefs drafted Sky Moore.
I mean,
he's going to be awesome. He's going to be awesome in dynasty leagues. Dave Hellman tweeted that he thinks the Cowboys might have taken Trey McBride at 56. Yep. So thank you, Cardinals.
Oh, man.
Michael Gelkin tweeted 4 minutes ago that the Cowboys are on the clock, so the pick's got to be coming up here.
Right.
Dude, I would have loved Trey McBride.
Trey McBride deserves better uniforms in Arizona. All right, the pick is in.
I haven't seen it yet, so.
I haven't either.
I am typing it up. I'm double checking.
Yeah,
it's confirmed.
Okay. Yep. The Dallas Cowboys with the 56th overall selection have taken Ole Miss edge Sam Williams. Connor, you called it. We talked about this a lot as an option. Cowboys did not take Jermaine Johnson last night. They're obviously passing on Nakobe Dean right now. Alex Storm says on YouTube, let the meltdown commence. A lot of us said that we were fine with this player at 88. We took him a lot at 88 in a lot of the mock drafts that we did. This feels rich, very rich. But Connor, you are kind of the lone dude who's happy about this here. So in a rare twist of fates, talk everybody here off the ledge.
I'll read my summary like I did last night. When looking at the whole picture, Sam Williams' evaluation can become frustrating, but pass rush wins in the NFL, and Sam Williams has pass rush. Williams has an elite athletic and physical profile to pair with impressive pass rush tape. While he still has a ways to go as a run defender and needs to improve on his effort play in and play out, Williams can still make plays against the run given his explosiveness, power, and length. Williams off the field will require a lot of research, but if it checks out with teams in that aspect, he could be drafted in the top 50 based on his pass rush ability and elite athletic profile alone. Again, I think he played in a three-man up-front scheme in Ole Miss. He played head up over the tackle and even at times reduced inside the tackle's inside shoulder. So he wasn't given a ton of opportunity to just fire off the ball, flatten, and get to the quarterback. He had to play almost in a two-gapping role. But I think that this dude with his explosive traits mixed with Dan Quinn could be fine. I think he's my 48th overall player. Those explosive traits do translate a lot at that position. And while I would have liked Nakobe Dean, Christian Harris, Perion Winfrey, I had guys graded ahead of him, I do like the player a lot more than consensus.
Dan, you were maybe the most negative. I know that's kind of a negative way to put that, but you were not thrilled about the idea of this pick. Your thoughts now that it is official, Sam Williams, a member of the Dallas Cowboys?
Yeah, no, I'm really disappointed. This is similar to last night. I feel like the Cowboys are just like a round early on these players. I know it's a player they like, and there are a lot of intriguing traits with Sam Williams. I just think that I also don't like the character issue with him. I that always concerns me. I feel like the Cowboys are just doing a lot more of that lately. And then this falls right into that second round risk. So I don't know. He had great production last year, and I mean that's something that you can look at and say, well, maybe this is who he is now. I'm going to find ways to be optimistic about this pick, but I'm really disappointed. There's too many other great players on the board to do that.
So Daniel Jeremiah just said on the NFL Network broadcast that he had him going in the first round if it wasn't for the off the field issues. So we talk about them taking those first round risks in the second round, and that's kind of where I see it. And
the Cowboys, they were very high on him all along. There was always talk that they really liked the player. So this seems to be tracking with what they were saying and doing beforehand. That's why I thought he would probably be the pick over Dean, just because I don't really understand what the issues are with Dean, but they must be big enough for the Cowboys too. And that left a lot of arrows pointing to Williams, kind of the same way they were pointing to Smith yesterday.
Tony, what are your thoughts?
I mean, like I said, I told Connor, I loved him at 88. I like the player as a player. You know what I mean? I think he can play, but with what was there, what was available, it does seem like a bit of a reach, in my opinion. I mean, again, I think he can be productive. I think he can help this team, and he definitely, if he can get the off-field stuff or whatever the case may be in that instance and just be about ball, I think he can help this football team. Again, like Dan said, might be a little early, a little rich for my blood.
So I don't want to dwell on the past. This is part of the consequence, is it not, of the Randy Gregory situation unfolding the way that it did. Is now you have had to spend a second round pick on a replacement there. And I know Jerry's is hyping up the 2-for-1, et cetera. You got Dorrance Armstrong back, cool, whatever. Micah's going to rush the passer. But that's the thing, if you had drafted Nakobe Dean, let Micah rush the passer. I mean, don't we all prefer the combination, in a general sense, of Micah rushing the passer, Nakobe Dean playing linebacker, than Micah at linebacker and Sam Williams rushing the passer? Dan?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think I don't see how you can not put Micah on the edge. I mean, he is just a monster on the edge. So for sure, I mean, yeah, I like the combination of taking, a day one starter linebacker, and there's two of them out there that they could have taken, with with really low floors or high floors, and for them to do this, I don't know. That just it worries me now. I hope Micah's not going to be their linebacker.
I mean, if we, Tom, give us something. I mean, it's
Okay.
This is, but it's kind of like Tony said, Tom. We can make an argument for the player, right? And like the character concerns exist, etc. But it's almost as if the Cowboys are just drafting without relation to the current construction of their roster, right? Like their current needs. They're just drafting players that they like, which is fine, but you're not really making the math of this season make as much sense as you could.
Well, I think with Sky Moore going off the board right before them, their wide receiver selections got washed. And as I said, I don't know the answer on why not Dean, but it may be a combination of they've got more faith in what they've got in house than we do, and just maybe there's something that's got them off about that. This was maybe too much of a need pick. We always hate to see them go too heavy on need, but it definitely filled one. I was not real comfortable with rolling in with the 2-for-1s to replace Randy Gregory. I think this is good. And he's a second rounder. That means he doesn't have to be a day one starter. He just has to be a good piece to help with the talent level and then grow a bit this year. And let's see what happens. So it's not an upsetting. It was not, to me, a worst case scenario. It wasn't the best thing, but the draft kind of fell a little bit off. It does make you wonder if they should have gotten on the phone and tried to call to move up a couple of spots to try to get Sky Moore if they wanted him. But that's the question. We don't really know how bad they wanted him.
I do think that this is a far more preferable option than Trey McBride, right? Like, I mean, who disagrees with that? I don't think anybody. Again, for me, this goes, and I used the word totality like 7 times last night. For me, like my feelings on this are about the totality of the offseason. You mentioned it, Tom, like the receiver run happened. They still don't have an answer for Amari Cooper's departure. They don't. They created this. They didn't necessarily create the Randy Gregory situation. Like maybe you don't totally blame them. Like maybe you put part of the blame on Randy for that, that dissolution. But they have not found an answer for the hole that they created there. And maybe you blame them for not trading up. Maybe you blame them for not trading up last night. Whatever the case may be. These are 2 players that, potentially. And now we're lumped because the class is the class as a whole at this point. Dan, I mean. These are fine players, but they're not helping you in the way that you need that help right now, and you're ignoring ways and avenues to get the help that you need here in 2022.
I think Sam Williams is your 3rd best pass rusher coming in this year, behind DeMarcus Lawrence and Michael Parsons. So I disagree that I don't think he's helping you this year, because I think just from his size, length, power, he's got heavy hands, and then his just he's got burst. I just think I think people don't like Sam Williams because people got on him late. Like it took that Dan Quinn video at Ole Miss for people to be like, who's this guy? So it's like a lot of, we hadn't heard his name a lot up until March, so therefore he's not good. But I think that's a lot of guys in this class. I mean, there's so many guys in this class that, how many picks have been made inside the top 50 where we were like, Alontae Taylor. Half of the people that like follow the NFL but don't follow the draft have no clue who Alontae Taylor is. But I mean, again, I think he's a dude who he had 12.5 sacks in the SEC at Ole Miss. He played as a 4 technique in that scheme. He had to play head up over a tackle a lot of the times. He's not the most flexible guy, like Dan said. That's something he needs to improve on, is just playing with more flexibility in his lower half. But he's got heavy hands. He's a big dude. He's a strong dude. He's a physical dude, and he's got athletic traits that not many pass rushers have. And I think that it's like a Rashawn Gary. It's like a Jason Oweh thing where you're like, okay, we haven't seen it play out. I mean, again, it's Jason Oweh last year. He was the long, flexible, explosive dude that didn't get a sack at Penn State, and people freaked out when he got picked that high because they were like, he doesn't have any sacks. And it's like, well, put him in a role where they can use him in a pass rush role a little bit more. And I think, again, what GD Smith just said, the character concerns were the only thing that scared me off from him, because he did have a rape or a sexual assault allegation that was dismissed. It was not charged. He did not get charged for it. And he did have an issue back in high school where I think he got caught with a knife in school or something, which he didn't get recruited out of high school because of that. He went to junior college, got his act together. He's got a kid now. He's matured. I think he's a lot of the same things with Micah from the linebacker position. I think you can say with Sam Williams here, where there's maturity issues. Has he figured it out? He had a kid. He's growing up. He's got the speed. He's got the burst. He's got the length. He's got the power. Can he put it all together? So, again, I know I'm on an island here, but I do like the pick. I think he can be a difference maker for you as a pass rusher in year one.
Okay, so hang on. Dan, I want to ask you a question. Would you have preferred Jermaine Johnson and, I don't know.
Yes.
And Bernard Raymond?
Yes.
Here,
Yeah.
that I mean, because it's not fair to do that. It's not apples to apples. But if Cowboys edge rush is this big need for you, you want to address this, and in the first 2 rounds, fine, we're with you. We totally agree. The Randy Gregory thing was unfortunate. That I think is the more preferable route. Connor, do you agree? That was the more preferable route.
I mean, absolutely. Jermaine Johnson was my 21 overall player, and Bernard Raymond was my 31. So just the math there is, you could add Bernard Raymond's ranking and Jermaine Johnson's ranking together, and they still haven't made it to where I had Tyler Smith ranked at. So absolutely, I would have preferred that. But when they did do what they did last night, if you think edge is that big need, in my opinion, he was the top graded edge on my board at the time. So I like that. I don't know. I like it. I know I'm alone here in liking it, but there's not many guys who are 6'4", 260 pounds, run. I know 40s for edges don't really matter, but he ran a 4.46 at 261 pounds. He jumped 33 inches. He jumped 123 inches in the broad jump. His 3-cone was a 7.03, so it's not like he's stiff as a board. He had a right at a 7.3 cone. 25-inch bench. 25 reps on the bench, almost 34-inch arms. I mean, the traits are absolutely there for him. I think his role at Ole Miss was playing. He was playing as a 4 technique, so he has to run into a tackle as soon as the ball snapped. And I think reducing him outside, getting him outside the tackle box, and allowing him to use that burst, speed, length off the ball will just help.
Tony, I want to throw this to you quickly because Connor touched on it, and all the information is incredibly important when it comes to any sort of allegation and what was proven, what actually happened, etc. So, Connor, thank you for all the details. And again, all of that available in Connor's draft guide, which is accessible on his Twitter at Connor NFL Draft. But Tony, the Cowboys, we look at their second round history, and Kelvin, so they're coming off of a year last year where they took a risk, right? They took the roll of the dice, classic Cowboys move on character concerns. This is why this player fell. Connor, you mentioned what Daniel Jeremiah said on the NFL Network coverage right now. It is at the very least a really bad look for the Cowboys that in the wake of the Kelvin Joseph news of this offseason that they would make this move yet again in the second round.
Yeah, I mean, they're staying true to their board, regardless of how we feel or what the perception is. They get a guy and they like it, so I almost commend them for doing that. I mean, they're gonna get their guys and they're gonna do what they think is the right thing to do. But I think in the back of your mind, I think a few people, myself included, when all that stuff happened, I was like, okay, maybe they kind of play a little straight to the, a little straight here when it comes to the draft picks, just to not have a type of situation like that, whatever the case may be. So it's interesting for them to kind of stray that way, but a lot that's where we are.
Tom, your thoughts?
My question is, Nakobe Dean still hasn't been taken by anybody, and if the Cowboys weren't going to take him, who that was left were you going to take ahead of Williams? I'm not seeing anyone that just jumps out at me as a better option than Williams for the team, as far as on-field abilities.
And obviously you got to kind of take Dean out of that conversation now, because obviously there's something going on, and there's no way it's just because of his size. I mean, he's got to have failed medical tests and rechecks, because it would be Dean for me. I mean, I still like Christian Harris a lot, so that would be another name to consider. But yeah, outside of those two guys and one of them being a medical, I agree.
Okay, so I am about to leave the stream for a little bit to go film another video for our YouTube channel. So these 4 horsemen will be here with you. If any one of them steps out of line, I expect a full report in just a little bit. You guys got this. Don't mess it up. We're all counting on you.
So real quick, I wanted to go through here and give John Owning, our buddy who works for PFF, he went through and posted PFF's like percentile rankings that they have.
Mm-hmm.
So for pass rush grade, he was a 75th percentile. For pass rush grade on true pass rush reps, he was a 37th percentile, so that's a little low. Pass rush grade without play action, 76th percentile. Pass rush win percentage, 83rd percentile. Run defense grade, 39th percentile. And run stop percentage, 61st percentile. So, like I said, he's not a great run defender right now, and that's his biggest issue in my opinion. But I do think that the pass rush is there and that he could be a instant impact in that area.
One thing that worries me about both of the Cowboys picks so far is you have 2 players that are still development players. I mean, you look at with Sam Williams now. I mean, he was very penalty prone last year. He still plays with a lot of undisciplined, and he's a little bit he'll lose out on leverage a little bit stiff, and sometimes he'll try to compensate. And then I'm looking at a player that I'm trying to envision him. Is he going to take reps from Dorrance Armstrong? I mean, you expect him to take in at 56, but I don't know. I'm just really worried. Both these guys could be good players, but they're guys that's going to need a lot of work. And I don't know. I just feel like the Cowboys I don't want them to panic and just have players that have like a low ceiling that could plug and play right now. So I'm okay with them taking players that have a high upside, but I just feel like they're just really taking a lot of risks, with these first 2 picks. So it just concerns me. And both of these guys are just guys I would have taken later. But
well, I'm just curious, are there many plug and play players left on the board right now?
Well, Christian Harris would be.
Yeah. I would have liked Christian Harris over Sam Williams there. I mean, Christian Harris is my 29th ranked overall player. So I would have liked him. And again, like I know we kind of differ on this, but I think Sam Williams, like a lot of guys coming into year 1, I don't think he's a project. I think he's a pass rush specialist where he's not going to play a ton on early downs just because he's not physical and he doesn't play with great run defense technique yet. But that's what Dorrance Armstrong's for. He's a good run defender. He's a good overall player, but he doesn't offer a ton of juice as a rusher. So you can use Dorrance Armstrong on early downs, have Williams and Fowler in the rotation, Basham in the rotation. So I think you're having that wave of guys where you don't have to rely on, the practice squad type of edge rusher to carry some weight. I think he can be a guy on third down. You can put Sam Williams on one edge, Michael Parsons on the other edge, DeMarcus Lawrence inside, and have 3 or 4 really, strong rushers to go at quarterbacks. But like you said, I don't think he's a 3-down instant starter on the right side. I think he's a work into the run defense stuff and then allow him on third downs and long down and distances to pin his ears back and rush the passer.
Let me ask you guys this, if you don't mind. Do you think now, I mean, obviously he's Cowboy at pick 56. Was it a real possibility that he even would have been there at 88 and they didn't want to take the chance? No chance?
I think they got caught in that kind of hammock there that they knew if they waited, they were going to miss on him.
Then would the right call have been a trade down there? Or they just happened to take that guy?
Well, I mean, I would have traded down there because of how many guys I still liked that were still available, but
I mean, who knows what their board looks like? I mean, if they had Tyler Smith as 16th overall, I mean, what if Sam Williams is like 31st or something? I mean,
no, they're going to tell us he's going to tell us that he's their 17th ranked player.
Yeah.
Did anybody get a look at Jerry's sheet? Maybe we can pull it up and see.
Do we magnify that? Yeah.
Yeah. I tried. Too blurry.
Yeah.
Like I said, I like it. I mean, he's my 48th ranked player, so I think you're getting, a little bit better than neutral value there. It's just, hey, can we develop him as a run defender? Can we get him on the field a little bit more? I think his fit with Dan Quinn is exciting, whereas Tyler Smith's fit with Joe Philbin has me a little bit worried, where I'm like, okay, if anybody's going to get a 6'4", 265-pound, 34-inch arm, explosive, bursty guy to get it together, I think Dan Quinn could put him in that role. So I like that fit. But I saw Drake Jackson just went off the board. I think he might have been in consideration there too at 56, the USC edge.
Now,
Yeah.
Connor, pardon me if you've already said this, but do you think he brings day one juice, or is his rushing going to have to be developed a little bit with Dan Quinn, or can he bring something right off the bat?
I think off the bat he can be a pass rusher. Like I said, third downs, I think you can put him and Micah Parsons on the edge, split, DeMarcus Lawrence down as a 3 technique, and have Osa or Neville Gallimore as the 1, and have really feel good about your front 4 pass rush. A lot of his issues for me were just come as a run defender, and then the off the field stuff was a little bit concerning. Anytime you have something that serious, brought up. I'll read you his cons real quick. Stiff hips leading to issues flattening to the quarterback. Off the field concerns with issues dating back to high school, which landed him in JUCO out of high school. Ducks his head into contact, leading to issues finding the ball carrier. Needs to develop technique against the run in order to get on the field on early downs. Lapses in effort on running plays and playing through the whistle. Those are my negatives. And then my positives were possesses power, speed, explosiveness, and hand strength to make an immediate impact as a pass rusher. Relentless pursuit of the quarterback when in the backfield against the passing game. Possesses link to win with long arm as a rusher and redirect blockers in the running game. Wins with initial quickness, but showed some impressive secondary moves to get home. Quickness gave offensive lineman fits with inside rush. Knocks down offensive lineman hands with force and placement. Shows backside explosiveness to make tackles for loss in the run game. So I think he's a guy like straight on run plays he's going to struggle with. He's going to not play with great pad level. He's going to duck his head into contact, kind of get washed around. But plays where he's unblocked, or plays where he's able to win initially with that burst and quickness, he's going to chase it down. He's going to get effort on those, but he's just not going to consistently play through the whistle on the running plays to the other side of the field or things like that.
All right. So let me ask you this, kind of pivoting off Sam Williams a little bit, Dan. Is this the round you said you thought that you would want to see them kind of move up and kind of use some of their picks to make something happen at 88? Is that a real possibility in your mind?
Yeah, so the second round's getting close to finishing up here. So, I mean, I would definitely look at trying to move up from 88. And, there's still a lot of good players left. I think that, you could package one of those 5th rounders with 88 and move up. I would love to somehow get one of those linebackers to go with this. There are a lot of good players, and I don't know what the Cowboys, what their likes are. They're just really kind of throwing me this whole draft, and so I would like to trade up for the right guy. I don't want to just spin pick to get somebody that. What I'm really worried about is I feel like, so we've addressed left guard, we've addressed edge, sort of. And I feel like, okay, so next we're going to address wide receiver. So what's the next reach? To me, it's like, what's the next?
I think next could be tight end.
I think so. I feel like they're going to reach for a wide receiver that's like going to be around too early.
So, I mean, looking at the receivers real quick, just because you brought it up, Jalen Tolbert's still a guy hanging around that I like a lot. So I got Jalen Tolbert, Khalil Shakir out of Boise State, who's a really fun player. That's where the fall off kind of starts. Calvin Austin out of Memphis is a little bit further down. Justin Ross is an injury guy that, if he's healthy, he's a good player, but he's dealt with tons of injuries. Danny Gray could be a surprise. Kyle Phillips at UCLA. So, I mean, your receiver room was always going to thin out outside of the top 60. That was something that when we did these mock draft shows, I said, if you don't get a receiver in the top 2 rounds, you might not get one that's good value. And that's unfortunately kind of butting its head right now. But your tight ends, I mean, you've only had one tight end go. So you could be staring at a Jeremy Ruckert or Kate Otten or Jelani Woods there at 88. That would be decent value. Can we talk about how one quarterback has gone in the first 2 rounds?
I thought that was insane. I think it's crazy.
Yeah.
I never expected that.
Even Ritter was talked about possibly going in the first round, and we're done with the second round pretty much.
Yep.
It's almost like this draft class of quarterbacks isn't very good.
What?
Who the fuck it? Was there a rumor?
Must have got out.
Let's ask the people listening, people watching here. What do you guys grade the draft so far? What do you grade? Excuse me, this pick specifically. Sam Williams, again, Ole Miss defensive end, pick 56 for the Dallas Cowboys. Where do you guys rank this? And I'll ask you guys first. Dan, what do you rank this pick?
Oh, brother. I'm gonna give it a C-. I mean, I think I like the player. I just think it's too early. I think there's too many better players available. So to me, I'm going to give it a C-.
Connor, you're a little higher on it than we are. What do you think?
I mean, I'm still a C-, but it's just because of how bad that first round pick, reach was. I mean, taking my 70th overall player at 24 is tough. I mean, they did just take my 48th player at 56, so that offsets what would have been a D in my opinion.
But how do you rank just the Sam Williams pick? I think was Tony's question.
I mean, B is what I'd give it. I mean, it wouldn't be an A. I think your Christian Harris's would have been an A, your Perion Winfrey's would have been an A, and then once you get out of that top 40 for me, you're then looking at your B's. But yeah, I mean, I think a C- because of that. I mean, that first round pick was just such a reach, man. It was tough.
Yeah, I feel similarly. I mean, if we're talking about tonight's pick, Sam Williams wasn't my guy. But honestly, Connor, I'm going to be honest with you. Hearing how you talk about him and what he can bring in the pass rush game kind of turned me around a little bit on it. And, I understand the value of getting him at 88 is one thing, and I would feel great about that. But if you're telling me he can bring some juice in the pass rush and obviously that you can win on the edges in this league, I like that pick there. So last night, still a little bit of a head scratcher to me. Tonight, this is a guy they've been linked to for a while as well that they like. So I'm actually come around a little bit more since I heard your profile from him.
That's my most frustrating thing with these first 2 rounds is we knew they were probably going to take Sam Williams at 56. Like they got to get out of that where we can predict these picks 2 days before they happen and weeks before they happen, because that just like I saw somebody tweet it, but it's almost like maybe they didn't have Tyler Smith as their top-rated guard, and they got washed out there, and they took that guy. They knew they had to go offensive line, but it's like they knew they were going to take Sam Williams at 56 2 weeks ago, no matter who was going to be on the board on draft night, and that's an issue.
I agree, and that's the thing. Like, there really hasn't been any surprises. It's almost been more of a surprise if they don't go with the consensus lately. Tom, we didn't get a chance. Did you touch on what you thought your grade was, at least for tonight, and maybe overall as well?
Yeah, I'm leaning like this is a B. I think this was a player they had pretty high on their board that they really were interested in. But yeah, it's like maybe gets it barely to a C- overall if you look at the whole draft. I'm hoping maybe we're going to feel a lot better about it after we see what happens when they get Smith into camp and see what he does. But yeah, right now this was by the time you got to this point on the board, I don't know there were any real more than maybe 1 or 2 A picks left. Connor just has a couple of them, so it's like it's a B for Sam Williams, but I don't know too many other players that were going to bump that needle anymore.
So this is a great question. I'll let Christopher ask it. Maybe it's a little early, but who do we want in the third? Do you, Con, do you have anybody on your radar? I know we're a little bit out there, but anything in your mind now?
Kobe Dean? No, I mean, looking at it, I don't think there's any way that a Perion Winfrey or DeMarvin Leal falls to you at 88, even though I did say the same thing about Neville Gallimore a couple of years ago, because I had Neville Gallimore rated in a similar range as I had Winfrey, and he did fall to you all the way in the third round. So those are 2 names. Travis Jones still being available really stuns me.
Yeah, I like him. That would make up for it. If they get Travis Jones at 88, then I'll just
Yeah, I mean,
pretend they were swapped, and they'll be fine.
There's still so many good players. I mean, again, like they could have hit a home run in this draft. That's the bad thing. Like they could have taken Jermaine Johnson in round 1, taken Christian Harris in round 2, and then drafted, let's just say Jalen Tolbert's there in round 3, and you're like, holy crap, man, we got to start an edge, we got to start in linebacker, we got to start in receiver, whatever order you want, you could have done something better, I think.
But isn't Harris still on the board?
Yeah,
yes, yeah.
There's some linebacker possibilities if they could go with wide receiver crop is just tapped out. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who gets taken.
Yeah, I think Troy Anderson was the only linebacker taken in that round, if I'm not mistaken.
Nick Bonito. Nick Bonito off the board to the Broncos with the last pick of the second round.
So they got Gregory and Bonito.
Wow.
Yeah.
So let me ask you guys this 2-part question. I'll start with Dan. I may have already asked you. If the answer to this first question is yes, then the name then is who? Are you in favor of team move up? And if yes, then who would that be for?
Oh man, the thing is to answer that question. I mean, I have to look and see what we got, what we're looking at here, because I believe that there's still a handful of players that are. There's nobody. Well, I really would love to have Christian Harris. I would move up for Christian Harris. I don't know what's going on with Nakobe Dean, so I'm just gonna assume that he's off the board. I like Myjai Sanders, but I feel like we could probably wait. I don't really. I mean, we could go tight end here, but maybe it might be better to move up from 4th to get the tight end. Maybe I'm going to stand pat. So I don't know. To answer your question, I'm going to say stand pat.
Okay. Tom, what about you? Is there are you team move up? And if so, for who is in your mind? If that is the answer is yes.
Well, I might move up a little bit for Jalen Tolbert if he's still around. If they think highly of him, because he's one of the highest rated wide receivers left. But Christian Harris is a real tempting name if he's still hanging around. They haven't been doing much. Yeah, linebackers just are not going at all. They're almost as bad as quarterbacks. And I figure that once again, some of these teams will have to start trying to take a quarterback just as a emergency thing.
I know it's a little late, but Connor, how you feel about James Cook to the Bills? You think that's a nice fit there?
Yeah, I do like that there. I mean, he's more of a receiving back, I think, right away than a every down runner, which I feel like they're like they got like their Zach Mosses that are runners but not receivers, and then their Devin Singletaries that are probably more of a receiver, a scat back, not sure. So I feel like they need more of a complete guy. But James Cook's a lot of fun. I mean, Dalvin Cook's brother, obviously. He is a good player. He was landed right outside my top 100. Him and White split time at Georgia, but I do like Cook a lot. He's got great contact balance. He's a fun player. He'll be good in Buffalo.
Perfect. Then let me ask you, I guess the swing it back around to you. Are you team move up? And if so, is there a name in mind that you're thinking of, or are you more stay pat?
I'm about to check out what bestcams.fun hot girls and boys video chat. I'm not to check in on the comments.
Don't do it.
We're getting spammed.
No, I mean, I think you guys kind of touched on it. Christian Harris, Perion Winfrey, possibly. Again, the bad thing about the receivers is Jalen Tolbert, South Alabama, are they going to move up for a guy, that played at South Alabama? I doubt it. And that was my biggest worry. I talked about it on Twitter a ton. I talked about it with RJ. Like, I was worried. Uh-oh.
Did you take us off?
No. I don't know what that is.
That's the ending sign.
Yeah,
did you click on that, Connor?
I did not.
Charlotte, sorry. All right. Hold on. We're going through some technical difficulties.
I'm back. We're good. I don't know what y'all did. I don't know.
There was some OnlyFans links popping up in our YouTube channel. So
Okay, well,
I decided to click on them and check in and see how things were going.
Okay, well, that is an interesting development. But I'm back. So video's up and are about to be up. But what did I miss? Who made a great point that I missed out on?
All of them.
Yeah, we were just talking about guys who might be looking to move up move up 4 in the third. Receivers, not a ton, kind of was just touching base that we had been talking about how those receivers run off quick, inside the top 50. And then it's deep within the top 50 and then it falls off a cliff. And I think that cliff is getting close. You got Jalen Tolbert and Khalil Shakir and a few other guys hanging on, but it's looking kind of bleak from the receiver front, which is one of the things we try to avoid.
Not feeling great about receiver right now. Not feeling great about the decision to trade away Amari Cooper. I don't know anybody that was ever feeling great about it, but kind of blowing up in their face a little bit. Is that too much to say? No? I mean,
it's par, RJ. Par for the draft. Everything is kind of going like that, to be honest.
It's been a not fun draft. Right? Like, so far, who is having fun? Connor, if you had to grade the Cowboys' performance.
We already did that, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, sorry.
We mostly gave him a C-. I think that was probably, if we had a consensus together, that would be a C-.
I don't know how you disagree with that. I mean, I think the players they've taken are, in a vacuum, fine. But it's just this is not the way anybody dreamed this was going to work out. You know what I mean?
No, it's I feel like everything's just around too early, and I feel like that's what the next pick's going to be. It's going to be a wide receiver we could have gotten in the 4th round. So I don't know. I'm tempered my expectations, trying to figure out how I'm going to cope with trying to, build up some enthusiasm for this draft, and it's hard. It's not off to a good start. Well, RJ,
what saves it? What, Dan?
I wanted to ask you. We were talking about this before you came in. Is there anybody right now left that you would want to trade up for?
Man, no. Which is a boring answer. I mean, who?
Christian Harris, maybe.
Brian Asamoah just went to the Vikings. Friend of Blog.
That was my guy at 88, man.
What is going on with these other linebackers?
I was swamped. In case anybody is interested, we have a video up specifically on Sam Williams on the Blog on the Boys YouTube channel. Has Nakobe Dean gone yet? I don't think so, right?
No.
So we're all still waiting on that to happen. Man, I don't know. I don't think there's anyone worth trading up for at this point.
I would 100% trade up for Christian Harris, but that's just me.
Well, then you should have just taken Nakobe Dean. I mean,
yeah,
or
but
Christian Harris.
That's probably a medical thing, I would assume. I'm almost there's got to be something medically going on with Nakobe Dean at this point. I'm trying to see if Dane's got any weaknesses. I don't have anything big on Harris, but Dane's weaknesses on Christian Harris are too much guessing or tardy reads, needs to mature his key and diagnose skills, inconsistent gap fit integrity. I mean, there's no injury bug. There's no medical flag. There's no off the field. That one's head scratching that we don't have anything there. But honestly, the linebackers haven't really gone. Muma's still there. We got Muma still there. Walker, has Walker been the only linebacker drafted?
Well, Troy Anderson was taken, and you said Brian Asamoah got taken, right?
So we've had Devin Lloyd went, Troy Anderson went, and Quay Walker went. So only 3 linebackers. We thought for sure Chad Muma would be a 2nd-round pick. Leo Chenal was talked about going in the 2nd round. It's kind of just been Brian Asamoah just went. It's kind of been a weird fall for these linebackers.
Where did he go to?
Who?
Asamoah.
He just went to the where did he go?
Okay.
Minnesota.
Minnesota. Okay. All right, so he's gone. And so who do we like then? Who do we even like? Would trade down or not? Who do we like? Who do you want at 88?
I mean, I still got a ton of guys. I like Christian Harris, Perion Winfrey, Sean Ryan, Jamari Sawyer, DeMarvin Leal, Travis Jones, Jalen Tolbert, Darian Kennard, Leo Chenal, Nick Cross, Tariq Woolen, Chad Muma, Jeremy Ruckert, Channing Tyndall, Kingsley Ngambare. I mean, I know these are guys that they're not going to draft because they already picked their position, but I mean, I still got a good group of guys that I would be thrilled with at 88. I mean, those were all names inside my top 75 that are still available.
Outside of Harris, who's your number one guy that you want? Winfrey over Travis Jones? It
would go based on what they've already done. It would go Perion Winfrey, DeMarvin Leal, Travis Jones, Jalen Tolbert, Leo Chenal, Nick Cross, Tariq Woolen, Chad Muma, Jeremy Ruckert.
I think I'm fine with Jeremy Ruckert. I'm fine. Again, I was really busy. Has no tight ends gone right after McBride? We have every other option available.
Yeah. Hold on. We got an update on. Oh, sorry. Albert Breer just said, "Here's the reasoning on Dean's slide." In case you missed it earlier, and it was the tweet I read off earlier. Which again, I don't.
I think we'll see somebody throw, like, now that we're in the third round. Like, now it's like you got to do it. You know what I mean? You got to throw.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like you're at that point where, like, it's okay, fine. Like whoever it is, like, oh, there goes Joshua Zudu to the Giants. I know we took him late, Connor, in our mock on Monday, or the last mock that we did. We took Joshua Izudu from North Carolina.
Yeah, but that was a guy that I'd said on the mock that he could be a day 2 guy. I think we took him in the 5th, and I was like, it wouldn't surprise me if he went on day 2.
Giants they're stacked at tackle now.
I think he'll slide down and play guard.
Michael Gelkin just tweeted out. Sorry, guys, because Sam Williams is chatting right now. That he was apparently asked about the sexual assault charge in 2020 that you talked about, Connor. Said, obviously, I didn't do anything. Pray to God it doesn't put a label on me. That's Sam Williams' quote.
Well, he'll be able to lay low under, playing for the Cowboys. There won't be any extra attention given to him.
Swanee Boy has an interesting question on Twitch. Says, honest question here. Would we have been disappointed picking Dean in the first after what we've seen him drop this low? Obviously, had the Cowboys taken him, we wouldn't know that he was going to drop this low. But if there really is this red flag, that would have been concerning, right? Like that's the nightmare, right? Is that that happens. It's really unfortunate for him that's the case. And it will be very interesting to hear what ultimately happens when a team does draft him and what he has to say about everything here. But I think we all still would have felt fine, right? Like last night, if that's what they'd done. Again, like if you had given us this knowledge, we would have had doubts. But right. I mean, Tony, would you have not been okay in the moment with Nakobe Dean?
In the moment, for sure. I mean, I think right now in the second round, even what he's going through, if Albert Breer, what he said is accurate, I still like the value. I think the kid can play, and they've taken chances on guys with injury history, and now if he's still available in the third round, I think it's a home run type of situation to go and just make a value pick.
Somebody just tweeted it at me, but if KT is right and they love Jalen Tolbert and he's the pick at 88, that's fantastic.
Yeah, And like I promise, I'm not trying to like just be negative here. But if the first pick that we're legitimately excited about is 88 overall, then that kind of speaks to the quality of this class, right?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this reminds me so much of the 2018 draft where they took Leighton Vander Esch. I was like, terrible pick, not a great player, which you can kind of judge on how his career's been. They drafted Connor Williams, which I know a lot of people liked because they viewed him as one of the top tackles. I like Connor Williams a lot, so people were like, okay, my feelings on this draft were eerily similar to 2018. Whereas
then they came back in the third and got like a really heavy fan favorite in Michael Gallup that kind of tied a bow on things that made it feel really great.
And I tweeted that earlier. This could turn into that draft. They kind of did it here at 48, where it was like they draft a guy that some people liked, some people didn't. Connor Williams, I really liked him. And then Michael Gallup, I had a 1-2 grade on when Michael Gallup came out. They got him in the third round. I got a right outside a top 50 grade on Jalen Tolbert, so that would be good value.
So he's your draft redeeming pick right now. They go Tolbert at 88.
Well, and I have a bunch of the Christian Harris would be that guy. Perrion Winfrey would be that guy.
Hold up, Connor. Let's maybe you're doing this, but let's structure it for what we. Okay, actually, before we answer that question, Dan, let's back up. And here's the question that I want to ask, and we're also asking those of you in the chat wherever you are. Let me get this up here on a board. What have we learned about the Cowboys through this draft so far? Connor, I'll go first with you. We've learned, I think, that they're not afraid of the small school guy. We've learned that they're obviously attacking their needs. But what new information have we gleaned from this team by way of their first 2 picks?
Who's going?
That was for you, Connor.
Sorry, I was reading. I just got a text from somebody. I'm trying to line up something. What? Can you rephrase the question again?
What have we? Because they took a Tulsa player, right? Like if we're speaking generally in the first round. So okay, the small school thing isn't like this hard line in the sand. They're not willing to cross. But what have we learned about this team through their first 2 picks?
My thing would be that they're still doing that good old taco thing where they're creating holes for themselves in free agency, and then they're going into the draft and not being able to freely draft for BPA. Because even though I liked Sam Williams, there's no way that Tyler Smith and Sam Williams were the BPA at 24 and 56. There's just no way.
Dan, to Connor's point, Swanee Boy says we've also done this front office walks into a draft with one plan, and when it doesn't work, they panic. These do. Again, it's like this has nothing to do with Tyler Smith or Sam Williams, the players, but these do kind of read like panic picks by the Cowboys based on what happened in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, so I kind of have a different view of it as far as I don't think the Cowboys boxed them in a corner. I know you feel differently, but I almost feel like they saw the draft, they knew what they wanted, they had a plan, and that kind of dictated some of their other decisions. So in that regard, it kind of like set the stage for this. But what this draft tells me is that they really love certain guys. They have guys they want that they value very high, and they just get locked on because I think both of these guys are just players that they just really love, and they're too early to be taken, but that's who the Cowboys want.
Tony, before you answer this question, PFF's Austin Gale just tweeted, per source, Georgia linebacker Nakobe Dean declined surgery on his shoulder, and it's now a major concern, medical red flag. I know Albert Breer has thrown out what he has, but that's interesting.
It is. That's definitely interesting. But, to your question about the Cowboys in this draft, I think of it kind of similar to what Dan was saying is, if anything, that just means that they stick to the convictions. I think they had guys in mind that they want to pick, regardless how the board felt. They're going to stay true to what they believe, whether we agree with it or not. And, I respect it. If anything, this is what they want to do. They're kind of executing their plan. And that's kind of what we've seen. Everybody that they've kind of had smoke about that they've had interest in has been the pick, regardless of who's been available.
That's true. I mean, Dan, I kind of think that you're maybe that's your answer is the one I like the most, and that they are just they're sticking to your board, and then they're sticking to dudes you really like, and it seems like the Cowboys are in love with some players and they're willing to go do whatever they have to for them.
I did just hear on the broadcast that
Connor, I'm getting that up here for us. So about Nakobe Dean, I'm getting that clip.
Oh,
so
well, no, I wasn't even talking about that.
Okay.
That Carolina could be looking to move up and draft Malik Willis.
Be interesting. Okay, so Nakobe Dean was just talked about on the broadcast. I know we obviously all have a lot of questions about him and how he's fallen. Tom, you're back. Let's get you back on the screen. Obviously, people are still upset about Nakobe Dean, et cetera, et cetera. Here is Ian Rappaport on the broadcast just a moment ago.
Rich, this only underscores the fact that Nakobe Dean, one of the best linebackers in college football, still has not been taken. My understanding, this is injuries including a severe pec strain. He opted not to have surgery, which has been the cause for concern for some teams.
So that jives with what we heard from PFF. Connor, would that scare you off?
No. I mean, people tear their pecs every year, come back and they're fine. I just don't.
Well, the severe part worries me.
The what?
The severe part worries me. I'm not sure what that means. Like, is it recoverable?
Man, I don't know. I kind of view a torn pec, like I don't know. I mean, again, if it's like not be able to be repaired, obviously that would be an issue. But I mean, like I said, didn't what's his name tear his pec in the Eric Weddle tear his pec in the Super Bowl and then played the rest of the Super Bowl?
I mean, maybe Brian Rail throws out he's worthless year one. That's like maybe teams feel like they can't get a lot out of him right now. Like,
well, they even said that he can play through it and get surgery after year one is kind of what Ian tweeted earlier. I saw.
Right.
So I don't know. Again, at some point, one of those 5th round picks, if he's available in the 5th round and they don't use him, I'm going to lose my mind.
What did Christian Harris tear?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, no crap, man. I mean,
especially because Chad Moma just went off the board to the Jaguars.
Well, there goes an option. Let's get the Cowboys' needs back up here. And Tom, so the Cowboys have effectively addressed guard by way of Tyler Smith. They've they've outright dressed defensive end, not effectively done it. So like we're sitting here and we're grading and we're saying, well, the value, et cetera, blah, blah. Like on the surface, there's a lot of Cowboys fans who are saying, look, they've had these needs, they're filling these needs. Like, why are you upset? Why are you bothered? So to that question, Tom, why are people bothered with the way the draft is unfolding for the Cowboys, given that they are filling such obvious needs?
Well, I think, there's always the chance they could have flipped the order. They did things in and maybe come out with players that we believe to be better. But to me, it's just the fact that the process seems to still be a little flawed. Been talking about their process being flawed for some time now, and not seeing quite why they're going the direction they're going in. Although I will admit that Sam Williams is not that upsetting in that aspect to me as I was last night when they announced the drafting of Smith. And, Smith kind of won a few hearts over with his, the way he was at his interview. Of course, interviews very seldom translate into on-field performance. But, I think they're going about it. The problem right now, I think, is that there's an excellent chance they're not going to get a wide receiver today. I think that's becoming more and more likely. That's going to be a big problem because then you're just kind of picking through the remains on day 3. And that was, I think the only way they could have avoided that would have been to maybe go up for someone. I guess they weren't willing to go up for a Sky Moore or someone, or couldn't find a partner.
I'm fine, Tom, with them not trading up. I wrote about that today. I was fine, this morning having, we all sat here and kind of thought about it. I was fine with them not moving up last night. I'm fine with them. Like, you got wiped out a receiver, fine. It happens. That's the draft. Again, I mean, I'm just bummed about the construction of the team. So, like, I guess in a vacuum, I'm fine with the draft, but it's just that, like, this could look so much different if not for just a handful of different decisions, Dan.
Yeah, and another thing too, and I hate to always try to migrate towards positive thinking. I mean, I don't hate that. You should do that, but I don't want to sound like a homer by any means. But if you look at these players and you look at the upside of Tyler Smith and what he could become. I mean, he could be a guard now and maybe possibly end up replacing Tyron Smith if he ends up playing to his upside, and he is what everybody thinks he is. And then even Sam Williams, the upside there, if that's the case, the Cowboys have addressed offensive tackle and edge, which are two really important positions and positions that the team needs to rebuild and strengthen. So if you look at it that way, if they have hit on these players, then you can convince yourself that they're having a great draft.
I think so. For me, that's where I go back and forth, Connor, is we can understand the Cowboys saying, okay, we need an interior offensive lineman. Tyler Smith is there. we feel he can be that. We feel he can kick out to tackle when Tyron Smith's career is ultimately over. That's the pick. We can understand that particular line of logic. We can understand the particular line of logic that, okay, you need a defensive end. Sam Williams is there. You really like him. Dan Quinn has fallen in love. He's your Nahshon Wright pick. You kind of talked about it a little while ago. You need that guy. Go out and get that guy. Fine. The issue for me is that you could have walked away with so much better players, and we're only 2 rounds in. Like the draft still, there's so much left, so much meat on this bone. Shout out to Joseph Randall, of course. But your fate could be so different. You could have such quality players if you had done some things differently. You could have such better quality players seemingly at these exact positions if you just went in a different order. And so like falling in love with your guy can be great, but it can also be costly. And it kind of feels right now like it's closer to the latter in this moment. You're muted, Connor, just so you know.
Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I would have went a different direction in round 1. At that point, you weren't going to draft a receiver, and you probably weren't going to draft another offensive lineman because they were all gone. But I think, we talked about maybe trading up. So would you have felt better? Let me ask you guys this. Would you feel better right now if you traded 24 and 88, moved up, got Zion Johnson, and now you have Zion Johnson, Sam Williams, but you have
no 88.
No 88. You have no third-round pick to add receiver. You have no third-round pick to add tight end. I think that's an interesting conversation. Or you would have gone – for me, I would have loved to have gone Jermaine Johnson at 24, Sean Ryan at 56, and then I'm sitting looking at, Isaiah Thomas at 88, Kingsley Ngambare at 88. I would have gone a different direction, but you never know how it's going to fall. So, like I said, I don't love it because of the big reach in round 1, but I think they got a chance to come back from a disaster start. I will say that, in my opinion, because I think they got a really good player in the second round that is going to be a pass rush threat in year 1 and could develop into a really quality DeMarcus Lawrence like pick in 2 to 3 years. Now let's just see what they do with the rest of it. This third round can make it or break it. If they add a great tight end or good receiver, Jalen Tolbert, then that C- turns to a B- real quick. And then if they add some difference makers, like I said, that it can turn into that 2018 draft where you get your Cedric Wilsons, you get your Dalton Schultz, you get your Michael Gallup, you get all these guys on day 2 and day 3, and you go, crap, I didn't love the guy on day 1, but we filled all our other needs. We got good value in all these other rounds. Let's go.
Tony,
I'm being positive.
I know you are. Tony, do you feel like the Cowboys, if we have to generalize here, that like they've reached on their first 2 picks?
I'll be honest. Definitely in the first round. That's definitely how I felt about that.
But Tony, wait a minute, because the Cowboys said in their post-draft press conference that somebody else was going to take Tyler Smith, so they didn't reach.
While you were gone, I said, they'll probably tell us Sam Williams was 17th. So, but
right.
But
real quick, Jelani Woods was just drafted. That was a potential 88 target.
Jeremy Ruckert, come on down.
But to answer the question, Connor actually did a really good job of selling Sam Williams on me. He tells me he's a pass rush ready guy now. I would have loved him at 88. I had my reservations at 56. Felt like a reach to me, but I'm going to trust Connor. He has a great, a draft board. He put together a nice draft profile of him. So I'm actually coming around to this pick while being on the Blog of the Boys roundtable here.
Connor, Johnny Boy RN says, how can they come back? We've kind of talked about this. So, there are some people, there are different sectors of Cowboys fans at really at all moments, but at this moment that are saying, I love these picks. We had these needs. Home run, trust in Will McClay, etc. Right? There's a sector that's like, I don't know. This feels a little bit funky, smells a little bit weird. I need to see the whole picture before I can come to a full and total conclusion. I think we all generally fall mostly in that category. And then there's the this is trash, awful, disgusting, blah, blah, blah. So it depends how you define come back. I don't think they're in this black hole of a place.
No,
How can they tidy this up? Is it Jalen Tolbert? Because now Jelani Woods is gone. That was one option I think a lot of people really had an eye for. So is that the one? If we make a list of pretty bow picks at 88. Who are they?
I mean, based on their positions of need, for me, it would be Jalen Tolbert, Khalil Shakir, Jeremy Ruckert. Those three guys would be you covered in needs basis. You've got great value. That would feel like the 2018 draft for me, where you went with a smaller school project, more of a project in round one in Tyler Smith and Leighton Vander Esch. In round two, you go back to a Power 5 school, Texas and Ole Miss with Sam Williams and Connor Williams. Round three, you come back, you draft a small school dominant receiver at that small school in Khalil Shakir, Boise State, and Jalen Tolbert in South Alabama, like Colorado State for Michael Gallup, and then come back in round four, and let's just say you draft Iowa State tight end Charlie Collier. That would be, in my opinion, that would take it from a C- to a B+ for me, like right there, because I go, you've got a tight end that can step in and play right away, who has tight end one ability. You got a receiver who dominated at South Alabama. He had options, which I know people are probably sitting there going, we're really getting excited about drafting a South Alabama wide receiver. But when you look at it, he did not he went to South Alabama because he wanted to get a two-way scholarship. He played baseball.
Connor, quickly, Desmond Ridder just went to the Atlanta Falcons. I don't think any of us have said that out loud. So that's the first thing. Second thing is Dave Sturchio is now here from Chop Sports. Sturch, welcome aboard. Everybody, you can hear Sturch on the Blog of the Boys podcast network every Monday on First and 10 with Tony Catalina. Sturch, while Connor flips through his draft guide, which everybody absolutely needs, again, go to his Twitter and you can get it. An incredible wealth of knowledge for all of the prospects that we are discussing and will continue to discuss throughout the weekend. But Sturch, how are you feeling? You were very down after the Tyler Smith pick. I saw you tweeted about. Have the Cowboys brought you back? Because you were the most, I call Tony the biggest homer here, but you were the most feather in the windy Cowboys guy. Like they all they have to do is smile at you and you're all the way back.
I think I'm a little bit back. I think the Sam Williams pick definitely helped. We're all waiting for Dean to get drafted at that point. But I guess a lot of these people are really concerned with what's going on with his pec and everything like that, which is crazy because, you saw the kid from Michigan get drafted and he's coming off a freshly blown Achilles and he's being drafted. So I don't know. I feel like something else is going on. But so far, so good for tonight. I like it tonight. I do. I think that adding him on the edge is a great pick. I mean, we saw him at the pro day. We saw Dan Quinn. I read John Machota put out a good tweet before about, one of his quotes from his pro day saying like he didn't even want to leave the facility. So he's definitely he's fitting into the mold right now, and I'm excited to have him on board. As far as last night's concerned, I had to sleep on it a little bit. I think it still is a reach. But overall, the kid seems to be a really great kid, fascinating guy, a sports nerd. You know what I mean? Like loves the E60 stuff. That's the kind of stuff that sells me that he wants to continue to learn. Yeah, overall, if I had to give a quick grade after the first two picks, I'd say the Cowboys are right in the B- C+ area right about now.
I don't think, Connor, I know you said that Jelani Woods got taken. I don't think you mentioned the team. It was the Colts who took him. So Jelani Woods, and they also took Alec Pierce right in the second round. So both names that we had talked about as Cowboy targets. The Texas Spartan on Twitch says, how about Eric Izukanma in the fourth? I feel like he will be a gem. That's a very popular name at a Texas Tech that many people have mocked at the Cowboys. Maybe an option in the fourth, but right now we're certainly looking at third round options. So Connor, we'll get your big board up here in a minute, but as we sit right now, here's what the Cowboys have to kind of feel proud of after the first two rounds of the draft. Where are you looking? Let's start to kind of widen the parameters, and then we'll get narrower and narrower as pick 88 gets closer.
I mean, for me, it's a receiver. I was talking about Jalen Tolbert a little bit before Dave joined us, but I mean, I think a lot of people are lower on Tolbert because he played at South Alabama. The info I was trying to get to you is he originally committed to Michigan State, but then South Alabama called him and offered him a two-way scholarship for baseball and football, so he decided to stay in state and stay close to home, play baseball, play football at South Alabama. Which again, like if he played at Michigan State, people are probably not as concerned. He's a big school guy. It's not an issue. So I just think that information matters, that if you're worried about the small school thing, know that he had the opportunity to play at Michigan State. He passed it up to play baseball and football at the Division I level. And again, he's my 53rd overall player. So if he's a pick at 88, I'd be thrilled.
He was also on Talking the Draft. I know you spoke to him about baseball as well. He actually liked the question you asked him because he was like, I feel like a lot of people ask me about that, et cetera, and like the skills that you obtain from that sport, obviously. Dan, you're pretty optimistic as well. What do you want to see at 88? What sways you back? What smile do you need to say, you know what, Cowboys, let's go get some dinner. I'll take you to the IHOP. I'll get you a stack of pancakes, and we'll make this party happen.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I just want them to take the players that I like. And
so who are those people? Give us some names.
That's not going to happen, Dan, so deal with it.
I know. I'm already preparing myself for that. So, but since RJ asked the question, I mean,
the Texans are moving up to 75, by the way, after Desmond Ritter's selection. But keep going, Dan.
I would love to have Christian Harris here. To me, that would be kind of a draft saver, and I think that he's really high on my ranking. So I don't understand why he hasn't been taken. It's just,
Christian Harris just went to the Texans.
Okay, so I have nothing that will save my draft. So that's I have no answer anymore, RJ. Go to the next
way to jinx it, Dan.
Look, I don't want to jinx this, but I think we're getting ready to be joined by second-round pick Sam Williams, which is awesome. We're trying to get it set up. Hopefully it doesn't fall through, but we're sending a link to him now, so hopefully it all works smoothly. But make sure we're trying to get that straight now. Should be on here in a second. We're hoping. So that's really exciting to have him on.
Joined in at the right time. I can't believe that Ritter's going over Malik Willis. What's going on with Willis, man? I feel like I don't know.
RJ, can you text me what you just sent me on Twitter?
I got you.
All right, thank you.
Uh-huh. All right. This is how the sausage is made. That's the result of a live show. We're all jumping, we're all moving, we're all grinding. Nobody here has eaten except for Tony, the only selfish one who got here late. Tom, you ate, but you left. Actually, so you showed up on time, Tom, and then took a break to go eat. Good for you. Sturge, have you eaten?
That's why I was delayed. My guy got to my house and had my wife's food and not mine. And I was like, what? And so I had to wait, and it was just
little penne vodka.
No, it was actually I went with the old. I haven't eaten since like noon, so I was like, I went with the personal baked ziti pizza. Like,
okay,
it was delicious. Actually, it wasn't delicious because it was late, so it was cold. You know what I'm saying? So I had to eat it up, and it was like, oh man. But it's all right. It's all right. We got Sammy, so I'm excited. Let's go.
We're working. We're all we're constantly wheels are in motion. So, okay. I didn't even hear what you said you had to eat, Sturch. What was it? I mean, I wasn't listening.
Wow. Yeah, it's all right.
Did you say you had a burger or something?
No. See, this is no respect. Put some respect on his personal baked ziti's name, okay?
Baked ziti.
I guess you never had that either, right?
I don't know. They have it at Olive Garden. That's the best Italian food in the world.
Oh
right?
my god! It's like McDonald's of Italian food.
Like, I can't believe you just said that's like legitimately sacrilegious.
We have a lot of people who are watching on our Twitch stream. We're trying to get rid of these bots, by the way. Rick Pat 247 checking in on Twitch, so we appreciate those of you. We are working to get rid of these bots. Again, I
don't want to hang out with best whatever that best cams or whatever.
We'll see. But the Ravens just took Travis Jones at 76. So
that was a good name.
Oh, I know you said it, Connor, that Kendall, not Christian Harris went to the Texans, not Kendall. Johnny Boy RN, by the way, says, I dig me some Big ZD. You guys are hating on the Olive Garden. They got the
fakest Italian food of all time.
It's McDonald's Italian food. Like, that's the comparison.
I don't think that's true.
I'm telling you.
It's only because there's one around the corner from RJ's house, so he thinks this is the greatest sandwich.
Olive Garden's a nice time. You show up on a Friday night.
The only thing I'll say about Olive Garden are the breadsticks are phenomenal, and they're unlimited, so you get them as much as you want.
I went one time, and I had to wear a trench coat and glasses. I don't want to be seen.
Connor, you were saying?
Travis Jones is off the board.
Yeah, he went to the Ravens. You're doing that
Okay.
thing where you're not listening like I was a minute ago.
Well, I'm in the middle of something, bro.
I know you are. That's nobody's faulting you. You know, we're all just hanging out having conversations right now.
The Ravens being Ravens, huh? That's a quality pick.
Yep.
Who'd they take? Is that who took Jones?
Yep.
Yeah.
Love it.
Watch the Panthers. Something about the Panthers is that they only had the first pick in the sixth round. I mean, the sixth pick in the first round, and they didn't go with a quarterback. And they're going to wind up waiting until the fourth round when they do get the pick, and still wind up with a quarterback, like one of the good ones too, or at least quote good ones.
I just saw a tweet. Somebody said, "I can't wait for the Ravens to get Nakobe Dean in the 5th." It does seem like it's trekking in that direction.
We called it.
It's such a Ravens pick too.
Well, okay. Let's see here. We're still waiting on Sam Williams potentially. Obviously, a very busy night for Sam Williams, one would imagine. Maybe he's having some baked ziti. Maybe they had the Olive Garden cater in. You know what I mean? No. There's a lot of people that sometimes that's the situation. But anyway, there was a question a moment ago in the chat. It's far gone at this point, but is there a consensus at 88? Are we willing to? Every time we've
Tolbert.
That's what I was gonna say. But every time we've kind of like all agreed on a name, it's
hasn't been good.
Real quick. We can answer consensus, but Johnny Boy RN says, why are Ross and Shakir falling? I wouldn't say Shakir's really falling. I think that he's kind of projected to go in this area, but Ross has a long list of injury issues. He has a neck injury that has probably taken him off of a lot of teams' boards. And then that's really just killed his overall explosiveness and athleticism. He didn't test very well because of what I think a lot of people think that body might be failing him a little bit. But if he was healthy, and when he is healthy, he's still a good player. He's just lost that explosive traits that he had. So that's kind of a question to Johnny Boy RN. But the consensus for me should be Jalen Tolbert, I think, when you look at the needs and the players available.
I think I predict Shakir. That is good. That's my prediction for 88.
I'd be
so. Let's throw Connor's big board up on the screen as it takes a second to load. The computers are working very hard, if that isn't obvious. So Connor, you have Jalen Tolbert. I had this a moment ago. I've lost it in my vision now. 53rd overall. And you have Shakir 72nd overall. So you do have a second round grade on Tolbert and a third on Shakir. So this is the right range of sorts for the Cowboys to get their, future wide receiver, who knows, wide receiver of the present. I mean, if we're being honest, Cowboys, does anybody really believe Simi Fehoko is solving the problem that the Cowboys have?
No, we don't. I mean, there's not enough on him for us to determine that,
Mm-hmm.
I think he's got
Bernard Raymond still around.
That's if we're talking like alternative picks that we're settling for, at 88, like I'm fine with that. I mentioned that I would have been fine taking Jermaine Johnson and Bernard Raymond in the top 2 rounds.
Yeah.
I mean
that goes back. I don't think Raymond could play guard.
Bernard Raymond just went to the Minnesota Vikings, literally like right this second.
Okay, so who else do we want to be taken off? Let's keep jinxing them.
Well, hang on. Let's get this off. We have a super chatter. Gunnar Asher says, why aren't the Cowboys trading up to get good quality player instead of getting a handful of decent players? I would posit that the Cowboys only have 9 picks to work with, and that's the answer, Connor, which is why all the talk about them like maybe trading up never made sense. They needed to use all of these picks.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that we talked about that a lot yesterday when we were mentioning trading up, and I said I'd be interested in trading up in the second round to get a George Pickens or a Sky Moore if they were to fall in realistic range, but I never was interested in giving up 88, and I really didn't want to have to give up 129, but I do think you could have moved up in that second round and traded, 56 and maybe 2 of those 5th round picks to get a George Pickens or Sky Moore. But I think they love Sam Williams. I think Dan Quinn loves Sam Williams. I think he was a guy they had circled and said, hey, if he's there in the 50, we're going to let him fall to us and take him. And then, like you said, just with so many different needs, they kind of need the picks to add those players.
Okay, so at the risk of upsetting Dan by jinxing players, So maybe the idea of coming up with a consensus player is not wise, but if we come up with like a consensus 5, how about that? Maybe let's give ourselves some more slack to try to figure this out. So we're all putting Jalen Tolbert on our wish of 5, our wishful 5, right? Is that a cool enough name, a pizzazzy enough name? Who else? Who do we want to put on this list of 5 players that we want the Cowboys pick to come from in just a little bit?
Shakir.
I was gonna say Shakir.
Okay, so Khalil Shakir. So there's 2. We got 2 receivers. I mean, do we want to throw out Jeremy Ruckert? Are we ready to, come to terms with that? Are we at that place?
DeMarvin Leal has to be
okay. There's a third. I mean, that's your 49th overall player. So there's 3. We putting Ruckert on here or not?
I would. 67th overall for me. I like him. I think Jeremy Ruckert is like George Kittle light.
So that's 4.
So what about does Kennard? Can he play center?
No.
What about Austin?
Who?
Calvin Austin.
Calvin Austin.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd rather just leave Shakir and Jalen Tolbert.
Jacoby Dean.
Yeah.
No, I mean, but like we're at that point.
Roll with this.
Like, right? Can that not exist? I mean,
Really? I mean, is the value there? I mean, obviously we don't know the whole story here, but 88 for a guy that was projected to be a mid-level first-round pick. I mean,
Especially if it's just a torn pec.
right? We could sort it out later.
I saw something. I heard something on TV before that's saying like even if he played 0 snaps this season, a la Jalen Smith, that it's worth the pick.
Great example. Great shining example.
Yeah.
Well, what are you gonna do? I mean, you have to bring it up. It happened.
I don't think a torn pec affects his change of direction quite as much as Jalen Smith.
Is it officially a torn pec? I mean, I know
torn pec. There's a knee. There's a couple of different things. So I mean, he's banged up. He's a heat-seeking missile out there.
He's a
so
football player.
Yeah.
What about Winfrey, the DT out of Oklahoma?
Yep. Perrion Winfrey, DeMarvin Leal. If I'm excluding my offensive lineman, it'd be Perrion Winfrey, DeMarvin Leal, Jalen Tolbert, Leo Chenal,
And
Nick
Khalil
Croft,
Shakir.
Tariq Woolen, Jeremy Ruckert, Channing Tindall, Kingsley Ngambare, Majay Saunders, Cameron Thomas. You're getting into. I think you can probably extend your edges too. But
Do we want to limit it to certain positions?
Tell me what positions you guys want me to read off, and I'll give them to you.
Well, I mean, I think we. So let's have that conversation. Let's start there. What position do we want to see the Cowboys address here at 88? Let's see them address the trenches. Receiver.
Before we answer it, somebody just said Dean, good attitude. You can't find a better mentality player than Nakobe Dean. I mean, he's literally like Michael Parsons is a dog, but I wouldn't say Michael Parsons is like this vocal leader where like he steps on the field and is like a field general. Nakobe Dean would step in and just be like, hey, we're doing this, we're doing that, you're doing this, we're lining you up here. He would be the perfect piece to pair in that defense. I think that needs some more vocal leadership.
Okay, Connor, thanks for making us feel better about something that hasn't happened yet.
But answering a question.
Well, so the positions of need. What position? Receiver is at the top of our list. All of us. Is there anybody who wants to see anything other than receiver addressed right now?
Receiver's top priority, I think.
All right, so for receiver, it would be Jalen Tolbert, Khalil Shakir.
Those are your only top 75 receivers left.
Calvin Austin. Yeah, if I'm staying in the top 150, it would go Jalen Tolbert, Khalil Shakir, Calvin Austin, Justin Ross, Danny Gray, Kyle Phillips.
You're just talking about players you would take with 88, right?
Well, no, I was just listing my receivers.
We're just talking about preferences right now.
JT Woods. Yeah, I mean, there's not many left, and that was my concern with this draft is top 50. If the run happens, 88 could look bleak, which, again, Jalen Tolbert's still here, which I love. But
Is Tolbert the kind of guy you got to package something to move up a little bit in the third, or you could sit back?
I mean, I'm surprised he's still around, honestly, but
that's what I'm saying. Like, you take that risk?
I would see if you could get See if you could trade a fifth and move up and get him, but
Well, 80 is about to happen. I mean, what would it take to go from 88 to 80?
it shouldn't take much at this
80
point.
No, at this point, I think one of your fives. I mean,
Yeah.
at this point, I mean, and if Jalen Tolbert's your guy and he's hung around this long and you haven't addressed a receiver, I mean, do it. This is a very popular round though, for kind of fan favorite players. In the interest of just kind of establishing what we might be looking at here in the future, here are all of the Cowboys' third round picks over the last decade, in reverse chronological order, or I guess like ascending chronological order. Tyrone Crawford, it says defensive end there, but everybody remembers the defensive tackle days. Anyway, J.J. Wilcox, who could ever forget? Terrence Williams, Chaz Green.
Yeah.
Somebody pour some out right here, right now. Malik Collins, Jordan Lewis, still hanging out with the team. Third round pick in 2017. Of course, Michael Gallup, who got a new contract with the team this offseason. Connor McGovern, who's entering a contract year. Neville Gallimore, the team's lone third round pick in 2020. Nashawn Wright, Chauncey Golston, and Osa Odigizua, all third round picks last year. Tom, when you look at the totality of their general history in this round, do you trust them?
I trust them more here than in the second round. I think they're better drafting in the third round. You don't maybe get quite as high a ceiling, but I think you got a lot better floors with these people.
So Greg Dulcich just went off the board. UCLA tight end. I think that was a guy that they had brought in as a visitor too, if I'm not mistaken. Also, I love that somebody tweeted Malik Willis for people watching. They tweeted Malik Willis, and it just says Malik Willis with that face that says
right. He tweeted it himself,
me?
Connor. You're wondering who tweeted it?
No.
Malik Willis tweeted it. Wow. Okay. I don't know what to expect.
Yeah.
But Dan took a restroom break. I'm taking one as well. Tony, don't say anything offensive.
Don't say anything offensive. All right. Well, welcome to the First and 10 podcast.
Yeah, right. Brought to you by
Tom Royal and Connor.
every Monday morning.
Every Monday morning, tune in. This is it's interesting, man. I'm very, very curious to know why a guy like Willis is falling right now. I mean, I understand, he's probably a little rough around the edges, but I just figured, there was a couple teams like, i.e. the Carolina Panthers. I mean, the Falcons just addressed it, so they're good. I wouldn't say they're set. They brought in a guy that kind of looks like Aaron Judge, actually. More yeah, I'm interested, man. That's interesting stuff. But I think the Cowboys 1,001% need to go receiver here.
Well, I mean, yeah, now we're on
if
pick
it's
81.
not trash.
Right. I mean, we're at pick 81 here. We're at 88. You said
the Giants are coming up. You don't think they're going to get Willis, do you?
Could be. But then again, that helps the Cowboys push Tolbert to us, a little closer in that instance. And I mean, I'm almost at the point now where take one of those fifths and go and get us our wide receiver. Go get us the guy that we've been waiting for.
Yeah. Or
RJ, we almost didn't make it without you.
I know. Man, I got to tell you guys, we ordered food and it got here right when the draft started. So it has been so miserable to just walk past it every break.
What'd you order?
Buffalo Wild Wings.
Okay. See, I'll take that. I won't take Olive Garden, but Buffalo Wild Wings, I'll take that.
I got myself some wings, some desert heat dry rub. I mean,
you can't eat wings and do a show at the same time?
No, go ahead, Connor.
I was going to say, it sounds like it could change, fluid situation, but it sounds like Sam Williams might be joining us tomorrow. So one way or the other, we think we're going to have Sam Williams on in the next 48 hours. So just wanted to update the folks.
The words you're looking for, Connor: subscribe to the Blog and the Boys YouTube channel, like the Blog and the Boys Facebook page, follow us on Twitch, follow us on social media, follow us every single place. Connor's got to get better at the plugs. He's the king of draft content, but the plugs, wouldn't make a great electrician, Connor. We'll
Show business. Giants did not take wide receiver. Yeah.
12-3.
Cordell Flott just went off the board of the Giants.
Yep, at 81.
Nice. Good. They're, you know what? With their second round pick, I feel like Gettleman was back in the building. I wasn't a fan of the Giants second round.
RJ, you getting happy feet? Are you moving up here to get Tolbert, like to secure that? Like, what do you think?
No, they haven't moved up. They haven't even shown an inkling about moving up.
I
at
know,
all
but at this point,
draft.
like, what? So, Connor, I asked you at the board, who's there if Tolbert isn't that you think they would take at 88? The Cowboys, not us.
Khalil Shakir, Jeremy Ruckert.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think that's who they would look at.
I think at this point you gotta at least mention the name Tariq Woolen too. I mean, he's another rough around the edges type of guy, but he's 6'4", 205 pounds, and ran a 4.26, and has almost 34-inch arms. Tell me Dan Quinn isn't like, hey, I know you guys gave me somebody last year, but
he is 62nd on your overall board, Connor, which again we're putting up here. And again, everybody should go get it. Connor's the only person who doesn't have his Twitter profile on his name here on StreamYard, but that is at Connor NFL Draft. Go follow him. We have a new question from Twitch. Twitch is, let's be honest, guys. I mean, there's Nobu in California, and then there's Twitch for the Dallas Cowboys draft discussion. Rock Garza 07 says, yo guys, what's up? So hypothetically, would you feel comfortable taking the huge risk on Dean? And if you had to bet your wings on it, Buffalo Wild Wings is decent, not the best in my opinion. Top 10. Do you guys know more than 10 wing places? But anyways, but if you had to bet your food, who's going to be the pick? I think we're all here. If the Cowboys take Nakobe Dean, we're fine with that. Like we're all at peace with the risk, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Okay, cool. So like to answer that part of the question, and I think if we all had to bet my wings on it,
they're yours, so I'll bet them.
I don't know. I mean, I would probably bet Khalil Shakir. I mean, the Boise thing is like a funny trope, but it's a real thing. I mean,
D'Angelo Malone just went off the board of the Falcons, edge rush out of Western Kentucky.
And to answer one of the guys asked how we're so ahead. I don't agree with it. I don't like it. I kind of like the old school mentality of just draft on the TV. But when you're covering the draft as much as Connor is, you need to know fast. And guys leak things left and right on the old interweb. So that's how people are starting to find out a lot sooner.
What do you guys think? Danny Gray out of SMU is an interesting name.
Feels rich right now.
Next round, that'd be great.
I mean, yeah, like, and again, like, the comment in every one of our Twitter mentions is like, you're not in the war room. Blah, like, okay, cool. But like everything we've read, every person we trust. Connor, where is Danny Gray on your big board? You have 225 players on this board. I'm going to guess he's not in the top 150.
He is 118.
I was kind of close. Whatever.
He might make it to 129.
I mean...
I mean, he's a fun player though too. I mean, I think it would still be a little early, but I mean, if I'm taking a receiver and I for some reason don't want to draft Jalen Tolbert and I don't want to draft Khalil Shakir for whatever reason, Danny Gray's 6'2", 200 pounds. He runs a 4.33, 34-inch vertical, 126-inch broad jump, explosive guy, can play inside out. I mean, he's quick, fast, explosive. He kind of fits all the bills. He was a Dallas Day guy for Dallas too, so I know they've talked to him a handful of times and worked him out at Dallas Day. So that could be a fallback option too if for some reason they don't like Tolbert and they don't like Shakir. But if KT was right and they love Jalen Tolbert, there's no way they don't pick him at 88 unless they have Leal like graded high and it's just a blinking light for him.
Well, that's what the Texas Spartan asked. Would you take Leal here at 88? I think we're all, yes, agreed.
Winfrey,
fine.
Leal.
Yeah, totally fine with that here. There was I'm looking for this right now. Where was it? Johnny Boy says, if we're talking corner, what about Marcus Jones? Good to be an assassin as a returner. Are we not talking enough about corner as an option here? We're focused so much on receiver. We've talked a lot about tight end. Connor, I know you brought up Tariq Woolen, but I mean, it's possible. I mean, again, like if the Kelvin Joseph situation is a bigger deal than they have discussed in a preliminary sense, it would not be. I mean, even without factoring that in, like it would make sense for them to go corner.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. I don't love, Tariq Woolen is like the guy that I would like here. I mean, then my next graded corner is Marcus Jones. He's like 5'10". They're not going to draft a 5'10" quarter, but even though he's a hell of a player. Outside of that, Kobe Bryant out of Cincinnati is a name to kind of keep an eye on. So that's another name, if they do go corner. But
there are a lot of lengthy corners that we can get on day 3. I think.
Pat on Twitch asks, after almost 3 rounds, which team has won the first 2 days? I don't think any of us are going to offer any name other than the Baltimore Ravens. The Ravens own the world. No, Sturch this. So, I mean, the Jets have had a nice time, but the Ravens are drafting laps around everybody right now.
Yep.
And then the Jets.
I don't know. I mean, I know people didn't like the Cam Jurgens thing, but like the Eagles have had a nice draft too.
Yeah,
Texas has been all right, too.
What, Connor?
So when you add in that they traded for AJ, you add him in the draft class like we did with Amari. It's definitely hard not to like that.
And since we did count it that way,
the Eagles just drafted Nakobe Dean.
What?
The Philadelphia Eagles just drafted Nakobe Dean.
Just sickle.
Don't you hate a guy that you love all drafts goes to your most hated team? Like,
well, that's the only reason they drafted him was to keep him away from Dallas.
My 12th overall player at what, 83?
3. There's been word circulating around though
that damn Peck.
This first year, they're saying there's a rumor going around, or at least some sources saying that first year might be a redshirt year for him. So
what it's
worth.
So
for what it's worth.
Right.
I
don't that.
I think it's gonna be Tolbert. That's I'm like heart set on it right now.
So hold up, Connor. He's your 12th ranked player, correct? Yes, and they walked away also with your Jordan Davis is your 17th ranked player. So,
and AJ Brown.
And AJ Brown. And a future starting center. So, Sturch, you want to say the Jets again?
Nah.
Yeah.
Eagles are doing all right.
This sucks. I don't like this. Okay, well, so the pressure for this pick to give us joy has just increased, right? Like we're all
they gotta hit this one out the park.
Wow.
Now, I mean, is Tolbert knocking out the park for you? Like, yes, that's the pick that we're all like on right now. But is this going to make you feel like they got a Sky Moore or a George Pickens? Like, is this going to make you feel good about that wide receiver, or is this going to be another Fehoko project? Like, you know what I mean?
No, it's not a Fehoko project. No. Oh, the Steelers just took DeMarvin Leal. So the pain is setting in, boys.
I like Jalen Tolbert. Everything that came out of Senior Bowl week, Jalen Tolbert was the real deal. I think it's a good value. I think he's a good pick. I think he can help this team. There were guys in the first round that I wanted, but I am not going to be upset about Jalen Tolbert initially for the first time. Like, I haven't had a pick that Connor talked me into Sam Williams. Somebody had to talk me off the ledge for Tyler Smith. But if it's Jalen Tolbert, I would feel good about that right off the bat.
You could make the argument that Jalen Tolbert's the most productive receiver coming out in this draft. I mean, he had 64 catches in 2020 with 1,085 yards, 8 touchdowns. In 2021, he had 82 catches for 1,474 yards for 8 touchdowns. He averaged 17 yards per catch in 2020 and 18 yards per catch in 2018. 2021, excuse me.
Keep reading it so somebody will take him a couple picks before us.
Tolbert did not visit the Cowboys, and from what I have been told is they haven't had many discussions with him, but they didn't really have any discussions with Tyler Smith either, it sounds like. So that really doesn't mean anything.
I hate this. They just announced the Kobe Dean. It's like, we knew it already, but then like once you see it on TV and you see these disgusting, vile fan base just over there in Vegas just get really excited about this, it's just that sucks so much more.
I'd say that I don't feel great right now. Wow. Okay. So we have the Patriots, Raiders, and Cardinals to go before the Cowboys are on the clock.
Patriots.
DeMarvin Leal's gone. Nakobe Dean is gone. Who were the other names we said? Jalen Tolbert, Khalil Shakir.
Leal.
Who were the other names that we threw out? Jeremy Ruckert still available.
Winfrey.
Emmitt Smith is going to announce this selection, by the way, for the Dallas Cowboys. Did you guys know that?
Available. Yeah,
Did you guys know that Emmett's record turns 20 years old this October?
Really?
Emmett will
bro.
have held the record for 20 years. Time flies.
I remember exactly where I was. I was a little cherub, 10 years old. I remember that like it was yesterday.
What's the reaction here if they draft a running back out of Texas A&M, Isaiah Spiller, with the 88th overall pick?
So like but for real, like that's the one like holy crap you did that thing that I think people could like get on board with. And again, I don't mean to like stir up like debate and make people angry, but that would be a clear bat signal in the sky that they are getting set to move on from Zeke next offseason. And that and nobody would like celebrate that, but I do think that would be indicative of a forward step from a philosophical perspective. I love Zeke, but I don't know anybody that would disagree with that. By the way, Mark Lane has now joined the show. Mark, how goes it?
Hey guys, yeah, good to talk to you. I was watching some of the program, about an hour ago because I realized, why am I watching NFL Network when I could watch this? And this is more fun anyway. I know these guys as opposed to guys on NFL Network. And I think that Connor made a really good point, which is this kind of does set up like the 2018 draft. It feels like a maybe win now, like a draft for the future type of draft, where and contrasted with how the rest of the NFC East, I think, save for Washington, is getting guys that can be impactful rookies that can help them win now to dethrone Dallas as division champs. And so really, if you're a Cowboys fan, you're just going to have to trust your tape guys like Connor or whoever you like to tell you why this pick is going to pan out in the future, because kind of like with Dalton Schultz when they took him in the 4th round in 2018, that's the Witten replacement. But then he gets a chance to shine in 2020, and now look where he is. He finally took over that role. Same thing with Michael Gallup. By 2019, he was a legitimate receiver. And so I think that the 2018 draft comparisons are probably going to hold. And I was thinking with Jalen Tolbert, although he said that they didn't have very many visits with him and so forth, he does have some parallels with Michael Gallup. He said he went to South Alabama because he wanted to also play baseball. He had an offer from Michigan. Don't forget that Gallup actually ended up going to Colorado State. And before that, he was in junior college because he had to get his grades up. So there are some parallels there, and I think that could be the saving grace for optimism as far as this draft goes. But it does feel like, your parents tell you now, I know that the Smiths down the street are going to Disney World, but I took a couple $1,000s that we could go down to Florida too, and I put it in your college fund. I want to go to Disney now.
Mark, that is a very colorful way of describing the way Cowboys fans are feeling. Dan, you'll do your best to encapsulate that. Dan's leaving our live show. Dan will be heading our podcast recapping tonight's action that can be accessed in the Blog of the Boys podcast network, available wherever you get your podcast. Dan, farewell. Best of luck. We'll see you tomorrow, amigo.
The Raiders are trading up with the Titans.
Malik Willis.
The Patriots just took Marcus Jones. That happened. That's now on the broadcast.
Wait, the Titans are what?
So now the Titans.
Willis.
Oh, poor Tannehill.
Okay, that leaves
Arizona in front of us.
Right.
That leaves just about all the names we just talked about. I mean, the Cowboys have some options that we just said would make us fairly happy.
I want Tolbert, and I don't want to get my hopes up.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is trying
Arizona's
to figure
not
out where
taking
they've got
another
these people.
No, I'm not worried about Arizona taking them. I'm worried about Dallas doing something off.
Dallas going with Ruckert instead, which wouldn't be a bad option, or
Not at
doing
all.
something really off the wall.
This is
boy, oh boy.
These are very interesting times.
I'm not
Okay.
gonna lie.
Go ahead,
I
Connor.
mean-
Don't lie.
We brought this up in Spaces the other night, but if you completely strike out on receivers, would you call up Julio Jones and say,
Absolutely.
hey, move in the slot, bounce around, play some outside. We give you some clean releases, some free releases. I mean, he's 33. Jarvis Landry still
I
a
was just
free
going to
agent.
say, what about Juice, man? He would be all right.
I mean, there's guys out there that are still decent players in free agency that you could bring in. I mean, I wonder if Ruckert's a blinking light for them right now, where it's just like, hey, we need a tight end. This guy kind of
Yeah.
A lot of people compare him to Dalton Schultz, even though I think he's got a higher ceiling than Dalton Schultz did, even though I love Dalton Schultz. But I wonder if they think that, hey, we can get a starting legit tight end one, that's going to be a tight end two. And then we can probably fill that hole at receiver in free agency. Uh-oh. The Panthers are making progress on a trade for quarterback Baker Mayfield.
I saw that.
They want him to pay. They want him to pay some of the salary.
Okay, so lots of things happening. First of all, the Mets just threw a no-hitter. It was a combined no-hitter, in case anybody cares about that. Baker Mayfield appears almost on his way to Carolina. The Tennessee Titans have drafted Malik Willis. By the way, the Dallas Cowboys do visit the Tennessee Titans this season. Will they be visiting Ryan Tannehill or Malik Willis, Tom?
Well, they'll be both. They'll both be there.
Sturts, this is Tom's question.
Okay. I think Tannehill will still be the starter. I don't think.
Well, you don't even know when the game is yet, Tom. So, I mean, whatever.
Do you want my answer or not?
By the way, the Arizona Cardinals pick is not in yet.
Watch out for Cade Otton here too. Washington tight end. They met with the 130 visit.
Right. I'm fine with this. I'm fine with Tolbert, Ruckert, Otton. I can go to sleep tonight feeling some level of peace about one of these picks.
I can't believe Perry on Winfrey's still available.
Is that who's? Yeah.
That would be kind of a little bit out of the box.
That'd be out of the box. But that would be.
K tweeted that Cameron Thomas is the Cardinals pick, which means everybody hold on to your butts.
Here we go.
First round pick. Tyler Smith had kind of a quote about butts earlier today, but the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock.
David Moore mentioned David Bell too as an option. So
God, I hope not.
Yeah, I get that you're not high on him.
I mean, he runs a 4.7. It's like this offense is already lacking explosiveness, and adding a guy who's not explosive whatsoever is just I don't know. It doesn't add anything that would get me excited. I mean, again, at 129, you take a guy who's consistent. He's got reliable hands, possession guy. We saw Jarvis Landry make a decent career out of being a slower speeded, guy, but I just think this offense needs some juice.
It's crazy.
The world is freaking out about Malik Willis. Nobody cares. Nobody cares whatsoever.
Yeah, Cam Thomas is the pick to the Cardinals. Dove climbing with that.
I did not see it with Cameron Thomas. People loved him. I just was like, oh.
All right, people. All right. We're waiting on confirmation, but nobody say a word yet. Nobody say a word. Waiting on confirmation.
Confirmation.
But if this goes the way, if confirmation comes,
I still haven't even seen it yet.
It's going to be a good rest of the chat. I'll just say
that.
Oh,
okay. I've seen it now.
No, then that's
nobody say anything.
There it is. I got it.
We're still waiting. Everybody be cool.
Let's go.
We're waiting to
I got
make
confirmation here from Juan.
It's confirmed.
We're waiting. We're waiting.
what?
We don't want to mess this one up.
It's not
It is
messed up.
confirmed.
All right, let's go. The pick is in. Let's get our special graphic. Everybody start to get excited.
Let's go.
The pick is in. And with the 88th overall pick, throw the X up. The Dallas Cowboys have selected South Alabama wide receiver Jalen Tolbert. They did it. They finally got somebody who we are fans of. The offense gets a new playmaker. They have a new offensive lineman, new starting left guard, new wide receiver here. This is a party. Connor, go off.
I mean, it's the 2018 draft, like I said earlier. You take a guy in the first round and Leighton Vander Esch in 2018 that I didn't like, did the same thing in Tyler Smith. You come back and take a guy in the second round and Sam Williams that I like probably more than some people. Same thing kind of happened with Connor Williams. Same last name. We haven't even said that. Connor Williams, Sam Williams. And then third round, you draft a small school wide receiver who is extremely productive, is going to come in and I think be an instant impact guy for you. I mean, he isn't a project. He is extremely productive. One of the, if not the most productive receivers in this draft. He has 1,474 yards and 8 touchdowns in 2021, 1,085 yards and 8 touchdowns in 2020. That's 2 dominant years at South Alabama. Could have played at Michigan State. So if you're sitting here going, oh, he played at South Alabama, that doesn't count. He got recruited to play at Michigan State, but decided to go to South Alabama so he could play baseball. He's 6'1", 194 pounds. He runs a 4.49, 36-inch vertical, 123-inch broad jump. Good explosive athlete. Ball skills down the field are impressive. Hands are, he needs to clean up some of his hands. He has some drops on tape. That's probably his biggest knock. But he is a guy who can line up in the slot. He can line up on the boundary. He can catch the ball down the field. He can create separation in all 3 levels. 63rd overall player is how I got it. 53rd overall player is how I had it. And getting him at 58 just gives me shades of Michael Gallup from a couple years ago.
Dan, we've been waiting for a moment to kind of feel some level of optimism, a moment to kind of unleash homerism, to be frank. This is it. The Cowboys finally did something that gives us reason to believe that this draft is going their way.
Who did you ask?
Oh, I don't. I'm sorry. I meant Tom. I don't know why I said Dan. Tom, I'm so sorry.
I was going to
Tom, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's this was where, okay, we kind of had a consensus. That's the best guy left out there for the Cowboys right now, and they took the best guy left out there for the Cowboys. This has kind of been a pleasant upward trajectory through day 2 because, I especially with Connor's input, I felt pretty good about what Williams brought. And I was really almost thinking, well, we're going to really want to get Tolbert and he's going to be gone. And then lo and behold, there he was. They took him. They made what seemed to be the smart pick. It helps the team. And I got my 3 big wishes for the first 3 rounds of the draft in the fact that they've got, an answer hopefully at guard. They've upgraded the edge position, and now they've got someone to flesh out the wide receiver room. So I wind up today feeling pretty dang good on this.
Tony, I mean, you are maybe the biggest homer here. No disrespect to Sturch. Do you feel like a license to go off? Like this is the Cowboys finally doing something that every fan wanted them to do.
I mean, it just made so much sense. You know what I mean? For once, it was a pick that just absolutely made sense at the position, and it was a need. I think this is kind of how we thought the draft would go in some way. They would get a pass rusher, an offensive lineman. That went different, but the wide receiver had to be a top 100 pick need, I think, especially with getting rid of Amari Cooper. So I am excited. I'm not going to get overly crazy because, like I said, we still got some meat left on that bone, and Connor's bringing the tug. But yeah, so I'm excited about the pick, and this is the first time that I actually showed some real hype about a pick so far.
Sturch, are you ready to believe? Are you all of a sudden all about the Cowboys? They're dominating this draft. Everything's coming up Dallas. Not just Connor's dog. That is Connor's dog's name, by the way.
Oh, it's my brother's dog's name too. Listen, when it comes to the Cowboys right now, they had some needs, and they've filled all the needs right now with players. You want to address the O-line? They did that. You want to address the D-line? They did that. Needed receiver? They did that. So they're going according to plan right now. This pick in particular, I was excited about the previous pick, but I'm telling you right now, this one makes you feel good because we kind of talked it up enough for me to be like, all right, if this happens, this could be good. And, no jinxes here. So that actually all worked out for the Cowboys, and they get a nice solid receiver, a great analysis by Connor, and I think it's a great pick for the Cowboys.
Mark, do you feel like the Cowboys have tied a better bow on things now that the first 100 picks are about to be in the books effectively? Do you feel like they have done what they needed to do, what many people wanted to see them do, finally?
It's kind of like when you start a road trip and you say, all right, we're going to leave at 7:00, and then there's a delay and someone can't find their suitcase, and then you have to turn around and go back and get something else somebody forgot, and then finally you're on the road. It's 9:00. It's 2 hours late, but you're finally on the road. And you get that exhilaration of finally beginning the journey. And I think that's what this pick represents, is they got someone for the value. A lot of the picks that Dallas has made to this point have come with question marks. For example, Tyler Smith was at really good value for that pick. With Sam Williams, you've got the question mark of, can he live up with all of the spotlight and everything that Dallas brings, given some of the challenges he has had off field the last 2 years. So this feels like Dallas just finally got going, that Will McClay emerged and, helped Dallas make a great pick. And again, I think this is nice because now you really provide competition for Semi Fehoko and just that third receiver spot. And you can also develop someone that could take over, very optimistically to say something like this, but someone who gives you options if they progress nicely for whether or not you want to give CD Lamb a contract extension. So I think that this really is a nice investment in the receiver core. And just like Michael Gallup, by 2019, with the division on the line, okay, in week 16, although Amari Cooper was on the bench, Dak Prescott was looking for Michael Gallup to score the game-tying touchdown. So with the 17 games and everything, Tolbert could develop and get that playing time and be an effective option. I think at a minimum he should be able to replace at least Cedric Wilson for now, then try to compete and challenge for some of those other spots later in his career.
It does feel. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, if y'all had to just put a word on the Cowboy, like what was the biggest issue for the Cowboys receivers, over the last year or two?
I want to say the long ball, if anything. Like,
the word I would use is consistency. Like you had the road struggles with Damari. You had CD, where he'd go games where he just didn't even get targeted. Jalen Tolbert, 10 for 199, 7 for 143, 7 for 108, 4 for 65, 8 for 94, 10 for 155, 11 for 174, 5 for 84, 6 for 143, 2 for 54, 7 for 95, and 5 for 168. Those were his game logs in 2021. I mean, that's as consistent as you can kind of get. And like I said, he played – Tennessee was probably the best defense he faced. We saw Alontae Taylor go earlier in the draft, higher than we kind of thought. He put up 7 for 143 and a score against them. Coastal Carolina has a stout defense. I know you might not think that, but he went 10 for 191 and a score against them. I mean, he dominated his level of competition, and he had the opportunity to play at a higher level school in Michigan State. He's consistent, separating all three levels. He can track the deep ball. I just think this was a steal. I mean, this was one of the better picks of the draft outside of Nakobe Dean going to Philadelphia, unfortunately.
It was needed. I mean, they really needed this juice, right? Like they did not have a pick with that, Tom, right? Like they need like they don't need a pick to like inspire their fans or anything like that, but like this is relative to the resource that was involved, this is the first thing they have done that has kind of lit the fuse of excitement for people this offseason. Is that not fair to say? Besides maybe, I know Mark brought it up last night, bringing Dan Quinn back. Like, it's that level of energy.
Yeah, there's none of the moves that were made, prior in the offseason that touched off this much of a spark. And it was literally they got down, and it was a case of where instead of the draft going wrong on them, it finally fell right to where they needed it to fall. the right player showed up for them. I'm really hoping that the fact that he was a small school guy is the reason he might have been overlooked by some, and now he's going to come and shine. So it's going to be interesting to see. I think Dak's going to probably get to know him real fast.
Tony, the floor is yours.
The floor is mine.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. Jalen Tolbert. I mean, I was reading Connor's bio on him, and I love all the positive things. I mean, it was a guy that I think I was hammering on the desk on, for the last half hour, 45 minutes. I think it's a good pick. I think he can come in and help right away. I think he made the wide receiver position deeper. I think he made the wide receiver position better. Let's not mistake that he's Amari Cooper or anything like that, especially now. But I think he comes in and helps and soften that blow a little bit. Great value. So I'm all around a big fan of this pick as it is.
You know who he kind of reminds me of? The Cowboys fans will know, and some people might get mad about this, but I think they got to understand is Terrence Williams.
Okay, it's not a bad
similar size. He wins in similar ways. Tracks the ball down the field real well. We saw Terrence Williams do some nice things down the field. Like I said, his issues are he is somewhat of a body catcher, not all the time, but he has a tendency that on the easy ones he'll let the ball get into his chest sometimes, and that causes some double catches and some bangs off the chest. But like I said, he played at South Alabama teams. There wasn't a ton of weapons on South Alabama's offense, so a lot of teams focused their attention on him, and he still was a consistent producer in that offense. He beat double teams easy. He knew he was going to get doubled, and he was okay with that. He has a lot of that stuff we're talking about with George Pickens, where he catches the ball and he points in the defender's face and lets him know. He has a lot of that, like alpha male, dog mentality that we were talking about with Pickens earlier. He's got, like I said, juice on a off the field mental perspective, and then what he can bring as a receiver. He's got that. I like this fit a lot. I think that he has some of those Terrence Williams skill sets, and I think he's a little bit more consistent than Terrence Williams was too.
I mean, people have, you mentioned it, people have the taste or the memory of Terrence Williams at the very end, but that was a very successful third round pick for the Cowboys, like objectively, and again, I know they gave him the second contract and that, whatever, and everybody was afraid they were going to lose him at the time to the Rams, the Browns, whatever. And again, I know it was a really poor end, but and that was the third round pick they picked up, and we talked about that so much in the lead up to this draft when they moved back, to draft Travis Frederick. And so, I mean, this is a really, this was needed, I think. I mean, I know we've kind of, talked about that and talked around that. TZ Fit says Jalen Tolbert is a W. That's what this is. Like, they needed a W, and I think this allows you to kind of feel, not you specifically, Connor, you specifically, anyone, but, I mean, Sturch, you tell me, this allows you to kind of view the totality of what they're doing, to view the whole puzzle kind of taking shape over the course of the last 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, the guy said Jalen Tolbert is a W, and I think that this day two is a W, a big W for the Cowboys. Again, addressing the things we need, not getting cute, not trading up, back, anything like that. They stayed put. They probably stuck to their draft board. I mean, if Jerry wants to show the draft board again tonight after the press conferences, let him do it. But yeah, I think they stuck true to their board, I'm assuming. And things just kind of fell their way. This is the first pick. I mean, collectively, we all were, barking about it, but this is the first pick that or at least we collectively said, like, okay, this is the guy we want, and it happened. You know what I mean? So that's a feel good moment for the draft. And now going into tomorrow, you look at the tight ends, you look at the linebackers, you look at the other positions of need that the Cowboys have, and they got the capital to get it done.
Let's start to kind of tie a bow on the first two nights. I don't think any of us really envisioned the Cowboys trading up, but Mark, give us a grade on the Cowboys draft picks, their draft class so far.
In totality,
I just saw a comment though. I don't know if the comment is serious about the. Do you guys see the comment about the Cowboys trading up?
Cowboys traded for 93.
Is that? I don't see anything to corroborate this.
That's a
No
weird
way.
thing to make up.
I know.
Yeah.
By the
Yeah,
way,
that's a very random thing.
if you guys want to like just fall in love and melt, Dave Hellman just tweeted that Jalen Tolbert told them on the Fan and DallasCowboys.com that Dak Prescott called him a few days ago to talk ball and his fit with the Cowboys.
Love it.
That is so
Love
awesome.
So we definitely know he was a target for him then.
Dude, I would trade back in for 193 and draft Jeremy Ruckert right now. And I would be like, all right, cool. I don't care what we do tomorrow. This is a great draft.
I can't confirm that anywhere,
I
but
can't either, man.
thanks for that. Yeah.
At least, who's the guy who said that? Chucko Nation? Well, where'd you hear that, buddy?
Yeah, I don't see anything. But and the 49ers just picked. So that was pick 93. So there's no way that that happened. That the Cowboys are trading up. So sorry,
And
guys,
the Niners
but
took their 15th running back. By the way, they're going to get Ty Davis Price.
right. So
much for that.
wow. I hadn't thought about it this way.
Liars out here. We don't like liars.
I hadn't thought about it this way. Does anybody know how many receivers were taken before Mark? I know we're going to get to the grades here, but before Jalen Tolbert, let me know how many went before him, just in the draft. Connor, you can't look and count. That's
I would say 13.
14. Jalen Tolbert was the 15th receiver to come off the board. That's crazy.
Yeah. But I mean, again, I'm shocked he was here at 88. I thought he'd be a guy that kind of go right at, in the top 75, probably after your second round pick, before your third round pick. But I mean, I'm thrilled with that. I'd love for him to come back, get a tight end, maybe add one of these other, Calvin Austin still available. If they could add a tight end and come back and add Calvin Austin, that would be a ton of fun.
I say this joke tongue in cheek because I make fun of my Massachusetts Patriots fans like family. And I said the Patriots, there's 15 good receivers in this draft. The Patriots would draft the 16th, but it's legitimate that, this 15 wide receivers taken and we take Tolbert and we're feeling really good about it. So I think that's a pretty close estimate of how we viewed this wide receiver class.
Wow.
The Panthers have traded up. That
So
has
they're
happened.
not-
So a team with a silver and blue helmet did trade up technically here in the third round, and they're on the clock now. By the way, Sean Ryan went to the Packers. That we kind of lost that.
Yeah, that was a guard. Yeah.
But a lot of people thinking the Panthers are coming up for a quarterback, just if anybody cares. And Charles Robinson just tweeted he's told that Baker Mayfield talks between the Panthers and Browns are halted. So maybe the Panthers are saying, you know what, Browns, we don't need this. We'll go get our own quarterback here in the third round.
Sam Howell. No, I'm just throwing a name out there. That's not the pick. Interesting.
Wow. So, okay. Let's get back on track. Mark, give us a grade for the total Cowboys draft so far.
So far, I'd say it's about a B-, because I
Matt
think
Corral
that
was a Carolina Panther.
There
Oh
you
my
go.
gosh.
There you go. What did I say? I just said that before.
Mark, I'm sorry. I know you keep trying to give your grade here, but
No.
wow. Nobody wants Baker Mayfield. Wow.
Why would you want Baker Mayfield? Seriously, because just because of his contract, what he has experienced as a player, he knows he can be the guy. So if you bring him in anywhere, it's an instant quarterback battle. Not because he's bad, but just because of the nature of pro football, you risk having your locker room fractured and having a pro Baker camp and pro the other quarterback camp. It's just he's got to make some concessions, and it's got to be the right situation for him to really kind of have that Andy Dalton type of just backup season and then go get your money elsewhere.
Okay, let's get to grades. Tom, you're about to bounce, so give us your grade for the group as a whole.
I think it got up to a B with the Jalen Tolbert pick. I'm really pleased with how that helped it as a whole.
Okay, well, Tom will be on the post-draft press conference with Dan Rogers, so we'll see him later. Best of luck, Tom. Looking forward to hearing that. Mark, back to your grade. You have tried several times. You said B-?
Breaking news. No, I'm kidding.
You're right. Breaking news. Here are my grades. B minus because I feel like Tyler Smith was kind of paying retail for that pick a little bit. Sam Williams, I worry about his ability to defend against the run, and he just needs really another year. But if he can stay available for all 17 games, by December and January, you figure Dan Quinn will have figured out something to do with him. And then Jalen Tolbert, I think that, again, he's someone that if he can stay around, stay available, and just get those reps and learn the game, then he can be someone that can develop some chemistry with Dak Prescott. And so that's why I say it's a B minus. And then on day 3 here, I'm curious to see you got 4 fifth-round picks. To me, that just looks like trade packages that you can go up and get targeted guys in the 4th round. Because think about it. When you think of some of the guys who are the best at their position, guys like, Travis Kelce and George Kittle, these are just kind of they're mid-round guys, and I just wonder if they're going to try to use those 5th-round picks to try to move up into the 4th round and take targeted guys, maybe a tight end like Connor was mentioning. So, but for now, B minus.
Sturch, grade the group.
Yeah, I'm right there with the B minus. I was going to say if they did anything other than Jalen Tolbert, I was going to range in the C plus range, but the Jalen Tolbert thing kind of brings it all together. Again, the Tyler Smith pick, on the surface when it happens, everybody was kind of up in arms. I know myself, I was a big tweet and deleter last night. I was very, very bent about it. But again, you sleep on it one night and, everything looks pretty good right now for the Cowboys. I think they're having themselves a solid draft. And tomorrow, you address some more of these needs. And I agree with Mark. I think the multiple, 4 fifth-round picks, you package 2 of those plus your 4th, you move all the way up, and maybe you try to kick off the 4th round with your tight end.
Tony.
I was gonna be boring and say B minus, but I'm gonna go above that and just say a B, just to be slightly different.
Savage.
B. I say a B because I was very negative about the Tyler Smith pick, but I think the kid has the right attitude. I think the kid's coming in with a lot to prove. I just like the way he carried himself. So I think hopefully that, develops within this team and he's able to produce on the field. Like I said, we've been live here for over 3 hours. Connor really turned me into a positive view on the Sam Williams situation. I was all in on 88, a little shaky at 56, but the way Connor talks about him and what he can bring to the pass rush now, I'm a fan. I think Sam Williams can really help. You all know how I feel about Jalen Tolbert. I think that was a home run selection at 88. So, for me, I would say a B. Tyler Smith being somebody that was on the board, like that we could have had there that we didn't take, would probably put me in the close to B plus A minus range. But overall, day 2 is definitely turning the tides a little bit for me.
Connor, I know you're running around doing a few different things, so I'll go ahead and go now. I think B's about fair. By the way, the NFL account just made one of their cartoon graphic mock-ups of Matt Corral in a Panthers uniform wearing number 1. Relax. That's sacred. You know what I mean? We just can't have whoa, not cool. But anyway, maybe B minus. I think that's fair. When you consider the value of the first 2 picks, obviously a difficult situation, but the Tolbert pick is a home run. I mean, it is an absolute, just incredible thing. B minus for me, with the potential to get up to a B plus tomorrow. I don't think they can get up to an A. The 2020 class was obviously phenomenal all the way through, and it felt that way. But man, it's a strong performance that they saved here at the very end. So that is nice to see. We are working on some things So Tony, how much did it make your Cowboys heart sing to hear that Dak Prescott called Jalen Tolbert specifically?
I mean, honestly, I love that. I mean, that is so cool. I mean, that's a leader. I mean, we're obviously the discussions happening with inside the war room. That's somebody that he obviously valued, wanted on this team. They discussed it and had that conversation with them. And for him to go out there and just have that 20-minute conversation with the kid that they weren't even guaranteed to get, I think is a really cool experience for Jalen. I think it shows exactly who we think Dak Prescott is. And, you know, I think they got a good kid. And obviously we have a good quarterback on this team.
Wow. Sturch, does that vibe with who Dak is? Like isn't that just like a dream? Like that's who you want your franchise quarterback to be, like the guy who's making all these calls and talking and is involved or whatever. Like it's at the heart of what being a fan is.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, this is, you know, with Dak Prescott, there's a lot of people that are out there that are still, you know, kind of writing them off or naysayers, but like you just look at some of these guys, even our first round pick this year, like they're good people, and Dak Prescott seems to be a really good leader. And I think that this conversation that they had, I think I read something about, you know, asking which position he would play. So I mean, I just the flexibility of this kid coming in here and Dak Prescott being the leader that he is. You know, you want to build that rapport right away, and I think they did that, and they did that by just taking a chance and saying, like, you know, in the event that you're drafted, you know, let's talk ball. You know, like, he knew he was going to get drafted, but in the event that you fall to us, you know, and on top of that, maybe this is finally the first sign of the front office kind of leaning on Dak and saying, like, who's your guy? You know, who do you like? You know, who would you like us to look at? And maybe he was some kind of influence on this one. So that's a great thing.
Mark, earlier today when Tyler Smith spoke, and it was an incredible, you know, introductory press conference, one of the better ones, one of the more impressive ones I think that we've seen in recent memory. He said how cool it was just that Dak had followed him on social media. He said that was kind of a really surreal moment for him, which really speaks to the influence that Dak has. He's obviously been the Cowboys quarterback for a long time now, and so it has to be a completely different experience, we would imagine, for Tolbert to hear him on the phone, and I mean, to not just hear him and talk to him, but like hear about working directly with him. No disrespect to Tyler Smith, but Jalen Tolbert's involvement with Dak's a little bit more direct than say Tyler Smith's.
Yeah, and what I like about Tyler Smith, this is going to sound funny and not like analysis at all, but what I like about him is he's not a Cowboys fan, because so many times when they get a first round pick, and I know Michael Parsons was a Cowboys fan and now he's doing great, but specifically Taco Charlton, he grew up a Cowboys fan, and you know, he loved it, and I feel like the moment just got a little too big for him, because when you're in a place where all your dreams have come true, sometimes it's hard to find that motivation to keep going to work. And so for him to not necessarily grow up a Cowboys fan, I don't think he's necessarily starstruck. But in going to North Crowley, graduating high school from there, he kind of knows what it's all about in the Metroplex and what the scene is like. And yeah, these are likable guys, but they're even more likable when they help win football games. So I think that all of this stuff that, you know, it's heartwarming, but they've got to perform on the field, because I'm telling you, ultimately, that's what Cowboys fans care about. Because I've covered so many, you know, charity event things where they do all the nice stuff, and I get comments from people that say,
that's well said, Mark. We're going to get Tom back in here to get our full roundtable going. And we have a very, very special guest joining us right here, right now. The newest member of the Dallas Cowboys from South Alabama. It is Jalen Tolbert. Jalen, we're Blogging the Boys with the biggest Dallas Cowboys website in the world. We just want to say congratulations and ask you how you're feeling. You are a member of America's team.
Yes, sir. No, I mean, it's a surreal moment. I'm honored to be able to be chosen by Dallas and be a part of America's team, and I'm looking forward to coming to get to work, man. You know, I'm ready to come to Dallas.
Jalen, I don't know if you remember, but we talked a couple months ago, and it was kind of right after the combine. We had talked a little bit of just about your career path and all that. You had mentioned a lot of just how ready you were to get into the league and show your ability to dominate after you dominated the competition at South Alabama. We talked a little bit. We heard a little bit about Dak Prescott calling you, talking to you a little bit about your fit in the offense. Can you give us a little intel of what that conversation was like and what you're going to bring to the Cowboys offense with Dak Prescott and yourself?
Yeah, he called and, he asked about my previous relationships with my quarterbacks, asked what I could bring to the table as far as a slot or outside or, both of them. Asked about some challenges that I've had in my life and, how I kind of carried myself, how I learned. And so it was a great conversation. And, we were able to get some positive information, positive talks out of it. And, I'm looking forward to come down there and be a matchup problem for people because, I think I can play inside and out. I can play both positions. I have an IQ to do so, and physically, I can do both of those. And I think one of my strengths is going down the field and being able to catch away from my body, and also my body control. So I'm looking forward to improving on all of those things, especially overall aspects of a wide receiver, and just getting down there and learning from Michael and CD.
Has that phone stopped ringing yet? Are you still getting your calls?
Yeah, no, it's going crazy.
Now, I'm just curious because, I'm one of the resident fanboys of this Blogging the Boys. They call me too much of a homer here. Growing up, obviously, your squad, I got to know, were you a big Cowboys guy? Did you follow the squad? Did you follow the team? You could be honest with us. Listen, we're not gonna dislike you at all if you say something different.
I mean, honestly, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I didn't start playing football until 11th grade in high school, so I never was into football. I was a big baseball guy, so I was all about the Yankees and Derek.
There we go.
I didn't even follow football.
I know we talked about it on the podcast. This would be I don't want to take up too much of the time, but you talked about baseball. We talked about that a lot on our podcast show a couple months ago. But South Alabama, you were going to Michigan State. South Alabama got you because they wanted you to play baseball and football. Can you talk a little bit about the dual sport decision to stay in state and go to South Alabama?
It definitely played a part with the dual sport. Michigan State wasn't going to allow me to play both of them. I actually committed to Michigan State because D'Antonio was iffy about me playing both. So, I decided to, stay home, be able to play both, and whichever one was giving me the most benefit, take it and run with it. And so that's how I ended up at South. And then I had an injury my freshman year, which, forced me to choose a sport faster. And, I chose football because of the competitive mindset that you have to have. In baseball, I sit in the outfield and wait for the ball to come to me. In football, I got to go get everything, make everything happen. So it's crazy.
Hey, man, Jalen, again, thanks for joining us here. But I just wanted to get a little touch base with you about Cowboys Nation. What can they expect from you? The competitive spirit? What are you bringing to this team that's beyond just your play on the field?
I'm bringing a high character guy, a guy that's going to come in, do everything he can for the team, the organization, the city. I'm looking forward to coming down and, meet everybody and get the work. I'm very competitive. I hate losing. I hate being, overlooked. And, I think that's why I got to where I'm at today, having that chip on my shoulder that I'll forever will have. And so I'm looking forward to, making people eat their word.
Hey, I was just curious. You said you got the call from Dak. Other than that, how much of an indication did you have that the Cowboys were interested in bringing you to Dallas?
I mean, not really any. I did a private workout with Coach Prince, and, I hadn't talked to the Cowboys until Dak called me a couple days ago. And so, I had no clue until, I kind of got a sense, my spider senses were tingling when Dak called. So.
Well, Jalen, we know you're very busy, so definitely don't want to take up too much of your time. We're super appreciative that you came here and joined us. Congratulations again. We're looking forward to talking to you as your career unfolds. Enjoy the weekend. Spend it with your family, your friends. Make memories that will last a lifetime. We know this is a really exciting time in your life.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you guys.
Congratulations, Jalen.
Welcome to Dallas, man.
Yep.
There he goes, Dallas Cowboys wide receiver Jalen Tolbert. That was pretty cool. Connor, that was all Connor. I mean, if anybody is not following Connor on Twitter at the moment, he is at Connor NFL Draft, CONNOR NFL Draft. He has the draft guide that we've been referencing this entire time as well. Connor, you have been a superstar right now. Jalen Tolbert's a bigger one now, but you are having quite the draft weekend yourself.
Yeah, he's just an awesome kid. I mean, we talked to him a couple months ago on the show. Again, to look into him, how many guys you think are getting drafted and then within 15, 20 minutes after getting drafted, taking the 15 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever it was to hop on. I mean, just kind of gives you a look into what kind of kid he is.
Well, What did we learn about him there that we're excited to hear? I mean, Tony, what did you learn?
I mean, you can always say, what's the X and O's look like? What's the kid look like on the field? But I want to know what kind of person, what kind of drive, competitiveness does he have? I just learned that he's well spoken. He definitely has a clear vision of what he's looking to do in the next level, and he's got that chip on his shoulder. And I'm excited to get that piece in the building.
Sturch, you told him that you were the resident homer. Do you feel like proud of yourself? Do you profess that to him straight up to his face?
Oh, well, absolutely. I have no shame in my game, man. Come on now. But I was actually kind of really taken back by the fact that he said that, he had no contact with the Cowboys other than Dak Prescott's phone call. I mean, that's kind of wild if you think about it.
That was something I said earlier. Like when I talked to him I talked to him a month or so ago. Then I was talking to his agent pretty recently, and they're like, no. I mean, must have been before the Dak conversation, but they were like, no, not much contact there. And I was like, damn, man, I was hoping that would be a third round steal or a second round pick. And I didn't have great faith in it, but it seems like Dak might have came in and saved the day.
I'm telling you, GM Dak, I'm liking it.
Danny Phantom noted anything happened while I was gone. Danny obviously missed the party. Danny's going to head our post-day podcast. We'll post that on the Blog of the Boys podcast network, accessible wherever you get your podcast. Tom is going to join him. Tom came back, but Tom, you are now heading off to record with Dan, so we will see you tomorrow. Enjoy. Make sure you tell Dan exactly how wonderful it was. Mark, do you feel compelled to buy a Jalen Tolbert jersey given the events of the last 20 minutes or so?
Yeah, he's definitely someone whose career will follow with great interest because of how he talks about he has a chip on his shoulder. So I wonder if he'll get to see Anthony Brown's chip on his shoulder, and then consider he's got, I think, the Lay's ruffle. Maybe he could get a Pringle or something, or one, barbecue kettle cooked chip.
In case anyone is unaware, Mark, Anthony Brown literally has a chip tattooed. Just
Google images.
Yeah, but, and I think he has the pick number that he was like underneath the chip as well.
I think he's got the right attitude, and that's what he needs because he's got a lot of catching up to do going from South Alabama, kind of where there's no real infrastructure to get into the pros like there's, let's say, with Alabama and some of the Power 5 schools. So he's got to be a quick study. And I think he's, on the right track. He knows how you do it.
Yeah,
he's close to Dak Prescott.
He's an extremely intelligent, on the field and just off the field.
Except for the Yankees fan part.
That's the best part. What do you part of
it? Excuse me, but. No, I mean, like I said, hearing him talk, you can just tell how smart he is. And I think that's something.
Let me ask you this, Connor. How did you get diverted off onto him? How long ago was it where you were like, hey, there's something to this kid. I want him for Dallas. How long ago?
I kind of dove into those small school receivers all at the same time. So Christian Watson, Jalen Tolbert, Alec Pierce, even though Cincinnati's not really a small school anymore. But those like mid-round guys, I was like second round, third round players. Let's take a look at them. So I watched Watson, Tolbert, Pierce, and I want to say those, and Shakir. I watched all three of those guys, or all four of those guys, all in the same realm. And I came away, I liked Watson's traits a little bit more than Tolbert just because of speed and size, but Tolbert's tape was the most impressive out of all those guys, I thought. Just his ability to dominate double teams. He dominated at South Alabama, but when you see teams focus their coverage on Jalen Tolbert and he's still able to put up 65, 100, 150, 200 yards a game with people doubling him, with people shading safeties, I just went, this guy can dominate that. And then you add into the fact that he was recruited to Michigan State. He was recruited to other big-time schools. I went, okay, this guy is a Power 5 receiver. He chose an option better for him, which I also love that he thought about, okay, I want to play baseball. Like, I want to be able to play multiple sports. That speaks to his athleticism, his intelligence to make that decision. So it was about, I don't know, I started on the draft stuff and I started a little bit later than people, so probably December, and he was probably a guy I got to right, a month before the Senior Bowl, so January is just probably when I first watched him and got interested in his game.
what a phenomenal end to the day. Again, just I think a lot of Cowboys fans needed this wind in their sails. And I think, Connor, I know we all talk about, the Cowboys, and it all comes back to Dak, and that's something that we've kind of talked about how I know you're
Jeremy
upset about the
Ruckert going just ruined it all.
Man. He a member of the New York Jets now, Jeremy Ruckert, as the third round comes to a close.
I told you the Jets have been dominating this thing.
But what I was going to say, Connor, is we talked last night about how the Cowboys are putting so much on the plates of Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons. And what is so cool about this pick, in a very microscopic way, I don't want to take anything away from Jalen Tolbert or from the Cowboys' evaluation from him and make it about Dak Prescott. But the story about Dak having called him, it just sort of like reinstills, every Cowboys fan's faith that Dak is the epicenter, that all of this truly revolves around. And that as long as he is there, it sounds ridiculous to say to put so much pressure onto one person's shoulders, but he can literally move mountains in that sense by himself. That is kind of what Dak Prescott represents to this team, to this franchise, that he kind of just breathed this life into this exact draft the way it needed it. So shout out to Dak Prescott. I don't know if Dak's the Yankees fan. I wonder if he and Jalen spoke about that.
There's not many NFL quarterbacks who are calling college draft prospects and talking to them about things before they're picked. Afterwards, yes, but Dak calling Jalen Tolbert a week ago or whenever it was and being like, let's talk. It's rare. I mean, it is. That stuff doesn't happen a whole lot.
The report, and Jalen obviously spoke about it here, but was that Dak spoke to him for 20 minutes. I mean, you're right. Like Dak's a busy dude. Like how many people do anybody here? How many people do you talk on the phone to for 20 minutes? Like it's a chore to talk to somebody on the phone for 20 minutes.
I choose not to talk to people on the phone for more than 5.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know how much pacing I have to do around the house if I'm talking to somebody for 20 minutes?
Get your miles and your steps in on that.
It's a difficult thing. Steven has awarded you, Connor, with 1,000 points for the night. You are truly the MVP of tonight's stream. Connor will, of course, be part of our coverage tomorrow. We'll have coverage all throughout the third day of the NFL draft, which leads us to this as we wrap. Jeremy Ruckert's off the board, so that kind of ruins it a little bit, as you mentioned. But Connor, what do you want to see tomorrow? What are the Cowboys, and just loosely, because we'll obviously be here all day tomorrow. Everybody can come back and hang out in the stream and stuff. But what do the Cowboys have to accomplish tomorrow for the total of the draft to have been a success?
I'd be targeting Kate Otten. Charlie Collier is that 129 pick. That would be of interest to me. And I'd like to see him add a linebacker. I think if you get a linebacker, if you get one of these guys, which are, Leo Chenal still around. That's a guy we didn't think would be around. Somehow Perion Winfrey is still available unless I totally missed something. So if you could add a tight end and then get one of these guys who's fallen a little bit at linebacker or defensive tackle. Again, we talked about it being a C- from the start. I think it's a B+. I don't think I gave my grade because I was writing up my instant analysis on Jalen Tolbert, but I think you're at a B+ now with the value in the second and third. If you could add a Charlie Collier or a Kate Otten at 129 and then grab a linebacker at some point, in the 5th round, I would be tickled to death with what they've done except the first round.
Mark, what do you want to see tomorrow?
Trades. I want to see them.
You want to see those 5th round picks,
guys.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Or trade back. Go turn those into capital for next season. But I that's what I want to see, are trades.
Okay. Tony, what do you want to see tomorrow?
I thought Mark said traits at first, drafting guys with traits, but I do want to see trades. I want to take 5th round picks. I want to move up for targeted picks. I mean, I honestly want them to be better now. I know it's, we're thinking in the future, but if there's somebody they want and they need, they have enough ammo in the 5th round to make it, make a move here. So that's kind of what I'm looking for.
Sturge?
Yeah, I'm the same way. I had a wish list going into today as far as the positions and whatnot, and so far so good as far as what I think they're asking for. I asked for 2 receivers, 2 linebackers, an edge, a corner, a guard, and a safety. I don't know if a safety is going to get addressed, but I grab 1 more or 2 linebackers, have you, and get me another corner down there. But I do want to see them be aggressive. I want to see if maybe they can package some of these 5ths, like Mark said, and just kind of move up a little bit and get some of the BPAs.
Well said. Nobody had the courtesy to ask me.
RJ, real quick. What do you want to see tomorrow for the draft?
So I know we are all not fans of the way the Cowboys have put together this group of three so far. And so what I'm about to say will sound weird in that sense, but I want to see them stick to their guns. Like we don't agree with a lot of it, but you know what? Like you spent all this time like putting this idea, this philosophy together. Stick with it. Go down swinging. Like, this is your thing. And I want, whatever degree McCarthy's involved, whatever degree is all Will McClay, whatever degree, et cetera, like, be you. Be you and live with the results. I mean, if they're not good enough, at least you can rest assured that you did everything within your, control and your power to make it what you wanted it to be. That would be my request. Connor, JS Broadcast says, what's the link to eBay? He wants to buy some of the cards. You do have a bit of a card situation going on. Connor, if you're going to buy anything, Connor's card collection can be touched as well. Connor's NFL Draft Guide, we have been referencing it tonight, last night. We'll be touching on it tomorrow. It will be an incredibly useful tool, even after the draft is over, to get to know not just the players the Cowboys have drafted, but players all across the NFL. It is incredibly helpful for sort of molding and shaping your own opinions. Connor has a pinned tweet at the top of his Twitter account at Connor NFL Draft, where you can get the information that you need to get that. It's only $5. Very, very well worth that price. Plus, you help Connor, put food on his table. We want to do that, Connor.
I literally have not eaten dinner tonight, so
this will literally be putting food on your table.
Literally, if you sent me $5 right now, Uber Eats is getting ate up.
All right. Connor, fantastic job. Shout out to you, to Tony, to Sturge, to Mark, to Dan, to Tom, of course, to Jalen Tolbert. Sam Williams might join the show tomorrow. That is something that we're working on as well.
That is the plan.
So everybody make sure to subscribe here to the Blog on the Boys YouTube channel. Follow us on Twitch. Like us on Facebook, and you can be part of our show tomorrow as well. Connor, you were saying?
We have a run on linebackers. Channing Tindall and Leo Chenal just went off the board. So some of these linebackers are starting to fly.
Channing.
It's too late. Too late, Mark. Okay, let's go ahead and get out of here. Let's call it a night.
Real quick, thank y'all for joining too. I mean, I know you guys watching and choosing to watch it with us when there's national broadcast and other shows. We do appreciate it. We hope that you'll come back tomorrow. Tomorrow's my favorite day of the draft, so we appreciate it. You guys are awesome. We try to get as many of y'all's questions, but hopefully you guys come back and check us out tomorrow. Hopefully we'll have some more of these guys on when they're drafted and after they're drafted, and like what y'all are bringing to the table too. So thank y'all.
That's well said. Tony, make the most random noise you can possible that will cause your neighbors to maybe phone 911 right now.
Listen, I'm exhausted, but I'll give you something. Yeah.
That was so sad and pathetic.
Bro, I'm tired.
I'm so happy that Jalen Tolbert was not here to hear it.
He's still on. You don't see him?
Wow. I'm so sad. Sturge, give us a random noise.
That's it. the sigh of relief.
I'm so sad and embarrassed.
RJ, give us a random noise.
That's what we're looking for. Some energy. Thanks for joining us, everybody. We'll see you for day 3 of the 2 draft.